One of the rarest things you'll see on BookTube is a bookshelf tour dedicated to the hard sciences. In fact, when I looked around for a comparable bookshelf tour when I was preparing for this one, I discovered after hours of searching that a proper, in-depth STEM, let alone biology, chemistry, or biochemistry bookshelf tour has never been done in the entire history of YouTube. Today, we're going to tour the library of a Harvard-trained PhD in biochemistry, who is also a history buff. But I didn't know he was Harvard-trained when I first discovered him on Reddit. All I saw was a library overflowing with books and a stack of the famous yellow and blue Springer math books on the top of one of his bookcases. If you aren't familiar with the Springer books, I would explain them like this. Seeing a pile of them on somebody's bookshelves is sort of like seeing a set of the Loeb Classical Library editions on somebody's bookshelves. You also see some classic scientific texts, including a number of books that my guest acquired from a Nobel Prize-winning professor at Harvard while he was getting his PhD there. Don't worry if you don't have a STEM background. We made sure throughout this tour to make the books and ideas accessible to a broad audience by providing definitions, unpacking acronyms, even spelling out certain terms and crafting analogies as needed, so everything is easily digestible. I've also put timestamps in the description, so you can skip to the sections on history, philosophy, and other subjects if you aren't too interested in the STEM stuff. That said, if you're going to watch one STEM bookshelf tour in your life, this is the one to watch because we covered all the bases. If you do have a STEM background, you're going to love this tour. Duncan, the owner of this library, is a biochemist with an interest in math, physics, chemistry, biology, engineering, and medicine, and you'll learn in this tour how all of his interests converge in the pursuit of his work and his areas of research interest. Before we jump in, just a quick note that there are some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. You can download all the high-resolution photos of Duncan's library, and you'll also get my Classics Resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details for the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library and other similar sets from Harvard University Press, as well as other publishers of facing page translation libraries. You'll also get a new bonus I just recently assembled, a PDF guide with all the tips and tricks I learned about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 hours of bookshelf tours I've done over the past couple of years. I also have a special request from Duncan. He's looking to acquire a hard-to-find poster of biochemical pathways. If you look for the map emoji in the timestamps in the description, you can watch the segment where we discuss in more depth this poster, and I've also put the basic details of the poster in the description below. If you have any leads for this, in terms of either a way to get the physical poster or a digital file that can be printed out at poster size, please reach out to me at timothy@timothykenny.com or leave a comment down below, and I will pass along your message to Duncan. Also, if you want to be notified if and when we find out where you can get this Biochemistry Pathways poster, make sure to sign up for the bonuses in the first link in the description. If you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email me at timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. I haven't been able to teach any new courses in many months because I've been dedicating all of my time to getting this bookshelf tour project up and running. I now have a good system in place for the bookshelf tours, and I'm ready to get back into teaching. To mark this milestone, I'm announcing a brand new in-depth video series that will guide you through my back catalog of self-paced courses, my currently ongoing programs, and my planned future projects. I've organized everything into 3 tiers for beginner, intermediate, and advanced level learners across my 4 major areas of teaching, which are self-directed learning, thinking skills/mental models, planning, and organizing. If you'd like to learn more about my educational offerings and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the second link in the description. And now let's get into the bookshelf tour with Duncan. Okay, so we're here in Duncan's library, and why don't you just tell us a little bit about how this is organized and anything else you'd like to say as background before we get into these shelves here?
Sure. So I guess the short answer to the organization is that it's not really organized. But there are kind of clusters of different subjects um on on different shelves. So you'll see like themes for um some of the shelves, but it's not really strict in any way. This is
Mhm.
kind of a new venue for my books, so I haven't yet gotten into like the really logical order.
Yeah, so just for people looking at this, if you keep an eye on these four penguins right here, that's a good sort of reference point that you can then keep track of the large set of bookcases here along this main wall, because those penguins are in all of these shots. But do you want to just jump into this first case here?
Yeah, sounds good.
So we got a couple pictures that are just a little bit darker, but that's just a couple of these that we redid last minute. So um, do you want to just start with this stack right here?
Yeah, so the kind of the highlight of that stack, I'd say, are there's a series of books by Cambridge University Press on different mathematical and physics subjects. So you can see the one on Laplace transforms and vectors and tensors. Those are all really good kind of introductory. They're what they're called, there's like the students guides. But they're just really good references, even just for like professionals working, reminding themselves of how Maxwell's equations work or what have you.
Mhm.
Um, but I have to admit that a lot of the stuff on that particular stack, I haven't made my way through quite yet. But those students' guides are kind of the highlight of what I have.
Do you know roughly how large this set is? Like the total, like if you got every single one of these student guides?
Yeah, so I think there's at least, there's got to be at least 12 of them.
Mm.
They're not all on that particular. I have a good chunk of them, um, but they're kind of scattered around the library, to be honest.
And
Uh,
isn't Cambridge sort of known for their mathematical stuff?
I haven't really thought of them that way,
Oh,
but I don't know that that's not the case.
oh,
Uh,
okay.
but they're just like I think I encountered them in grad school. I think the first one that I read was the vectors and tensors ones, where I was trying to remind myself how before jumping back into sort of physics, um some of the basic mathematics, and they were just really like top notch. I can't recommend them enough.
Would a freshman in college be able to read these, or would they need to have a little bit more under their belt?
It varies by the student's guide,
Okay.
or the different books. The vectors and tensors one, I think up through where it covers tensors, it's pretty like introductory physics friendly.
Mhm.
Um, the last chapters of the book are kind of a little bit harder, but a little bit more like all of the books are designed, I think, for undergrads. Um, but it's the the books that are like they don't seem to be misplaced, where it's like vectors and tensors covered from a upper undergrad or grad school level.
Do you
Like if
remember how you
you know,
discovered these?
I found them on Amazon originally.
Oh, okay.
Um,
So just the recommendation engine.
yeah. Um, or I think I might have searched like vector analysis, and ended up coming up with that one. And that was the first one that I saw.
Hmm.
I think it led me to the other ones where it was really, really beneficial.
What about this next stack here?
Yeah. So that stack, I guess, is mostly George R. R.
Yeah.
Martin. And I kind of went through those when, as a lot of people, I got addicted to Game of Thrones in the early 2010s, and then just kind of in one year kind of swept through the five of those books, which are probably going to be the five ones that actually or ever get published.
Yeah.
Um,
What
but
about this one up top?
yeah, so that one I haven't gotten to yet, but I picked up because I wanted more kind of colonial history. I've read a fair amount of British history, but not from the kind of uh is more like domestic British history.
Yeah.
Um, but that's one I haven't gotten to yet. But obviously I picked it up because I thought it would be interesting.
What about this bust here?
That is Marcus Aurelius. And that the one point of organization there is that it's on um top of a bunch of books on Stoicism, which I've kind of made my way through over the past year and a half. It's almost getting to be a cultural cliche, but I found that it's the although I don't necessarily consider myself a practicing Stoic, it's a lot of the thought patterns I've just found very kind of life enriching as a way of like uh processing emotions, processing thoughts, and just kind of being a better person that's more tolerable to be around, basically.
What about these
Um,
two that had to think like a Socrates and then a Roman Empire?
yeah,
Empire.
so those are both by the same person, Donald Robertson, who is he has a degree in philosophy, I think, but he's like a cognitive behavioral therapist. The first one that he wrote was the one How to Think Like a Roman Emperor, which is about the Stoic philosophy of Marcus Aurelius. And then the sequel is kind of How to Think Like Socrates. I personally liked How to Think Like a Roman Emperor better. How to Think Like Socrates was a little bit more um like a narrative story, almost a biography of Socrates, where a lot of it was acknowledged by the author to be kind of invented for sort of didactic purposes.
Hmm.
Um, but both of them I would recommend. But I preferred How to Think Like a Roman Emperor. The same author wrote a. It might be in that. I don't see it in that stack, but wrote a biography of Marcus Aurelius, which is probably the best one that I've read. It's just called Marcus Aurelius.
Hmm.
But it's part of like a series that's recently come out from I forget which press, but of like ancient lives. Um,
Hmm.
and those are also there. I've made my way through a couple of those and really liked them.
Did you feel like there was a good treatment of the Socratic method in here? Was that the centerpiece of it, or?
Yeah, I mean it's not so much from him being like a cognitive therapist. It was more oriented towards how do you not necessarily how you discover truth via the Socratic method, but how you can kind of question assumptions about the way you're thinking, which could be helpful on the way to figuring out what's true. But I feel like it was more from the perspective of questioning in a sort of CBT sort of framework, like what is like catastrophizing thinking. What is how do you deal with difficult people, and sort of questioning the assumptions uh in more kind of a Stoic or CBT sort of framework. It was there's a reason why I preferred the How to Think Like a Roman Emperor, because I don't think like you don't really get the sense of like how do you become Socrates through that book. Um uh
Because his process is quite sort of complicated, I would think.
yeah, it's I've I've read a fair amount of Plato, which is where we get most of our Socrates, most of our Socratic philosophy knowledge from. And it's kind of hard because I find out actually a lot of the arguments that are made by Platonic Socrates are actually not don't seem like great arguments, at least in my opinion. Um, but I admire like the um the kind of fearlessness and commitment to argument. I remember reading one of my favorite ancient texts is the Trial and Death of Socrates, that series of dialogues. I remember reading it in early undergrad and just being like floored by the kind of wit and bravery of the of Socrates in those. Um, and so I think I admire, to the extent that I would like to become like him, it's more from an intellectual humility standpoint and from a kind of having the courage of my conviction standpoint, but willing to question what those convictions are rather than, yeah.
I looked up the book that you mentioned. I think it's Yale University Press,
Yeah.
Donald Robertson, Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic Emperor.
Yep.
And it's part of the Ancient Lives series. So,
We might run into a couple of those books
oh,
from the
cool.
series and this, um, um, assuming that they're in this particular room. But
Was there anything in this stack right here? We don't have a perfect view of it, but
I think we have that that's the next, that's on the next shelf over. So
okay.
I think we'll have a better view of it from the,
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry.
yeah.
So then we have, this is our last sort of darker image. So we can start here and just anything stand out to you?
Yeah, so the general chemistry book, is by Linus Pauling, who is a very famous chemist in the 20th century. Um, it was I had bought that book at the end of high school, um, for the kind of purpose of self-study, and my I right after I bought it, my parents revealed that they had gotten it for me as a graduation present. So I now have two copies of the book, and I returned the one that I had bought because it's more sentimental to have the one that was a gift. But Pauline was kind of it was someone that my dad knew to some extent, um, and was this kind of towering figure and a role model in a lot of ways. But kind of became uh, at least at that time, was the person that I wanted to kind of model myself after. Um,
So your dad was also a chemist?
yeah, so my dad was
Biochemist?
a physical chemist. He was a crystallographer. Was what he did a lot of in grad school, and Linus Pauling was kind of cut his teeth on crystallography as um his kind of first area of expertise. and my dad had met him at a series of American Crystallographic Society meetings.
So we both have fathers who were in chemistry.
Yeah. It's a small world.
Yeah.
The I guess the top of the next book up is kind of cut off. The title is kind of cut off, but by the shelf, but it's called Molecular Driving Forces. This is a statistical thermodynamics book. It's definitely one of the better ones out there. Covers a lot of the biophysics too, which is definitely interesting for my career standpoint. But that's another one that I would heartily recommend.
So maybe you could give a brief description of what your core interests are, both maybe at two levels, one at the level of something that sort of a normal person who isn't in STEM would understand, and then maybe a expert level for like somebody who's in chemistry or in biochem that would give some additional detail.
Yeah, so the non-technical version is that I'm sort of a microbial. I would call myself a microbial physiologist. So I'm somewhere between microbiology and biochemistry.
Could you say that word again? That first something?
Microbiology.
But you're a microbiologist. That's how you.
Oh, yeah, my microbial physiologist.
Microbial physiologist.
Yeah, so I study the metabolism and physiology of microbes, basically, is the rephrased version of that. So
what is a microbe? Like, what would be an example of that?
yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I guess the would be a tricky definition, but I generally consider anything that operationally, anything that you have to use a microscope to see, I would consider a microbe. I work with what are called prokaryotes, which are single cell organisms, simple organisms like bacteria. There's something that superficially they look a lot like bacteria, are called archaea, which are also single cell prokaryotes. The kind of like algae, like semi-multicellular organisms, like things that you would need a microscope to see, but look a little bit more like animals, are not. That's not really something that I've gotten deep into. But I'm doing
like really small, like teddy bear looking things.
Yeah, so like the tardigrades are not organisms that, like, they're really popular like amongst microbiologists as like explanatory tools, but I think the only time that I've ever seen one of them or worked with one of them was I was doing this microbial volunteering at a museum, showing off microbes to like kids and stuff, and we had tardigrades because they're like the little roly-poly bears basically. But those would be microbes, but they're just not the kind of microbes that are part of like my core interest.
Right.
We
went on a little bit of a tangent, but you were basically saying you're a micro something physiologist, and then so maybe you could backtrack to there and just give that lay person and then the expert, and I'll try not to interrupt again.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I want to. What I'm really interested in are, where do microbes get their energy from? So where do they get their food from, and how to understand the chemistry of those processes. So I guess microbes are different from the so-called metazoan animals like us, the larger multicellular organisms, in that fundamentally what they use as their food are single molecules. They can be very big molecules, they can be broken down into small molecules, but it comes closer to chemistry than studying, say, like human nutrition would be. And so because I've always had kind of a was interested in chemistry in high school and interested in biology in high school, these were naturally kind of, they came together. And I think that it's, you had a diversity of sort of metabolism that you see is much more, well, diverse in microbes than you see in like animals, for instance. So I kind of gravitated in that direction. Um, we might come along into a book that was kind of my inspiration that got me into that subject, but it's not on this particular shelf. Um, uh, the only other one that I would highlight on this shelf, I guess maybe two of them that I would highlight are, first one is that kind of yellow tan book that's actually belonged to my dad. The Chemical Applications of Group Theory. That one I think is the second edition. I have the third edition too. That is a really famous book by Al Cotton, who was a chemist, inorganic chemist at I think Texas A&M. Now passed away for quite some time. But a really like clean introduction to group theory, which becomes it's a mathematical subject, but it's very useful in chemistry. And then the only other book I would highlight on that shelf, which is probably, if I'm going to recommend one book for chemistry, of any book that I have in my library, it's that physical chemistry text that is the red one, Physical Chemistry, Molecular Approach, by, it's going to be hard to see, but it's by McQuarrie and Simon, through university science books. Yeah. So that is used as a physical chemistry text in a lot of undergrad classes. It's one of those textbooks where you just feel smart reading it because it's so cleanly explained that you feel like you're getting complicated topics and almost getting them effortlessly, which is just always a feature of technical books that I've always really loved. For technical books that can do that sort of thing.
So is it like a 2-semester undergrad, like a first or second year?
2-semester, probably will take it at least in their junior year or senior year if they're chemistry majors.
Okay.
All right.
Usually we do the top books last.
Sounds good. Well, there's not really any top of the books that are on top that I really want to highlight. The couple that I would highlight here are that molecular thermodynamics book that you're kind of zooming in on, which is also by McQuarrie and Simon. And there's a lot of overlap between that and that physical chemistry textbook on the previous shelf. Also just a really great text that has really clean explanations that goes into that branch of physical chemistry, thermodynamics, more in a more detailed way. I think another one that I would highlight would be, if you go up, so those two advanced organic chemistry textbooks are, my dad got those for me when I was early in undergrad. Those would be grad school texts, though. They're okay, but they were really where I kind of got deeper into organic chemistry, was reading those, particularly the purple one, which is less encyclopedic and more conceptual, which is, if you're going to spend your time reading on something that is not core to your technical interests, I think conceptual, focusing on the concepts, is more important than encyclopedic knowledge.
When When you say conceptual, to what extent does that mean math versus not math?
So I think actually not so much, not necessarily math. So there's not a lot of math in that purple textbook. And that part A, structure and mechanisms, is more focused on like principles of how organic molecules react, what makes them reactive, what are the patterns of reactivity that you see, how they interact with each other, rather than developing some sort of like mathematical model of um uh their interactions. It's more like you look at a molecule on a piece of paper that's drawn out on a piece of paper and say, okay, that's the part of the molecule that's going to be reactive. Is more kind of the conceptual part of it that I would. So don't necessarily need to focus on the math, although math is always ends up being helpful. But if you don't have the concept, if it's not allowing you to develop a conceptual basis of the subject, then the math doesn't have anything to graft on, in my opinion. Um,
So I want to ask you about NMR in a second, but
yep.
I just wanted to uh, a couple, a few things caught my eye here because I don't understand too much about my dad's specialty, but there was a lot of stuff with like his lab. He had a big laser, and they would sometimes take a laser out in a truck, and they'd look through at water, and they were able to identify stuff in the water via a laser and spectroscopy. So
Yeah.
that just kind of rang some bells for me. And I don't know if you have anything. It looked like there's a number of items like that here. So if you could sort of weave those together, that might be interesting.
Yeah, so from what you're saying, my guess is that your dad was probably doing Raman spectroscopy. Um,
There was an environmental angle to it. So it would be like, are there thing problems in, uh, the water contaminants, or even I think maybe within small animals even, or something like that, or maybe stuff that they emit or stuff like that. So
right. Yeah. Yeah, so it's there's I think my freshman chemistry professor had a really good line in that, like, when you're shown like a molecule on a piece of paper, or you're told this is a solution of acetone or some molecule, like how do you know that that's correct? How do you know, because you can't look at them under a microscope and say like, oh, look, that's where the carbon atom is. So how do you probe molecular structure experimentally? And that basically reduces to different kinds of spectroscopy, um, which are basically just different ways of, I guess it's not technically correct, but the different ways that matter interacts with electromagnetic radiation. Um, and so Raman spectroscopy, which it sounds like was likely one of the things that your dad was doing, is kind of it's used a lot in organic chemistry, but it's a really useful way and really sensitive way of a pretty sensitive way of kind of getting at detecting molecules and being able to say this is what we can detect, this molecule in that sample, basically. The more kind of diagnostic kind of spectroscopy is NMR, which is nuclear magnetic resonance, which gets used really heavily in organic chemistry. Pretty much every school that has a respectable chemistry department has an NMR instrument somewhere on campus. Often will have kind of multiple instruments. They were kind of developed in the 1950s in 1940s and have now just become like a core component of the toolkit of what chemists use to be able to determine the structure of a molecule.
And what is EPR?
EPR is electron paired magnetic resonance. So it is like NMR, where NMR you're studying the magnetic spin of a nuclei, but the other component of the atoms, right, is the electrons. And if you're studying the magnetic spin of the electrons, that's electron paired magnetic resonance. That's a little bit more uncommon because it's less common to have. You need a electron that's not paired to another electron, and for, I guess, complicated reasons, like that is not as common as observing a spin in the nucleus, but it's a lot more sensitive. So it comes up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it comes up in inorganic chemistry quite a bit.
Just for, I mean, what I remember is like you go into a room and the machine is maybe like 10 feet long and maybe 4 or 5 feet wide and 4 or 5 feet tall. I don't know if would that be like a rough uh estimate? And like they're pretty expensive machines. I don't know if it was $1 million, but like,
Oh yeah, yeah. Most of them are probably $1 million or more, several $100,000 at least. You can get different kinds of NMR spectrometers with different strength of magnets that have different kinds of sensitivity and different kinds of capabilities. But the largest ones, like the 1000 gigahertz NMR spectrometers, probably run in several $1 million, and they're like, to put something in the instrument, they have to build like a platform around it, and you go up on the platform and then put the uh your sample into the instrument. The smaller, they do make like benchtop NMR spectrometers, which are very just like for very, very coarse grained studies. But if you are really trying to diagnose what the structure of your molecule is, then you'll probably be using at least a several $100,000 instrument that is probably 6 or 7 feet tall. Um, the EPRs are a little bit smaller and a little bit cheaper, or at least they don't have quite the same price range, but they look like, anyone seeing this can probably Google what they look like, but they look like these, like they look more like magnets, basically. Um, the NMRs look more like robots, kind of, is the shortest summary of that.
is there anything up top you want to point out, or it sounded like no?
I don't think so. Not really. There's just one on this, the last book on this shelf that I would highlight
Yeah.
is that one that's on the right, farthest to the right. It's NMR data.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I think it's interpretation and yeah, so NMR data interpretation explained. If anyone watching this does want to learn NMR or needs to learn NMR for graduate school experience or something, that was one of the books that I read during COVID, and it was just, I couldn't find that information condensed many other places. That was my favorite book on that particular. If you're trying to tackle for organic structure determination or the structural determination of organic compounds, that would be the book that I recommend by Jacobson.
Mhm. Okay, so moving on to the next shelf here.
Yeah, so
These two look kind of interesting. I don't know if you could say a few words about the art of writing reasonable organic reaction mechanisms and organic chemistry, 100 must-know mechanisms.
yeah, so when we talk about a organic or any kind of reaction mechanism, we're asking how do the bonds that hold atoms together break and form in a pattern that's actually likely to occur. Um, so if you take an organic chemistry class, one of the things that you'll be asked to do a lot is provide a quote unquote reasonable reaction mechanism for a chemical transformation that or chemical reaction that they'll show you. And the art of writing reasonable reaction mechanisms was a book that I read, I believe when I was a freshman in college. It was kind of covering organic chemistry at the same time. That's a pretty famous book, and it's also a really good kind of intermediate organic chemistry text that's more focused on what are the sorts of bond breaking and bond forming steps, the kind of chemical transformations that are common and you can use on like your organic chemistry exam and not have points taken off because it's implausible or something that that kind of reaction would occur. Um, the 100 must know mechanisms, kind of a similar book, but it's less didactic and more kind of a reference for there are sort of named reactions in organic chemistry, the Aldol reaction, ALDOL reaction, that is. Um, uh, you might talk about like what's called enolate chemistry. Um, how do those, if you're just looking for a quick reference on what does that reaction mechanism look like? That's a good book on that subject. Um, a a book that I would definitely highlight is that symmetry and spectroscopy book. Um, that actually is I read that when I was a first year grad student taking an advanced inorganic chemistry class. That is along the lines of covers a lot of what's called group theory, um, where you're studying how the symmetry of a molecule, so literally like the kind of symmetry that you learn about in like first grade, like how does that reflect the kind of spectroscopic signals that you see that allow you to interpret spectroscopy data to determine structures and determine what kind of molecular transformations are taking place.
The way I kind of intuit it, and I'm probably oversimplifying, but it's basically like you shoot a laser at something and then it's going to it's almost like if you imagine each piece of light is almost like a little piece within a shotgun, and it has the little balls inside. They sort of bounce off the thing that you're shooting at, like billiard balls, and you can see how they scatter.
Right.
And the way they scatter, um, it's almost like somebody throwing paint, like a Jackson Pollock throwing paint against the wall, the way, or like a CSI kind of investigation. It's like the way the paint splatters against the walls off of that central object kind of shows you what that central object is. That's kind of the mystery.
Right. So how in this metaphor how it splatters, but also like what sticks and what doesn't.
Hmm.
Uh, so a lot of spectroscopy is um like the so-called like packages of light called photons that are being emitted by the laser that are hitting this molecule, right? And then if the molecule, depending on what its properties are, can either basically grab hold of that photon or not, or maybe it can scatter the photon, deflect it off into another direction, but reduce the energy of that deflected photon by a certain amount. That's also an element of spectroscopy. So it's all studying how light interacts with chemicals in a way that allows us to diagnose what the structure and properties of the chemicals are.
Hmm. I've noticed a ton of Dover books. I don't know if
Yeah,
you have any thoughts on like them as a publisher or why there are so many Dover books.
yeah. So a lot of them are so Dover books are really cheap. So that symmetry and spectroscopy book, that is probably $25 if you get it new. Um, a Usually the books by Dover are older publications, older textbooks that are out of print. Sometimes they're classics, which it's good because they're reprinting a classic, but also they're great because they're like, particularly in early undergrad when I had far less money to spend. Um, if I wanted a textbook for $10 or $20 and I didn't care about how old the textbook is, or how long ago the original print of that textbook came out. Um, Dover books were really good for that. They can be harder to read. Um, I think didactically we've gotten better at writing textbooks. So textbooks from the 1960s are not always as readable as textbooks from 2010, let's say.
Hmm.
But there are a lot of really good Dover reprints that are still used as like the standard textbook for advanced classes. Yep.
And then the university school books, that's the other, or university science books. That's the other one that I've seen a lot of.
Yeah, so there's actually not there. I have a lot of those books, but they're actually not. I don't even know if that still exists as a publishing house or whether it's been absorbed by something else.
Okay.
Um, but they have a lot of really good chemistry textbooks. Most of them are relatively old, but they're all really solid chemistry texts.
Is there anything else on this shelf you wanted to point out?
I think the only one I would point out is that there's a little bit of a glare on it. But it's that Chemical Principles: A Quest for Insight. That was my freshman chemistry text. It's by I'm blanking on his first name, but his Peter is his first name. Atkins, Atkins, is the last name. He's kind of like there's also Jones on that too as an author, but Atkins is a really famous uh chemist who's, I believe, at Oxford. He's retired now. He's probably in his mid 80s, but he was a really prolific writer of textbooks, and I can't recommend his any textbook that he's written has always been wonderful, and that intro chem textbook was definitely one of them.
I notice you have some couple programming things here.
Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, pandas is a package that is part of Python, the programming language. I'm not great at Python, but I need to use it sometimes. I never really learned Perl, which is another programming language. There's one Python for chemists is the only one that is kind of in the theme of that shelf. But I've definitely, like, anyone working in science ultimately has to encounter programming eventually. It's just a matter of when. Um,
What about this shelf?
Not too much that I would highlight. All of the black books are a series of books that were written in the 1960s on advanced chemistry subjects. I just kind of almost collected them more than anything in grad school. One of the ones that I would highlight that's still relevant amongst that is that it's the ligand field theory, introduction to ligand field theory, by Carl Ballhausen, which you can probably see there. Um, that is still one of the best textbooks on that subject out there, and it was written in like the 1960s. So this is something that that is ligand field theory is a subject in um, inorganic chemistry largely. So chemistry of like metals, metal complexes, to understand their reactivity and their stability. Um, that's one that if you're gonna look for an old textbook on that subject, I'd look at that one. And then that's spin dynamics book. Um, that's another actually that's an NMR book. So the nuclear magnetic resonance that we were talking about earlier. That is a really good book if you want the detailed like quantum mechanical theory of NMR. Um, that's a really good introduction.
And then we have the final shelf here.
Yeah, so those are mostly really old books. So a lot of these books, it's actually interesting. They belonged to a Nobel Prize winner named Dudley Hirschbaugh, or Dudley Hirschbach, I guess is the name. He was a professor where I went to grad school, and he was just giving away his textbooks, and I just naturally, being a person who loves textbooks, just kind of pounced on them.
Yeah.
Um, but some of them actually belong to his. They have like the name of the original owner of the textbooks in them. And so some of those, I forget exactly which ones. I think it's the John Slater textbooks that are in there. Um, they're kind of in the center of uh, yeah, the quantum theory of molecules and solids. Um, Several of those have Dudley Hirschbach's PhD mentor, who's a very famous chemist named Edward Bright Wilson. And they were like gifts from the publisher to Dr. Wilson. And so like when I opened it and saw that it's like a little piece of history embedded there, a famous a famous a famous book by a famous chemist inherited by two famous chemists in succession, and now it's come to me. So I don't know what that says, but it's like it feels like I have a little piece of history.
I mean, those academic lineages are super important.
Yeah.
So that is kind of, and especially, uh, that's kind of multi-generational. That's two generations.
Yeah, and to come back a little bit full circle, Dr. Wilson's PhD advisor was Linus Pauling, who we encountered before, and actually his Linus Pauling's most famous book is that blue book, The Nature of the Chemical Bond, uh, the subject matter of which basically won him the Nobel Prize in 1950 something. I think 19 no, I think it was earlier than that, 1930s maybe. But that's a really famous textbook, definitely very out of date, but one of those books that I knew I just had to when I saw it, I had to, whether I was going to read it or not, it was something I had to keep a hold of.
All right, so we're now going to this second shelf here.
Mhm.
And, or actually, no, there's a few more that are on the side, so we can cover
Okay.
these first briefly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's much here that I want to highlight.
Okay.
The quantum mechanics book there, that's white, classical theory of fields, that's a series of theoretical physics books, kind of graduate level books by Landau and Lifshitz, who were, I believe, based in the Soviet Union. So these are old textbooks, but they're still really heavily used. Yeah.
So you want to skip to the next shelf?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think, I think we can kind of skip over this first shelf here. There's, you can see another one of the um by Bach Jr. It's on the right hand stack, just above the center. Yeah, that one. That's another one of those students' guides. So infinite sequences and series are, you encounter them usually in your second calculus course. Again, anyone that's wants to refresh on that sort of thing, or is maybe taking that sort of course now, that's another one of the, that kind of like really good, a student's guide series of books that I could recommend strongly. There's two more advanced ones, the from that same series, the Fourier transform student's guide, and then the numerical methods student's guide are also both very good. A little bit more advanced though.
The Discoverers and the Creators by Borston. Have you read those?
I have not. I actually just picked those up, probably ill-advised, because I'm not going to be able to bring them with me to, they'll have to stay in this room basically,
Hmm.
because I'm moving soon. But uh I had, those were kind of the books that I'd seen at bookstores and hadn't picked them up before, but for whatever reason, about a month ago, they kind of called my name, and they're both, so the Discoverers, if I remember correctly, is a kind of a history of science almost. And the Creators is kind of a history of art.
Hmm.
So they're kind of complementary in that respect.
Okay, so we can jump to the next shelf.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did take these, retake these, so they're a little darker than the other ones, but we can start down here. Anything that jumps out to you?
Um, Not really. Darwin's Dangerous Idea is a really famous book. It's a little bit blurred, but it's on the top there. Um, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
right by your cursor, by Dan Dennett. It's just, I read it quite a while ago, probably 10 or 15 years ago. But it's a really good book by a philosopher, Dan Dennett. Um, Sort of a philosopher's perspective on evolutionary theory. Um, which evolutionary theory is like about as close as you get to philosophy and biology these days. There's actually quite a bit of overlap, and that's a really good sort of conceptual book on the subject that's not too technical.
Okay.
Yeah, we can go to the next shelf.
Okay.
Um, what I would, the best book on that shelf, I think, is Plagues Upon the Earth um, that yellow book. Kyle Harper. He also wrote, same author wrote a book on the fall of the Roman Empire. That is like from the hypothesis being that disease was a major component in what caused the Roman Empire to fall. And Plagues Upon the Earth is really kind of a history of disease and its influence on human history. Um,
What about this one?
yeah,
How not to kill yourself?
yeah. So that book is by Clancy Martin, who is a philosopher at I think I think it's a branch campus of University of Minnesota, maybe University of Minnesota Twin Cities, which I'm actually not sure is a branch campus. Um, but he's someone who has struggled with suicidality throughout his life. I think his father also, I believe, killed himself or died in the hospital or something. And this was kind of like it's part it's a weird kind of book. It's like it's a half like how to manual, or like I guess how to not manual, and half kind of philosophical exploration of, I think the subtitle, which is not on the spine there, is like a portrait of the suicidal mind. So it's kind of his introspection, philosophical kind of analysis of what that uh sort of what it was like to be kind of in his mind over these years. Um,
I also wanted to ask you about the how to ADHD and the irrationals.
yeah. So, the How to ADHD is a book that just came out fairly recently. Jessica McCabe wrote it. She's a YouTuber, who has ADHD. Um, Probably not a surprise because of the fact that I have the book that I have ADHD as well. Was diagnosed in grad school, and it's one of those things that I feel like it's you just need to understand how your mind works and be able to use the strengths that you have. And that was kind of what that book tries to do. In my opinion, it's a lot of it is kind of like uh strategies of how to do things that work for the ADHD brain, which are like the sort of organizing strategies that work well for neurotypical brains, are that you might find in like a lot of self-help books, or actually just they're not effective for ADHD people with ADHD. And
Mhm.
people with ADHD get frustrated that I can't get the scheduling thing to work because it's not that particular scheduling style is not designed for someone with ADHD. And so that's more of kind of like that book is about how you uh approach your brain in a way that allows you to actually develop effective solutions.
Mm. And
And the irrationals, that book, I can see why you maybe highlighted it, because it sounds like it's maybe a psychology book. It's actually about irrational numbers. Um,
oh well,
so it's actually a it's one of those books that's kind of out of place. Um, on what is in retrospect kind of a relatively psychology heavy shelf.
yeah, I was
Um,
gonna say I felt like we really made a transition from the previous material.
yeah, no, that one's just it's just randomly placed. Um, I haven't read that book yet. Um,
Okay.
uh,
I
but
th- I think I've seen this Plato Complete Works in most of the libraries I've toured. Actually, it's a very famous sort of. It's the one to get, so very recognizable.
yeah. So, and I've not read everything that Plato's written. and I've read a lot of it in like separate books. I think I picked up that one when I was moving from undergrad to grad school, and I wanted to sell the collections that I had of Plato that ended up meaning that I had like duplicates of things, because usually I have multiple dialogues in a book, and that was just to have them all in one place.
There was one other one I wanted to ask you about, is where the conflict really lies.
Yes, so I haven't read that one. It's by Alvin Plantinga. I think that's how you pronounce his name. I think it's like he's an American philosopher at Notre Dame, the last I heard. Um, and the book is about philosophy of religion, and the kind of the meaning of the title is that the assertion is commonly that there's a conflict between science and religion, and what Plantinga is kind of saying is the real conflict is with science and atheism. Um, I kind of picked that book up after reading a lot of the um kind of new atheist books that came out in the mid to late 2000s, and as kind of a balance, but I just never got around to reading it. So I can't really say how convincing I find the arguments, because I actually don't know what they are.
Okay. So we got the next shelf here. Anything stand out to you?
Let's see. That it's called On Politics. It's that the three circles that you see on, yeah, that one. That is a really good history of political philosophy by Alan Ryan. Um, I picked that book, or I picked up a version of that book in undergrad, and then I had it on like a to read list. And my brother was getting me books for books for Christmas, and had looked at my to read list and didn't realize that the to read list also includes things that I have but haven't read yet. So he got me that copy, and so I sold the other copy and kept that one and read that one. Um, the other things that I would highlight on that shelf, that Greek textbook is from that's ancient Greek, basically. Good textbook. Haven't read it all the way through. I took one semester of ancient Greek before switching to Latin in college. But it's just a book that I kept around as much because part of my self wants to convince myself that I'll go back and actually learn ancient Greek. That's probably not true, but I've kept it around as a memento. Uh, Regardless. And I think that's it from what I would highlight on that shelf.
Yeah. Back to some more science stuff now.
Yeah, so we're getting back to some chemistry. The methods in enzymology textbooks is a textbook series that has been written since like the 1960s. And they're edited volumes, so they are like how-to guides often, and like methods of how you do a particular kind of experiment. Um, and so that one that's a little bit covered up says biomembranes. So it's like how cellular membranes are manipulated and how to do experiments with them. Um, there's there's one of them that you can probably figure out exactly what I do. I won't tell you which one it is, but it's like very close to like my core research interests. But they're all kind of, some of them are more general than others. Some of them are cover a wide range of subjects, but they're always kind of thematic. And you can see the numbers on them are the editions. So that 494 textbook was probably written in 2010, and they had 494 textbooks from that textbook series that had been out to that extent. So you can get a sense of how extensive that series actually is. Yeah, and as far as I know, there's no plans to stop writing them. Although most of the people that write chapters from those textbooks they're doing a favor for someone that's editing the textbook to really get it together, because they tend not to get a lot of citations. Which are citation means that's what someone has referred back to your chapter from that textbook or something and said, like, it's like a literature citation. If that makes sense.
I mean, I would assume that in the methodology section of a paper you publish doing an experiment, you might reference a book like this.
Right. Or if you wanted to make some general claim about, this is a property that's common in enzymes, this is how you would manipulate this enzyme, you might cite something from Methods in Enzymology. But I think nowadays people go less often to textbooks and more often to like review articles that are in the literature, that are in like scientific journals. One is not necessarily more legitimate than the other, but it's just like you have more easy access to the journal articles most of the time. That global warming primer, that is a really good book. That is, if you want a short kind of like primer of global warming, and it covers a lot of kind of the explanations for why a lot of the kind of facile counter arguments that you hear about, like, that, I don't know, stereotypically your uncle brings up at Thanksgiving dinner or something. It covers a lot of them and goes into detail about, like, this is why we know the thing that we know. So, like, for example, why do we know that the increase in CO2 in the atmosphere is coming from fossil fuels? Like that's explained in there, for instance. And the answer is that it's the isotopic constitution of the CO2 in the atmosphere. The mixtures of the different kinds of carbon atoms that you find in the atmosphere matches the mixture that you see in fossil fuels. So it's basically largely non-technical, assumes some scientific background, but yeah, I would strongly recommend that if you want to read a short summary of where that field stands. That the only other one I would highlight on this shelf is that Introduction to Molecular Orbitals, it's the black book. Yeah, right there. This was a subject that so it's by a series of French authors and translated, I think, by Burnett, who's the third author on that series. That's a really good book that I tried to read in undergrad, but failed to get through because I didn't understand it. I returned to it in grad school and absolutely loved it. It's technical, but it doesn't go deeply into mathematics. It's more visual, I guess.
Mhm.
It would be very hard to explain exactly what it's about, but it's if you want a book on molecular orbitals, you have kind of a chemistry background, but you don't want to go into quantum mechanics of it, that's a good textbook. All right. So this is a lot of biochemistry. Um, the that enzyme kinetics textbook, the blue one, yeah, that you're hovering over there. That's a pretty old text. It's from the 1970s. People talk about it as kind of like the encyclopedia of enzyme kinetics. So kinetics is basically a branch of chemistry where you're studying how fast reactions occur and studying the rules by which the rate of the reaction varies when you change concentration of different chemicals that are reacting. And so you can use that as a way of diagnosing reaction mechanisms, as a kind of complement to spectroscopy. So that book I've read parts of and I've referenced a lot, but haven't read cover to cover. The enzymes textbook that's right next to it is very similar. So the one that I would also highlight on this shelf, if there is anyone that happens to, oh, actually, the one I think I would really highlight is actually up higher on the, yeah. So it's like a brick red, the physical methods and bioinorganic chemistry. Um, this is if you're studying enzymes, proteins that have metal atoms embedded in them, which is kind of a branch of chemistry called bioinorganic chemistry.
Sounds like an oxymoron.
Yeah, I know, right? But it's like so. Enzymes classically are made out of amino acids, which have a certain range of chemical transformations that they can perform. But a lot of enzymes actually substitute or kind of augment that capability with non-amino acid, what are called cofactors that are embedded in the enzyme, and can often be things like metal atoms or metal ions. And that is what the nuts and bolts of bioinorganic chemistry is. And so that's kind of like an edited volume, also by university science books, of uh, methodological approaches or experimental approaches for uh, bioinorganic chemistry that everyone that I know that has that book loves it.
What is just briefly the common sort of like real life application or just application of protein purification? And just as an example, like if you're drinking a protein shake that has like milk proteins,
Mhm.
would that be an example of this? Or I don't know, that just came to mind because I just got back from the gym, but
Yeah, so I think you can, common approach in biochemistry is you know that some sort of reaction is going on in the cell, um, but you don't know what enzyme catalyst is responsible for that reaction. And you can break open the cell. There are a variety of ways of doing that, and then show that you can get that reaction to occur in a test tube. But then the additional question is, what is the protein that's responsible? What is the enzyme or protein responsible for that reaction that's catalyzing that reaction? And protein purification is basically just how you separate all the proteins that you're not interested in studying from the protein that you're interested in studying. And usually you want to work with a purified protein where it's one type of protein and it is can be studied without all these other kind of conflicting proteins in the solution. So to go with your example of milk, like a milk protein. So like casein is a famous milk protein. If you wanted to solve the three-dimensional structure, how this amino acid sequence folds up into a three-dimensional structure of a protein, which could be interesting for a lot of different applications, you'd have to separate that casein protein from all the other proteins that might be in like milk, for example. And so protein purification is just a different methodological ways of how do you separate the protein you're interested in from everything else so you can just study the protein you're interested in.
Are the proteins within the cells?
Usually. There are some proteins that get excreted from the cell, but most proteins, particularly in my line of work, most proteins are intracellular.
So the metaphor that I'm sort of imagining is you have like those plastic Easter eggs that crack in half, and you sort of need to crack each cell in half. And then there's yarn that's sort of bundled up, different colors of yarn, each bundled up into their own kind of ball. And you need to, if the casein is like the red ball of yarn, you need to get those and isolate those and get rid of the blue and the green bundles of yarn.
Right. So you can't, of course, just like reach into the test tube and pull out the red yarn. You have to find different methods of excluding from a sample the yellow yarn and the blue yarn.
Mm-hmm.
You're picking out, you just want that one protein.
Mm-hmm.
And separate from everything else.
All right, so we're now, can zoom out for a second. We're now turning the corner and we're now looking at bookcase number 3. So here we are on top of the bookcase here.
So I think I would highlight on this, of everything in that stack, what I would highlight are 2 books that I really liked were EPR Fundamentals. So EPR is that electron paramagnetic resonance that we kind of touched on before. It's about this magnetic spin of electrons. That's a really good textbook I found for someone that doesn't has a quantum understands quantum mechanics to some extent, isn't necessarily an expert in that subject, but wants to learn the mathematics of EPR. That's my favorite textbook on that subject. The other red EPR textbook that's on the second stack, the one on the right, is that Electron Paramagnetic Resonance by Weil and Bolton. That's a good textbook that's more for the inorganic chemist rather than the biochemist. Actually, the one other textbook that I would highlight is right next to that electron paramagnetic resonance textbook. The white textbook that has kind of like these blue and that one. That's another book by Peter Atkins. That he's one of the authors on. That's a really good quantum chemistry textbook. So it's approaching quantum mechanics and its application in chemistry. I read that one in grad school, and I think it was the first quantum mechanics textbook that I read, and found it really accessible from someone who's not actually a physicist.
What about this Intro to Computational Chemistry?
That one, that's the Jensen textbook, I think.
Yep.
I haven't read that one yet. There's a different quantum or computational chemistry textbook that's by, what is his name? It's not in the stack, but that's the two quantum or computational chemistry textbooks that I have. And that Jensen textbook that's in this stack is the one that I happen to have not read.
Okay.
Um,
There's also kind of an interesting AI book here, or you have any thoughts on that one? Or
that's yeah. So I haven't read that one. I need like I feel like I need to at least understand well how AI works because it's going to become a part of my job whether I want it to or not. And that's one of the textbooks that I picked up recently.
it almost looks like a graphic novel.
Yeah, so it's by this the it's called No Starch Press is the you can kind of see the little icon with the um uh iron on it, or the
Ironing,
yeah, the iron,
old
uh,
school.
yeah, those are relatively cheap textbooks on various computer science subjects,
Hmm.
that the ones that I've read I've really liked. And again, they're cheap and accessible and usually written for someone who really doesn't understand the subject and are non-technical in that respect.
This sort of foreshadows a future shelf, your Springers, and I've always been interested in combinatorics and graph theory, so this one stood out to me.
Yeah, so that's another one that's I've read some graph theory textbooks. I haven't read that one yet. I want to get into eventually. Graph theory, if for probably the majority of people who don't know what it is basically um how to explain it. It's like
I think of it kind of like airlines and or planes going to different airports, and like you need to get how many hops does it take to get to another airport, or how many a hub and spoke model.
right. So it's like the most famous problem in graph theory is I'm going to butcher the name of the
Traveling
city.
salesman.
No, I think it might be it might be like isomorphous with that. But it's the bridges of Königsberg.
Oh yeah.
Um, where it like the Königsberg is now Kaliningrad, I think. Um, uh, but it's in kind of like it's an alcove um in the middle of Poland, but it's actually part of Russia. That the mathematical problem is there are like seven bridges or something and three islands. And how do you cross all seven bridges without crossing the same bridge twice?
Hmm.
And so it's those sorts of problems that come up. It sounds like a really niche mathematical subject, but as you alluded to, it comes up with all sorts of like modern problems, like how do you find the most efficient? How does your Uber driver's app find the most efficient route to from picking up person A and dropping off them at this location and picking up person B and dropping them off at this location?
Six
So,
Degrees of Kevin Bacon is another.
oh, okay, yeah,
Like, oh, how do I? It's kind of like you were saying, small world earlier. It's like how many people kind of exist in the social network between two people, and like on Facebook, they have their recommendation engine for people. So like they'll recommend friends to you based on who you're most likely to be friends with, based on who all your other friends are friends with.
right. Yeah, yeah. So like the to draw the analogy to the bridges problem, it's like the um connection is like the Facebook friendship, and then the individual friends would be like the islands, and then the bridges would be like the the relationship of being Facebook friends with from a person A to person B. Um, so that comes up actually a lot. Graph theory comes up a lot in metabolic models because you think about like um different reactions as being the bridges, so to speak, between different chemical intermediates. Um, and so those end up being a graph where you have these nodes, which are the chemical intermediates, and then you have the reaction connecting the two chemical intermediates, which is the so-called edges, which are basically the bridges and the analogy that we've been pursuing. Um,
Yeah, I remember in some of the med school stuff I was telling you about before we started recording, there's a lot of like med students have to memorize these pathways, these like 5, 10, 15 step pathways of like, a lot of people think of like hormones like testosterone, for example, and think, oh, like there's this one thing and it does this, it's like a one step and it creates the beard or whatever, but it's
mm,
actually a whole step of, a dozen or more steps, and it's like a very complex flow chart.
right. And so like if you want to figure out whether you can get from steroid hormone A to steroid hormone C in less than 3 chemical steps or something. And that would be like a graph theory problem.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay, so we can go down to the next shelf here.
yep. Um, let's see. There's a lot of microbiology on this shelf, a lot of, well, I guess, microbial physiology on this shelf. Um,
What does that mean, autotropic? Autotrophic?
yeah, so an an autotroph is a organism that gets its carbon from CO2. So plants are like the classic autotrophic organism. And I in high school I used to associate being an autotroph with just photosynthesis. There are actually a lot of different ways of fixing carbon dioxide. There's I think 7 different metabolic pathways that do it. One of which is the Calvin cycle, which is what plants use. Um, and most of those pathways are microbial. Um, so a heterotroph is an organism that gets its uh, carbon from organic compounds. And basically, an autotroph is an organism that gets its carbon that it used to grow and make itself from CO2.
Hmm.
Um, the a book that I would kind of highlight on here is that Green book, the Green Springer book, Principles of Microbial Metabolism and Metabolic Ecology. I know the author of that book. Um, I don't know him well, but I do know him, and he's really smart guy. He's a professor. Alfred Sporman is a professor at Stanford. Teaches their microbial physiology class, and this was kind of his condensed course into a textbook. Um, which it has a fair number of typos in it. But particularly if you're familiar with the subject matter to some extent already and can spot the typos, it's a really enlightening book.
Is ecology I mean, I haven't seen that in a lot of titles in the other books. Is that a more recent vintage in terms of thinking about ecology at that level?
Yeah, so there's a lot of so there's what people refer to as microbial ecology, where just like you might study like interactions between deer and wolves or something, like trophic interactions between them, where it's how are they getting their energy, what flows from the plants to the deer to the wolf, um, as one consumes the other. Studying that in microbes, that field has been around for a while, but it's really taken off in the last 20 years or so because of the ability to study microbes that we haven't actually cultivated yet. Um, be able to extract, you can basically do something where you're extracting DNA from mud or let's say you're not separating out the bacteria that are in the mud. You're just extracting all the DNA and then you sequence it. So you figure out what the genetic sequence of the letters in the DNA is. And then you reassemble that into a um the complete genomic sequence of the organism uh that you have not even isolated yet and not even separated from the other organisms yet. And so that sort of so-called metagenomics, META GENOMICS. Um, that approach has taken off in the past 20 years or so and really made microbial ecology, really revolutionized microbial ecology.
Mm.
And Alfred's book is basically about studying microbial metabolism and integrating that into this microbial ecology framework.
The thing that I always think of with ecology is like if you're eating tuna because it eats smaller fish, the mercury
Mm.
from the smaller fish kind of accumulate in the larger fish. And then if you eat too much of that, you will get a dangerous amount of heavy metals or mercury.
Right. Yeah. So it's like it's one of the applications of that. And so actually that's a great example because that the fact that mercury accumulates in fish is actually it's a methylated form of mercury. So it's a form of mercury that has a carbon atom with three hydrogen atoms attached to it um, on the mercury atom. That's a microbial process. And then the sort of the plankton, the smallest organisms in the ocean consume uh, kind of bioconcentrate that methylated mercury, and then the smaller fish eat the plankton, smaller fish, and because it's hard to eliminate that mercury, um, it's the reason why you don't want to eat tuna more than several times a week, maybe more than a couple times a week,
Yeah.
because they're these sort of like they're high mercury levels because they're carnivorous fish. But it's kind of applications like that. The reasons why we study ecology more than just like basic interest. It has a lot of impacts on human health and um, uh, economics as well.
This book looks kind of cool. Milestones in Microbiology.
Oh, sorry. Can you say that again?
This looks kind of interesting. Milestones in Microbiology, 1546 to 1940.
Yeah, so that's like a compendium of um, microbiological papers. Of course, kind of the early microbiological papers um, that were published in journals that are kind of during the period where microbiology was sort of forming and maturing as a discipline. the most important selected papers from that process.
Hmm.
And so actually the person who compiled that book, Thomas Brock, um, is my so-called academic grandfather. Or yeah, I guess academic grandfather. He was, or no, great grandfather. So he's not my great grandfather. What I mean by that is he trained my undergrad professor's PhD advisor. So if like my academic grandfather is my person, the person who trained the person who trained me, then the person who trained that person is Thomas Brock. So people talk about like academic lineage um as, or in the snooty version of his academic pedigree. Um but it's not so much an interesting from knowing that, like having like a stamp of approval for being trained by that person, but knowing how the knowledge got to you is kind of just an interesting. It's interesting that I find it just like conceptually interesting that this I within my network, so to speak, of training relationships, you go back far enough and you find people like Thomas Brock, who was really the founder of microbial ecology.
Okay, so we're jumping to the next shelf here.
Mhm.
Does anything stand out?
That so the book that says Biochemical Pathways, um, and it's an atlas of biochemistry, is I think the subtitle of it. Um, you, this was my high school AP biology teacher had this book in basically chart form. So there's a wall chart, famous wall chart, uh, that basically has most of this book just like plotted on one giant chart. And I remember looking at it in high school and thinking that like it has all of the biochemical pathways on it, at least in animals, most of them in animals. And it looked like from the first Star Wars movie, like the schematics for the Death Star.
Oh,
And I
wow.
remember it was just, it had this really formative, like I fell in love with metabolism and biochemistry at that point. So I got that book. I think I must have been a freshman or sophomore in college. And it's not the sort of book that it makes sense to read all the way through, but I did read it all the way through. Just because that's the sort of learning approach that I had at that time. But it's I don't pull it out to reference it very much. I just Google things uh when I need to look them up more often than anything else. But it's, yeah, I think it was a present from my dad for my birthday or something. Um
How would somebody find that poster?
I tried very hard to get a hold of it, and I don't know how you get a hold of that poster.
So
But
is
it
there a small version of it in the book, or?
no. So it's like when I looked at because I wanted this poster. And I Roche Scientific, which is Roche, um is a company that used to make the poster, and you could like request it from them, and supposedly they would give it to you if they saw that you were from like an academic background or something. But I tried that and it didn't work. They just never replied to me. So I don't know how you get the poster nowadays.
Do they still exist?
Whether it's, yeah, well, whether they still print it or not, I don't know, because it's more of kind of like a that poster, rather than being something that's actually useful, is more like, this is how big and complicated biochemistry actually is.
Hmm.
Um, and it's like I said, it looked like a maze, like a science fiction kind of like maze. And I still remember that from high school as being like pointing me along the lines of like what I actually want to do.
Is there a name of the poster? Is it known as something in particular?
Biochemical Pathways wall chart. If you Google that, you'll probably pull up some version of it.
Hmm. Well, maybe somebody in the audience can help us out and try to find that, because I kind of want to maybe get a copy of that poster also.
If you can figure out how to get a copy of it, let me know too. So I would love one as well.
Okay, I'll put that in the intro to see if somebody can find that or has a connection at Roche
Mhm.
um, to help us out with that. So, this protein architecture one also caught my eye.
Yeah, so it's like a structural protein structure, introduction to protein structure. So proteins are made of a linear sequence of chemicals called amino acids, but they fold up into three-dimensional shapes. And how you analyze those shapes, how you understand how the relationship to function. Yeah, so that's a little small protein that you might be able to see is a little blurry on the spine there. That kind of spirally part is called an alpha helix, and they're actually arrows or beta pleated sheets, parallel beta sheets. Basically, they're in that figure. They don't actually look like that, but that's how we schematize, like symbolize them basically. So that book is it was a recommended textbook for a molecular modeling class that I was taking in undergrad. That was studying protein structure. But
Flavonoids. That's good.
yes, so flavonoids are like or I've heard it pronounced either way,
Oh, okay.
but they're uh compounds that plants make that uh produce pretty vibrant colors, and have a lot of poorly understood health effects where we know that they're relevant, but we don't know exactly how to use that to manipulate and better human health, is my understanding of that field at this time. But um
Isn't this kind of a famous book, Life's Ratchet?
kind of. I didn't think it was actually that good. It's kind of about it's a non-technical book about um physics and biology. So a ratchet being like the sort of tool where you can uh what is it like? I mean, a lot of people are probably familiar with what a ratchet is, right? Where it's like you're turning like a nut or something, and it makes it so it's irreversible. You can push in one direction to tighten the nut, but you can't push in the other direction to like untighten it, so you don't go backwards as you're trying to. This is a way of making tightening a nut easier. And the analogy there, or the metaphor there, is um molecular machines that are made of proteins, uh how they perform these tasks in a simple but like mindless way. They're not like autonomous thinking entities, but they're performing these tasks like moving a organelle. So I don't know, like a ribosome or something, from one end to the cell to the other, and how do they do that without in a way where they're actually appearing to be doing something deliberately, without being conscious, as far as we know, entities. I think the other book I would highlight here is that baby blue book, Natural Product Biosynthesis. So that is like the late Chris Walsh, who was a professor. He was a professor at Harvard Medical School. So Yi Tang is one of his uh, um, academic descendants, so to speak. I think he did grad school with Chris Walsh, and now I think he's a professor at, I want to say, UCLA. But Chris Walsh passed away about a year, 2 years ago. He happens to also be in my kind of academic lineage. He was my grad school advisor's postdoctoral advisor. When he was alive, he was probably the most famous living enzymologist. He was just really this sort of towering figure, and particularly biosynthesis of complex chemical molecules.
What is an entomologist?
The enzymologist is someone who studies how enzymes function. So enzymes being proteins that are biological usually proteins, sometimes RNA. But how these biological catalysts function, the reactions they catalyze, both the diversity of the reactions they catalyze and how they actually mechanistically catalyze those reactions. And then also enzyme kinetics is a branch of enzymology as well, where you're studying the rates of enzymatic reactions.
This one looks kind of cool, the medicinal natural products.
Yeah, so that's a very similar book. Both of those books were from a course that I was a teaching fellow for in grad school on biological synthesis, or basically just biosynthesis. They're both very similar books, in that they're about how these like the antioxidants that are in tea, let's say, the antioxidants that we hear about in like the news and what have you. How are those made from smaller building blocks by plants or microbes? How are antibiotics made, which are small molecules that are used to kill bacteria? How are those made from smaller common components in the cell? And that's basically what understanding natural product biosynthesis is.
So I put into ChatGPT, I figured out the guy that my dad worked with. His name's David R. Walt, and he's at the he was at Tufts from 1981 to 2017, is now affiliated with Harvard Medical School, Brigham and Women's Hospital, credited with inventing microwell array technology that enabled massively parallel genetic analysis and helped make DNA sequencing far more affordable and widely accessible. He's also a scientific founder of Illumina, the company whose instruments became dominant in genomic analysis.
Yeah, so that sort of what we call DNA sequencing is that approach for DNA sequencing is called next generation sequencing, although we've continued to call it next generation sequencing, even though it's been around for probably 20 years at this point. But it's just like GPT said, it was one of the transformational processes and inventions that just allowed us to be able to sequence a human genome for $1,000, where you can theoretically do it for a patient now. Whereas the Human Genome Project in the 1990s was like took 10 years to do and was billions of dollars. So actually, a fun fact is, um, to sequence a human genome, what determines the cost of doing that is mostly the data analysis now and not the actual sequencing. So that's how good we've gotten at sequencing, efficient sequencing from those companies like Illumina, that really revolutionized how we did that.
How much does the data analysis cost roughly?
Uh, I'm not sure. I mean, you can. Last I heard, a human genome to sequence it, like to sequence like a patient's genome and be able to use it, was like $1,000. Now that was probably 7 years ago. I don't know if it's gotten cheaper and since then. But the data analysis was like hundreds of dollars. Is my memory of it. But this is based on my like uh what the state of the art was when I was in grad school in like 2000, early grad school in like 2018, 2019.
Hmm.
Um
Apparently, it's Stephen R. Walsh, right?
Chris Walsh.
Chris. Okay, so I guess there's multiple Walshes. So, anyways,
Yeah.
anything on this shelf?
Um I don't think so. One of the few Stephen Jay Gould books that I have is on that shelf. Embarrassingly, I haven't read. He's a famous evolutionary biologist that wrote a lot of popular science books. I just haven't read many of them.
Do you talk about Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory? Is
Yeah.
that famous?
Yeah, so Cold Spring Harbor Laboratories, I believe in New York. It's a, I think, privately funded laboratory. I'm not certain about that, but I think it's associated with some university, but it's like a different institution. Um, it was most famous for, I think, molecular biology. Um, James Watson, one of the discoverers of the structure of DNA, was the director at one point. Um, it's just, and they still have like a lot of. It's almost as much as the research that they do. It's like the workshops that they run. So if you want to learn how to do advanced bacterial genetics, they have an advanced bacterial genetics workshop that you go and stay on site at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory and spend a month or something learning how to use cutting edge genetic manipulation of bacteria or something.
Hmm.
Um, so that's they also, they're pretty prolific publishers as well. So that was a really, which you were highlighting. There was a really old proteomics textbook from Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory that's thoroughly out of date, and I should probably get rid of it. But I still have it. Um, I think the other thing I would highlight is that black Principles of Biochemistry textbook, by Leninger. I think that's how you pronounce the name. Leh Gin. Yeah, something like that. Um, Linninger was a famous biochemist that started that textbook, and it's the first edition. Now he's long passed away, but that was my uh I bought that at the end of high school to start reading it through when I started reading kind of textbooks, just going through them cover to cover, outside of classes. That was one of the first textbooks that I got. So it was definitely something that was very, uh, I can't say that it's like a revolutionary textbook, but it has a special place in my heart.
I did a little lookup of Cold Springs Harbor in Laboratory in ChatGPT. It's one of the world's most influential centers for molecular biology and genetics research. Founded in 1890 on Long Island, New York, it evolved from a summer marine biology field station into a powerhouse of biomedical research, graduate education, and scientific publishing. It employs roughly 600 scientists, technicians, and graduate students. Its influence comes not just from discoveries, but its culture of conferences and training, which shaped much of 20th and 21st century biology.
Yeah, sounds about right. That kind of training is the sort of workshops that I was talking about, where, and they hold a lot of scientific meetings there too, on the specialized subjects in molecular biology.
Okay, so moving along to the next shelf here.
Yep.
Things stand out to you?
The thing that stands out most to me is yet another Chris Walsh textbook, on the far right end of the bookshelf. It's like a grayish green kind of. No, yeah, that one. Enzymatic reaction mechanisms. So this was also by Chris Walsh, who was the same person that baby blue textbook that it was on natural product biosynthesis. So the guy who was the postdoctoral mentor of my graduate advisor, yeah, that baby blue textbook is the other guy, or other one. So Chris Walsh apparently wrote this enzymatic reaction mechanism textbook when he was an assistant professor, and apparently everyone told him, my understanding of this is that everyone told him, don't write a book when you're an assistant professor. You need to be doing other things at that time. And he said, I want to write this book, so I'm going to do it. And it turned out to be just like a classic in the field. So it's kind of out of date now, but it's just it's one of those books that I haven't read, but I had to have a copy of it as like someone that really interested in enzymology.
Hmm.
The trying to think if there's
I was
anything.
going to ask you what redox means.
Yeah, so it's kind of, so there are two processes in chemistry that can be referred as reduction, which is increasing the number of electrons on a chemical, and oxidation, which is reducing, or I should rephrase that. It's confusing because oxidation is decreasing the number of electrons on a molecule. Reduction is increasing the number of electrons on a molecule. And redox biochemistry, redox is basically just reduction and oxidation shortened together into one kind of entity, where you're studying transfer of electrons from one molecule to another molecule. And so in biochemistry, this comes up, I mean, it's sort of ubiquitous, but it comes up a lot in understanding aging processes, reactive oxygen species, free radicals, how those harmful molecules are kind of neutralized in the body or manipulated in the body for useful ends. That's kind of redox biochemistry.
I also noticed the fungi one.
Yeah, I've had that book for a while. I haven't read it. I've been thinking about just giving it to my brother because he has gotten really into foraging for mushrooms. Foraging for edible mushrooms. Edible mushrooms.
Is he also a chemist, or?
He's an electrical engineer. But that's another one of those books that when I was more early undergrad, when I was less of a chemist and more of a biologist, more on the biology side of biochemistry, I had picked up that textbook to read and just never got around to it. Um,
What about this one, inferring phylogenies?
yeah, so phylogenies are the like family tree of organisms. So if you want to tell what is the closest relative of living relative of species wise of humans, so it turns out the answer is chimpanzees slash bonobos. Now you can tell that somewhat from the like bone structure of chimpanzees and bonobos, comparing that to human bone structure, for instance. But you can also tell that from the sequencing the DNA of bonobos and chimpanzees and sequencing the DNA of humans and comparing that. And so that's a very small problem in this field called phylogenetics. Um, but you can start to try to construct family trees of proteins or family trees of uh, large numbers of organisms, where this starts to become a computationally very difficult problem, or at least not straightforward problem. And so that is a kind of introductory textbook, and quite a good one, about methods of interpreting sequence data, DNA sequence data, to figure out what is the family relationship of different proteins to each other or different species to each other.
And now we're on the last shelf here of bookcase 3.
Yeah, all the really heavy micro or physically heavy microbiology textbooks. Um, so I think a cool thing to kind of point out is those two black textbooks that say Escherichia coli and Salmonella. So Escherichia coli is, I guess it's technically would be Escherichia coli, um, is E. coli. So you hear about an E. coli outbreak on the news or something. Now most E. coli is actually not, doesn't cause disease. We all have E. coli in our colons right now. Um, uh, but it's actually happens to be probably the best studied organism on the planet. It's kind of a what people refer to as a model organism for genetics and bacteria, model organism for physiology and bacteria. Every process that people want to study in bacteria, they basically study E. coli first. So this is a 2-volume uh, textbook that was written in, I think, 1997, I wanted to say. At least this edition of it. And it's just like 250 2,500 pages of just this one organism, basically. Summarizing even just at that time how much had been devoted encyclopedically to knowledge of just E. coli.
Do you know where the name comes from?
Yeah, so it's Theodore, I'm gonna butcher the name, Escherich or Escherich. He was a German microbiologist. So there's a common thing is you would name bacteria after, sometimes it's for property of the bacteria, sometimes it's the uh uh where they were found originally, where they're isolated from originally, and sometimes it's you want to, after isolating this bacterium, name it after someone you admire. And so Theodore Escherich was a German microbiologist that his name was given to that name of E. coli. Those kind of blue, those three blue gold print systematic bacteriology textbooks, I seriously used those once upon a time. So this was basically like, it's like a list of all the bacteria that had been isolated in pure culture from this particular family group of bacteria. Is each a different volume in that series. There's more of that series, but I got those in undergrad, and although I've referenced some of them quite a bit, they're like, that field moves so fast right now that they're kind of just uh obsolete books like immediately. But I did actually find use out of them at one point. It's just I kind of keep them around because I have one of many books I just don't want to get rid of, um for sentimental reasons as much as anything.
Could you talk about these two books, Biological Sequence Analysis and Cell Biology by the Numbers?
Yeah, so biological sequence analysis is a textbook on a branch of biology slash computer science called bioinformatics. Just bio and then informatics. It's how we study. So we now have like an enormous amount of data about embedded in computers now about DNA sequences, protein sequences, how these sequences are positioned next to each other and around each other, and how we basically analyze those sequences, the different mathematical models that we use for that, how we search for, let's say you have protein A, let's just call it protein A from humans, and you want to find the closest relative to protein A in a bacterium. So how you would go about doing that searching process on the computer and how those algorithms work. That's basically what that book is about. Cell biology by the numbers is, so I really like both of these authors. Ron Milo, he's in Israel, but I think he's at the Weizmann Institute in Israel, which for anyone who doesn't know is like their kind of like premier scientific institution. Um, he's a how to place him? He's like the best I can say is like a quantitative biologist where he just analyzes anything that has anything to do with quantitative aspects of biology or biochemistry. It's just, or metabolism, he's interested in. So he's done a lot of work on metabolic pathways and CO2 fixation, uh, engineering CO2 fixation, and for carbon capture. Rob Phillips is
Could you just define fixation there? Because I think that's kind of an important concept.
okay. Yeah. So plants, there's carbon dioxide, which is floating around the atmosphere, right? And plants, for instance, will take up that carbon dioxide and by photosynthesis convert it into organic compounds that are now, they're fixed in the sense that they're not free to just kind of float around the atmosphere anymore, basically. So if you want to do something like extract CO2 from the atmosphere, people will refer to that as like carbon capture. And you might be able to do that by biological processes. You might be able to do that by chemical processes. But these are all ways of taking the carbon dioxide and converting it into organic chemicals that could be useful to us in some way. Um, And so if you remember back to, we talked about autotrophic life at one point. Autotrophic life basically is life that takes the CO2 and fixes it, so to speak, into organic molecules. Um, yeah.
So it's just sort of taking it from a gas to a solid.
Gas to a solid or gas to a liquid.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that is no longer is, I guess that's the best way of thinking about it. Anything that's no longer free to just float away, so to speak.
Yeah.
I guess the non-technical way of thinking about it. Technically it's anything that's in a more reduced state than CO2, which basically means that it has more electrons associated with the carbon than CO2 has associated with the carbon. But that's a more kind of technical definition.
Were you going to say something about Rob Phillips?
Yeah, so he's a really interesting, also kind of like, I don't know, like I think his background is in physics. He's at Caltech, and he's kind of moved into more kind of like quantitative biochemistry, understanding the physics of biochemistry, and has written several really good didactic biophysics textbooks that I've really liked. And so that this whole book, Cell Biology by the Numbers, is basically about highlighting numerical aspects of biology that we don't think about very often. So like this may or may not make sense, but the at the neutral pH in a cell, where pH is a measure of the number of protons that are free to float around solution, that they sit down and, like in this book, they calculate how many free protons there would be per cell, per bacterial cell. And the answer is like surprisingly low. It's like 1 or something. And yet this is something that is affecting the physiology of the bacterium dramatically. It's just sort of highlighting these kind of eye-popping things that should feel like, at least to a biochemist, they feel like they should be obvious, but they're not obvious until someone actually points them out. And so this is kind of just like a series of case studies of eye-popping numerical aspects of cell biology that are call out for explanation.
Yeah, when I saw the title, I thought maybe it helps give sort of the order of magnitude of different things, where the numbers are so big that it's, or you never put it all together into one place, where it's sort of like you can get an intuition for all the different moving pieces and the like millions or billions or trillions.
Right. So it's like another thing that's calculated in the book is, so the machines inside cells that make proteins are called ribosomes. They're these big, fairly large, at least from the cellular level, molecular machines. And it's like someone could ask me, like, how many ribosomes are in a bacterial cell? And off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that. But you can sit down and calculate the number there should be, and based on that, how fast protein synthesis can actually occur in the cell. What is the maximum rate at which protein synthesis can occur in the cell? And it's just those sorts of like highlighting, as you noted, like order of magnitude questions that as a biochemist, I don't think about very often, but I really should.
I also wanted to ask you about, because I noted you actually have a number of these philosophy of biology books. I don't know if this is the most important one, but I was just curious, like, why you concerned yourself with that.
Yeah, so what philosophy of biology ends up being a lot at the end of the day is conceptual issues in evolutionary biology, which is incidentally the title of the book that's right below that.
I was going to ask you about
Uh,
this one also. I'm curious.
yeah, so it's like people talk about um what entities natural selection actually operates on. So one answer to that is that operates only on genes. Um, this is the thesis of Richard Dawkins' The Selfish Gene. Um, there are people that talk about like multiple levels of selection, so they operate on its individual genes that are picked out by natural selection, but also organisms and species and certain communities can be picked out by natural selection.
I think one of the big issues here is like, how do you explain human cooperative behavior and even self-sacrificial
Right.
behavior, and group selection is sort of the only explanation. So
Mhm.
that's been very uh that's been a big conflict, is like, is it mathematically possible for there to be group selection or not? And if there isn't, then how do you explain this stuff?
Right. So it's like when you're saying group selection, you mean right like the selection of like a
Dunbar's number tribe, or even a family or extended family.
yeah, so it's like a let's say you have like cooperative snails or something, right? Like if those snails are cooperating with each other, is it that community of snails that gets picked out by natural selection and selected because it's has the highest fitness? Or is it individual snails that get picked out? Or is it the genes within the snail's genomic sequence that are really the things that are being selected? Um, they're issues that are like I think I alluded to before that the closest you get in philosophy to biology is in evolutionary theory. And that's the point where the distinction between philosophy and biology is not clear.
Mhm.
And it's also like the point where you can see a recurring theme in philosophy being that once you get a sufficient amount of empirical basis for a philosophical field, people stop referring to it as philosophy and start referring to it as a science. For whatever reason, that's what. Uh, but then people forget the philosophical roots of like psychology, for instance, and the connections that are still between uh, those fields. Um,
Before we wrap up, could you say a bit about these concepts of robustness and evolvability?
yeah, so I haven't read that book all the way through. Robustness is basically about like um the context in which I'm most familiar with it and it's touched on in that book is uh um like let's say you I guess the maybe the best way of analogy is like a perturbation that you can inflict on a biological system. So
A
if you're
mutation in the genome, or like,
maybe I mean to some extent yes, but I think about it more in the context of like a biochemical perturbation where let's say so there's no reason why a doctor would do this, and the doctor who did do this would go to jail. But if they tested how much of cold saline you could inject into a person without causing their circulatory system to collapse, basically, because you've lowered their body temperature too much. Now, if you just inject a mil of saline, well, I mean, doctors do something like that all the time, right? A, a liter, maybe it depends on the rate at which it's introduced. But robustness is basically the ability of the biological system to absorb some sort of like perturbation, insult for lack of a better word, and readjust homeostatically back to a it's
Equilibrium.
right. So it's like it people talk about living systems as basically a one of the features of them is being they self-regulate and they reestablish, as you noted, equilibrium or steady states. And like, how much can you push on a biological system without causing it to break down? How much is it willing to tolerate? Um, whether it's suddenly increasing, doubling the amount of a particular compound and uh, a cell. How does that affect the cell's physiology? And how long does it take for the cell to readjust back to its baseline level?
I don't know if that's what this book was about. I was sort of on the fence about asking you about it, the origins of order.
Yeah,
Is that related to this?
it is somewhat. That's a book that I read, but I thoroughly did not understand. But I read it back. I tried to get through it back in undergrad. And never made it through. But it's that kind of like quantitative approach to biology and regulation in biological systems is something that I have a semi-professional interest in, but I'm not in any way, shape. I'm really am like an amateur in that particular field of biochemistry.
Okay, so is there anything you want to add? We basically finished bookcase 3 here, and so zooming out, we're wrapping up here for this session, and we'll continue up here with the Springers, which I'm excited to talk about next time.
Yep. The only thing I would add is for people who are interested in history, we will get to that. Most for whatever reason, the first part of the bookshelves as it kind of curves around this through the room is mostly just happened to mostly be science.
All right, so we're now in session 2. We're jumping back in. We went through the first 3 bookcases last time, and now we're going to look at bookcase 4, starting at the top with this cluster of Springer books that I briefly mentioned last time. So where do you want to get started with this bookshelf?
Yeah. So sorry, I'm trying to see the all the titles are kind of
Yeah, there's a lot
all
here.
3 books.
Maybe
Yeah.
this first stack, I don't know. I see Markov chains. That's a big one.
Yeah, so I think the I can maybe start where I had um basically started off with this Springer undergraduate mathematics textbook series, which are most of the books that you can see that have like a quarter is blue and then the rest light yellow. So there's this book called Linear Algebra Done Right. That's on the first shelf or first stack there.
Artists.
Yeah. So that
Oh, sorry, this one. Yeah,
oh,
Axler.
yeah, Axler. That it's a not an easy exactly an easy book to read because it comes up at linear algebra from a little bit of a different perspective than is usually done. But it's really a great, if kind of unconventional, didactic approach to linear algebra where it introduces these usually linear algebra you're working with these mathematical constructs called matrices and determinants of matrices, and this book really more focuses on the concepts of abstract vectors and abstract linear operators, which is kind of like a more fundamental approach to linear algebra, and then introduces those mathematical constructs that are useful for understanding them later. So it's maybe it's not necessarily a book that I would use for like supplementing a um, linear algebra course. But if you want to really understand like the abstract concepts, it's a really great book that kind of got me addicted to this textbook series.
Wow. Yes, I always wondered like how well, I guess that maybe that segues into some of these other ones or
Yeah. Um, so I kind of some of them I've read, some of them I haven't read. Um, because a lot of my textbook buying ends up being aspirational. But I ultimately plan to read everything that I actually buy. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep a hold of it. But the Markov chains is one that I've got, but I haven't read yet. Markov chains are kind of like these probabilistic um, patterns where it's like, let's say you have a genetic sequence of DNA, or so you have the letters of the DNA, and at position 5, you want to see the probability that that uh let's say that's the base letter A in that position mutates to a C. There's a certain probability associated with that. And then you want to see maybe what is the probability that it mutates from a C then having been an A to a T. And so Markov chains are these uh probabilistic models that allow you to um calculate these sort of like nested probabilities in a convenient way. Um, the ordinary differential equations book there was a big one, but I have read through it and liked it, and have been meaning to kind of go back through and really dig into some of the practice problems deeper. But
what what is it like reading a book like this when you're in school and it's part of a course and you have to do homework out of it versus reading it when it's just you're on your own and you're doing what you feel like you need to do for either to satisfy your curiosity or because maybe it has relevance to something you're researching or doing for work.
yeah, so when you're on your own, it's more it's you get the concepts and you can go through it a lot faster. Um, but the downside of it is that it's easy to convince yourself that you've mastered material that you have not mastered. Um, and so that's the reason why, like, what I like to do, I wouldn't say it's the most efficient way of approaching the learning the material, but I tend to read through the textbook and then go back chapter by chapter. So I've seen the material from front to cover as long as I feel like I conceptually get it. Um, I can kind of see the picture of the textbook, the like conceptual picture of the textbook, so to speak, and then I can go back and I now know the things that are important uh, to really focus on because I can see that they're conceptually foundational to the rest of the textbook.
Hmm.
Um, but it's that ends up taking a lot of time. Um, and it's not something that I do all that often, to be honest. Because I have fallen into, I think, the thrill to some degree of, ooh, new textbook. And like just moving on before I really mastered the material. And so I'll often then go back and like read multiple textbooks on the same subject, um, which is this like from a space standpoint and like a financial standpoint is probably not the most efficient way of approaching mastering the material, but it's what I enjoy. So
Definitely more fun that way.
yeah, but I want to go back through some of my math textbooks, and like I've had to kind of relearn some of the some material, and uh, remind myself. And I think that's just kind of common with a lot of advanced math. It doesn't get every aspect of it doesn't get embedded in your brain the way, at least embedded in my brain, the way like 2 + 2 = 4 is just like a axiom that's embedded in my brain. Um, I often will have to remind myself how I would solve like this differential equation, um, and have to look that up. But I think it's just memory isn't perfect, and um, uh, I will say that like reading multiple textbooks on the same subject is again not super efficient from a learning perspective, but it does give you different perspectives on the material and different perspectives on the notation that's used. And that is, I find I do get something extra out of doing that in particular, even if it's small relative to like the purpose of learning the material.
Yeah, I was going to say, I sometimes think of textbook knowledge as sort of commodity knowledge, but at the end of the day, it usually is written by one person, and they often do stamp a fair amount of their personality and interests into the text. And so you can find certain textbooks are surprisingly, even in a crowded field, substantially better than the rest of them.
Right.
And it constantly surprises me how that still happens, and it still happens in fields where there's like a ton of competition, and it feels like that shouldn't happen. The other thing, and I'm not sure if you've noticed this, but I always like to, if it's a really famous textbook or been around like 10 editions, I like to go back to the first edition and look at sort of the original uh, version of it, because I feel like sometimes it gets watered down over time, or sometimes a second author comes in. Sometimes you'll even have like a father-son, where the father wrote the original textbook, the son took it over 20 years later, and sometimes it gets mushy, or it gets kind of watered down, or loses some of the original spirit of it. So I've noticed that enough times where now, if I really like a textbook, or it's been around a long time, I will go back. And sometimes it's very difficult to find that first or second edition.
Yeah. Yeah, I often wonder about that, particularly with textbooks. That I guess I think about that kind of problem more in the cases of a textbook where it's a rather than like a math textbook, like say like a philosophy textbook or something,
Yep.
where you wonder how the arguments changed from the first edition to the fourth edition and what arguments changed. And it is because that's also kind of like a snapshot of that, what the author approved of conceptually, argument wise, at that particular time that they were putting out the edition of the textbook. You wonder how representative that is of the 50 years over the course they were um, doing that kind of textbook writing.
And sometimes they have, like, when they're in obscurity, they have a more unique voice. And then once they get very popular, the editors come in and they want to fiddle around, and they want to sometimes change examples, or the zeitgeist changes. And so things have to change. And sort of a funny example of this that just came up in another bookshelf tour recently is the Turing test, the famous AI test of, can you tell whether the response given to you is a human or an AI? And that was really the GPT-3 breakthrough, was when it definitively passed that test. The original Turing test, if you look it up on Wikipedia, is that that's actually not what it is. There's an original paper and it's slightly different. People can look it up if they want, but it's just funny how even very popular things can get sort of changed through time. And if you don't go back to the original, you wouldn't, or look up the history of it, you wouldn't know that.
Right, and it's definitely a word of caution to anyone that. So I have an interest in history of science, and I do have some textbooks that I keep around in different editions because I want to be able to tell what was the state of the knowledge or the representation of that knowledge at that particular time. And so you're working from a textbook that was maybe originally written in 2000 or 1970, but it's up to an edition where it's in 2005. And you can't take it as for granted that nothing has changed in the textbook in that time.
Do you have any that we might be coming to later that would be a good example of that?
Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Not on this particular shelf, I don't think, but I definitely have old textbooks that are no longer or kind of obsolete from a technical standpoint, but have value from a historical perspective.
Okay. All right, cool. So we can circle back when we get there then.
Yeah, so the one thing I should say about the Springer texts is that they do seem to be, I've noticed a lot of like my calculus textbook that I had for a non-math major in college was much more watered down and much more less mathematically rigorous. Not incorrect, but just it didn't give as many proofs. It just was trying to get you to be able to solve the problems rather than thinking about the material. Kind of something that I was alluded to before is the textbooks that were not for non-majors they were like trying to get you to be able to correctly solve a problem rather than necessarily solve it and know the basis for it and know the proof that was behind this theorem. It would just kind of give the theorem and say, like, you can check in this or the book sometimes the theorem would be there, but it would be in the appendix of the book rather than in line as a core component of what you're learning. And so these Springer mathematics texts are pretty rigorous, and like you don't necessarily it makes you think more, and for that reason it's probably not for an undergrad class that is for non-majors non-math majors, probably not as efficient from learning perspective. But you could make the argument that if you haven't read the proof, you don't have the theoretical justification for the theorem in the first place. Even if you don't remember all the proof, it's okay. But you've just seen through it once that, okay, that all works out statement wise. And so I really like the Springer text from that reason, which is why I've ended up purchasing and reading a bunch of them.
Do you have any thoughts on like there's slightly different designs to these?
Yeah, so the newer Springer texts are the underwriter text and mathematics series are the ones that have, as I noted before, like the first third is blue and then the rest is yellow. They used to be, so right under linear algebra done right is a linear algebra book called by Curtis that is also by it's also a Springer undergraduate text in mathematics, but it's just a more famous textbook that's older, and they seem to not like reprint them. So it's just an older style. That advanced linear algebra is actually a graduate text in mathematics. You can maybe see it has the G. It's a little blurry, but GTM rather than UTM. And then that Introduction to Hilbert Space is actually by Cambridge. It's not Springer at all. And some like Springer just has different textbook series for. There's like applied math. There's an applied math series that has a different kind of style to the textbook. There's like a university text, I think it's called, series, which is unclear what it still seems like it's intended for math majors at an undergraduate level, but it's just maybe it's just like they have a different editor, and so they have multiple editors working at once, multiple teams of editors working at once. So that like Calculus of Variations book, for instance, is I think university text. rather than a Springer undergraduate text in mathematics book. But I
This
also
looks like it says TAM or IAM.
yeah, so I think that's a text in applied mathematics.
Okay.
If I'm remembering correctly. But most of them there, I think, are the undergraduate mathematics texts, and they all are kind of similar in their style, but definitely in that similar in the sense that they are probably for math majors. They give the proofs in line with the theorems and are pretty mathematically rigorous.
You've also got this one, Springer, but looks like it's more physics or chemistry, maybe.
Yeah, so it's like a chemistry or physics. So non-equilibrium so most thermodynamics that you will learn in college, let's say, is equilibrium thermodynamics, where you can think of thermodynamics as just kind of the study of physical and chemical changes in the world, figuring out which ones actually happen spontaneously, which ones need energy input to happen. Most of that is like you're looking at changes relative to a equilibrium state, where, how to say the non-technical version of it's like where the so-called free energy of the state will not decrease any further, or free energy of the system doesn't decrease any further. So it's basically like saying that's got the systems, the physical system has gotten stuck in like a rut, and there's no, like, it's at the bottom of a valley or something conceptually, and it's not going to go anywhere unless it's pushed out of that kind of canyon or valley. Non-equilibrium thermodynamics is focused on like states that are, well, they're just non-equilibrium states. So they're not at the bottom of the valley, but they can be anywhere else, and it's more related. It's connected to often in ways like to rates of change rather than whether a change will need energy input or not. So it's always seemed like a kind of like a dark art to me to some degree. The conceptual foundations of it I don't understand very well, but I've used the findings of it. So that's a book that I've read partway through. As you can see you can see a bookmark in it, but it didn't quite come back to.
Are
But
there any famous examples of a like there's, baking soda and vinegar and you create the volcano. Is there any kind of classic example of a non-equilibrium system or situation?
yeah, so like living cells are non-equilibrium systems. So any the fact that you're alive means that your physiology has not come to equilibrium, basically. So there's what you might call homeostasis, which is just maintaining consistent conditions. And we sometimes end up calling that equilibrium in a physiological context. But from a thermodynamic context, it's definitely not equilibrium. Nothing some people will say like a phrase, I forget who originally said it, but it's like nothing interesting happens at equilibrium. It's just a reference state where things don't change anymore. And so the fact that you're growing, the fact that you're consuming food, the fact that you're excreting waste products and emitting heat, those are all signs that you're a non-equilibrium system. So actually most physical systems that we think about are actually non-equilibrium systems. But like life is perhaps like the it's the basis of my interest in the non-equilibrium systems, if nothing else. But it's the math ends up being a lot harder, and the physics is conceptually more difficult as soon as, like, there's a reason why people started studying thermodynamics, looking at the differences between a system that was somewhere removed from equilibrium and just looking at what happens as you change the equilibrium rather than the process by which you're changing the equilibrium.
Mhm. I noticed you've got a couple Harvard University Press titles here. I don't usually, I know they publish science stuff, but I associate them more obviously with the Lobes and the
Correct.
social sciences stuff. So I was kind of curious if you've noticed a pattern in what kind of science stuff and math stuff they do decide to publish.
Yeah, so I think that um that kind of assessment of their publishing interest kind of fits with what I've noticed too. That those red textbooks, those red Harvard textbooks is a series on thermodynamics. There's a small series of older textbooks that have been reprinted on thermodynamics. Um, so it's they're kind of oddballs out in the sense that they really aren't the sort of thing that Harvard prints very often, and they're not new textbooks, and they're very technical. But they're all on thermodynamics, and some of them, if are thermodynamics applied to biology, so-called bioenergetics. Um,
Is there anything else that stands out on this shelf?
Not really.
So now we're kind of switching gears into history finally.
Yeah. Some people will be pleased, perhaps. But so this is mostly Rome and the ancient European world, as you can kind of see. I apologize about some of the books being kind of doubled up. But the best book on this shelf is like an introduction to Roman and Greek history and like ancient history. It's really that Egypt, Greece, and Rome book that my my brother got for me. It's by Freeman. I think Philip Freeman, I think, perhaps, or might be mixing him up with a different ancient history author. But that one I have really fond memories of. I got it for Christmas, and like I remember sitting in this lounge, and that was in my grad school laboratory, with snow coming down outside early on a Saturday morning, and just reading through it as I was drinking my coffee. There was one person that said to me, like, I like those memories too, but I would prefer to have them at home on a Saturday. But I like to kind of split my time between reading and working when I'm at work, which is a luxury that not everyone has. But that Pax Romana, the Adrian Goldsworthy books are always really good. I probably have more of those by any single author on ancient history. I think some of the ancient history might be scattered all over the place, but this is probably the largest single chunk of it in the library.
Is there any particular approach or aspect you like about the Freeman book and Goldsworthy's?
Yeah, so it's the Freeman book is kind of chronological in the sense that it's chunked into 3 sections: well, Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Those roughly being the most kind of classical, so to speak, region. Time of Egypt was before Greek civilization even really got going, and then likewise for Greek civilization and Roman civilization. It is kind of like, that is a massive oversimplification, but they were kind of, it tries to take it in like a chronological approach that doesn't it is kind of it's more kind of narrative history, and I think I usually enjoy narrative history more than I do like thesis-based history, um, where you're exploring like an argument rather than just trying to say what happened and maybe make an opinion every once in a while. Um, but so if you're looking at like not like thesis-based history, that Empires and Barbarians book is a good example. It's by the same person that has that Fall of the Roman Empire book. That's right next to Pax Romana. And those are more kind of like exploring what do we actually know that happened and how I think it happened, rather than the story about how the sources tell the story.
Hmm.
So if you're the narrative, probably the most famous narrative ancient history books these days are by Tom Holland, which are not on this shelf, but we'll see them on the next shelf.
Okay. What about Turchin Historical Dynamics?
Yes, that is a brand new book now. Because I got a text from my brother a couple of weeks ago before Christmas that said, "Had you ever read any Turchin before?" And I said, "No, I have not." And it turned out this was a probing text because he wanted to figure out whether I had the book or not, so he could get it for me for Christmas, which is nowadays is a serious problem. Um, but that's one that he got me just this past Christmas. It sounds like it's a little bit of a controversial book from its like approach, perhaps, in that it's trying to understand the rise and fall of civilizations through like mathematical models. What it reminded me a lot of is, if anyone's read the Foundation series from Isaac Asimov, like one of the characters in that, I think it's Harry Seldon, it like has this like deterministic model of how history unfolds, and uses it to like predict the fall of this empire. And although I haven't read the Turchin book yet, and it's probably somewhat of a caricature of the approach, I mean, probably everyone agrees to some degrees that mathematical models are useful in understanding the world, whether it's in science or it's in history. But that you can like predict things. If that's the argument, then or you can readily predict contingent events. That might be more kind of controversial.
Yeah, I looked this up because I thought that's what it was about, but I hadn't heard this, I hadn't just thought about Turchin in a while. And I was kind of comparing it to what we just talked about with thermodynamics because, and I just want to read this from the AI, the little summary.
Okay.
So Turchin's Historical Dynamics, Why States Rise and Fall, Princeton University Press, 2003, is a foundational text for the field he later termed cliodynamics, CLIO, the quantitative model-based study of long-term social and political change. The book integrates ideas from population ecology, nonlinear dynamics, and macro sociology to build mathematical models of historical processes, especially the cycles of expansion, stability, and collapse in agrarian empires. Turchin asks, why do complex societies repeatedly experience cycles of integration and disintegration? He argues that patterns such as imperial expansion, civil war, and elite overproduction are not random, but follow measurable feedback loops between population pressure, social inequality, and political stability. And I think, systems theory and dynamic systems and loops and stuff, those kind of, I'm pretty sure those are used in chemistry also, right? But like those kind of models are maybe even a sort of a paradigm shift to bring those into history.
Yeah, so there's I think a good analogy here to the difference between equilibrium thermodynamics and non-equilibrium thermodynamics, where the equilibrium thermodynamics, you're interested in just the change between equilibrium and whatever non-equilibrium state you started in. And there are values, mathematical values that are just dependent on those two endpoints, called state functions. But with non-equilibrium thermodynamics, you're interested also in the so-called path that you take between the endpoints, which is a lot harder to predict uniquely. You have to make a lot of assumptions to be able to actually do so accurately. But it's just kind of like I definitely accept that, like, you can, like, mathematical data, like it's, and granted, I haven't read the book yet, and I
So I think where cut off was you were saying, granted, I haven't read the book.
right, which is always a great time to cut off. But the yeah, it's I think I would say that it's just, I'm aware of, like, some aspects of, like, controversy in the approach that Tertian takes to uh I guess prediction, but it's just something that I need to keep an eye on as I read the book. But I think it's like it's definitely an um interesting approach, that perhaps not everyone actually agrees with, but it's just, controversy is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
I would say one more thing on the previous. So I wanted to point out up top there, the Julian book. That's not Julian by Gore Vidal. That's Julian by Philip Friedman, which is a different Friedman than the other Egypt, Greece, and Rome book, I think. But it's one of those Yale Ancient Life series, which is really good, and actually got me to end up reading Gore Vidal's historical fiction, Julian. It's just a really fascinating character, Julian the Apostate. He was like the last pagan emperor of Rome, was baptized Christian, and then converted back to paganism, and was kind of like often seen as the point of no return for, as the West became kind of Christianized and moved away from paganism, like the last gasp for paganism, basically.
And that's what apostate means, is somebody who's kind of in one faith and then converts out of it.
Right. All right. So we've got on the left, we've got some more of the classic Roman or literature about ancient Rome. So we've got Gibbon's the three volumes, at least in this iteration, of the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, which are, they're obviously very long, and they run from about the time of the good emperors and the 2nd century AD, to the fall of Constantinople, to the Ottomans in 1453 or something. But just a classic book, or classic series of books that were written in the 18th century, and a lot of, like, the classic assumptions about Rome and the fall of Rome are ultimately Gibbon's originally, or at least he's most famous for it, articulating them. The I should point out that Marcus Aurelius book is the book we talked about last session by Donald Robertson. Is part of this Ancient Lives series. That's another good one that I would point out.
Anything else here? Tom Holland packs.
Yeah, so that's the three most famous, or three in series, Tom Holland books. The Rubicon on like the fall of the Republic dynasty, which is about the Julio-Claudian dynasty that succeeded the Republic. And then Pax, which is basically the Pax Romana, height of the Roman Empire, period between like the fall of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, or the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, and like Marcus Aurelius's time. I think it ends with Trajan, if I'm remembering correctly. Pax does, at least. And then there's some ancient Roman historical writing, Polybius there, and Appian. I think that's Appian and not Arrian. Yeah, I think the only other book that I would highlight on this shelf is SPQR, which is a pretty famous book. That was written by a very famous historian, Mary Beard. So if people, it's basically just kind of like a thematic history of Rome, short thematic history of Rome. SPQR stands for, I might mess up the declensions or the endings of the words here, but in Latin it's Senatu Populisque Romani, or Romana, which basically means property of the people and Senate of Rome. And so it was stamped on like things that belong to the Senate and population of Rome, or populace of Rome. So it's like, most famously in the modern time, like you can see people that have SPQR tattooed on their arm, often people that were in the military, because it was something that gladiators often had tattooed on their arm, as incidentally as slaves. But that Mary Beard book is like, if you want just a introduction, non-narrative introduction to Roman history, that's a good book to go with. And the last one I would highlight is that Palmyra book that's right next to SPQR. Sorry to make you zoom out. But Palmyra or Palmyra, some people say, is in it was a free city associated with the Roman Empire and what's now Syria. It had some just like the most exquisite ruins, ancient ruins in the world, and still does. This was written after, as kind of it's almost written as like a eulogy to Palmyra, because a lot of many of the most precious ruins and artifacts were destroyed deliberately by ISIS when they had captured that area, and I think they executed the director of the historical site. And so this book is originally by a French author that was translated in English, and the author is it was like dedicated to that director who had been executed, and then kind of like a eulogy for like the lost treasures of Palmyra, which are not entirely gone. Like you could still go there and see very interesting things, but there was a lot of damage done. All right, now
We're in a new cluster.
Science.
Yeah,
Yeah.
science.
And we'll be back to history before too long. But this is kind of quantitative biology and biochemical engineering, which is, I'm not an engineer, but I think that engineers have really cornered the market, so to speak, on how you understand biological systems quantitatively. And it's something that a lot of us non-engineer scientists can and do learn from. So there's a book in here that's what is it? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to read that metabolic engineering book is a really famous book by Greg Stephanopoulos, who was I think he's still on faculty he might be emeritus now, at MIT. I think he still operates a laboratory, if I'm to some degree, if I remember correctly. But it's kind of just this famous metabolic engineering textbook, almost encyclopedic, written in around, I think, 2000. So some of it's probably out of date, but I really enjoyed that book. The series of Sorrow textbooks, so SAURO, so I think it's Herbert Sorrow, is a professor at University of Washington, and I guess he self-published these books, which I don't know why, or if there was an attempt to get them to a publisher, but they were quite good. And I'm always a little bit leery of self-published books because the question comes up of like, why wouldn't a publisher publish this? But those were good. I liked them quite a bit. The Introduction to Systems Biology is by Yuri Alon, which is that skinny blue textbook. That's a famous one. So it's out in the new edition, or a newer edition than what I have here. Just kind of it captured my interests in quantitative biology and how you understand systems biology, which is kind of a nebulous subject, but it's like, how do you understand like a cell, for instance, as a biological system rather than just dividing it to its parts and studying the parts separately?
Is this usage of the word circuits unusual?
It's maybe a little bit. It's definitely not circuits in the electrical sense.
Yeah.
So what you might think of is kind of like a regulatory pathway, or I
was thinking feedback loop, but that may be
right.
what simplifies it.
Yeah, so like I think the feedback loop would be like I would imagine the author would probably say that's an example of a biological circuit.
Okay. This book right here next to it actually has sort of a rare, in terms of a spine on a book, I don't think I've ever seen something like this.
Yeah, so that's World Science Press, I think. I have a couple of them in there, and they're usually pretty good.
You know what software this is?
I do not know what software that is. No. You could probably check, but it would take us a little far afield, I guess. But it's that publisher, I think, is based in Singapore, and they do publish a lot of good stuff. Some of it is which is the case with a lot of academic publishers. Some of it's not so great, and I wasn't a huge fan of that book. It's kind of just collected case studies that mostly come from the authors of the book, studies of the authors from the book. But it is one that I read through, because I tend to just read a book and finish it or not start reading it, basically. Let's see. That systems biology textbook, the orange one that's right at the bottom of the screen right now, there's a new edition of that's really good. So this is an example of a textbook that I had. This is the older edition that I have, and I have the newer edition elsewhere in the house, because I'm reading it right now. This one is like 2007. The newer one is like 2020 something. But that's obviously, it's a field that moves relatively fast, and I I just decided to keep the old edition around because I like to see the perspective from older times as well.
What's this metabolomics?
Yeah, so that's like so in biology or molecular biology, when anything ends in like the word omics, what they mean is like they're studying a large collection of disparate parts, is maybe the way to phrase it. So genomics is study of the genes in the on the chromosome or chromosomes of a living organism. The collection of entire genes would be the genome. A proteome would be the collection of all of the proteins that the organism makes or the cell makes. And the metabolome would be the collection of all of like the small molecule metabolites like glucose or pyruvate that are made by the organism. And then metabolomics would be like the study of how we find like you might be interested in this patient or series of patients have cancer. So what if we study their blood, what are highly metabolites that increase to a large degree in these cancer patients versus the non-cancer patients. And so you could see how like that could be useful from like a diagnostic approach. It's just useful in other contexts in biology for just studying what the heck is going on with this organism of interest or this treatment condition of interest. I've never really done a lot of it myself, but I was looking at doing it early in grad school, and had kind of picked up those books to the bottom one, the one that's part blue and white, I've read through. I found the one that's kind of like greenish to be just too out of date to really be useful.
When I saw this, it made me think of economics and sort of how economics is spread into other fields like sports, where they have, what is it called? Like all the analytics, where it's like maybe it'd be a biological interpretation of economics where amounts of energy in different cells, almost like there's these books that are coming out now about trees and how trees like exchange glucose underground between the roots and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess it's definitely not, the metabolomics is definitely not like the homology to the word economics is only incidental. There's no, that I can think of, any kind of like theoretical structure under there. But people do talk a lot about like and this is an interesting subject in quantitative biology, is like economic models for like biological processes. So the economy of the cell, for instance, is in some sense like the energy economy of the cell. How does that get divvied up and spent on different things that require the cell to use energy for?
What is that called?
What would I call that? Systems biology, probably. But I don't know that there's so people talk about something called proteome allocation, which is basically deciding you have a limited amount of space in the cell to be able to fill it with different kinds of proteins. And so you want to optimize the proteins that you most need to make those that you most need in the proportion that you need them. And that's kind of a economic like problem of divvying our resources up in a limited context. That physical biology of the cell is also, Rob Phillips is one of the authors of it. We encountered him a little earlier on Cell Biology by the Numbers. So this is basically just like a biophysics textbook that's actually quite good. Yeah, that's the cell biology by the numbers.
Modeling life. This one looks interesting.
Yeah, it's a very surprisingly introductory textbook. Um, the I thought it was going to be more advanced mathematical modeling, but it's really, I think it's more written for like fairly early undergraduate approaches to how you model living systems. That doesn't have a lot of technical detail.
What about this one in a plastic?
Yeah, so that's a pretty valuable book. It's Bacterial Metabolism by Marjorie Stephenson. So Marjorie Stephenson was a famous bacteriologist, bacterial physiologist back in the early 20th century. And so this was the textbook at that time for people interested in studying bacterial metabolism. And so I think there's probably a biography that's been written of her somewhere, but it might be a little bit obscure. But she's like an interesting character that I want to dig into the history and maybe at some point in the future write my own biography of her. That she was I believe, the first female president of the Royal Society, which is like the US's Natural Academy of Sciences.
And just the history of science, very important.
Right. So it's like she was the first person to isolate a type of organism called a methanogen, which are these methane producing, they look like bacteria, but they're not actually bacteria. So that kind of was a landmark in the field. And she's one of those people that accomplished a whole lot in a relatively short life. So she died of cancer when she was, I believe, like in her late 40s or 50 years old. So she still had a lot to, I think, I don't know if that's the way she thought about it, but I feel like it was, she had a lot still to do, having done quite a lot already. I find her in a lot of really old papers that are kind of foundational in that field. This is more kind of like, this is just like a mixed mash of biochemistry, microbiology, and biochemistry, microbiology. Those top three at the first, the ones by Cambridge University Press, are more kind of philosophy of biology books, philosophy of biochemistry, I guess you might call them. I haven't made my way through those yet. A book I would highlight on this shelf is another Rob Phillips book, The Molecular Switch, that big orange book on the left. That is about a phenomenon in biochemistry called allosteric regulation, where it's basically proteins whose activity is being, or function is being, modified by binding to or attaching to like a small molecule in a way that affects its function in other ways. But it's a really interesting, like, mathematical and physics and statistical thermodynamics based approach to studying allosteric interactions.
Is this How Proteins Work book especially visual, or is that just the design?
I think that's just the design. So what you're actually looking at there is like, it's almost like a I think it's by Garland Science, I believe, and what you're actually looking at is a protein but it's like protein in like mosaic form. I don't think that there's any actual like scientific significance to the figure. It's just artistic design. The That book is kind of an introduction to like protein function and protein structure, probably good for mid to early undergrads.
What about bacterial energetics?
Yeah, so this is a subject that I really like a lot. That textbook is pretty out of date. But this is where like my love of chemistry and physics to some extent intersects with my love of metabolism, in a field called bioenergetics, which is basically understanding the processes by which organisms convert their food, so to speak, from like a small molecule into useful components in the cell, into energy in the cell, ATPs. Some people might remember from their biology classes, perhaps, as this like energy currency for the cell, how you make ATP and how you maintain ATP levels in the cell so that you can continue to be at this non-equilibrium state where you're not dead, basically. This is just basically the different strategies that bacteria use for extracting energy from the environment. It's related to that diversity of respiratory systems too, is a similar kind of book. It comes in 2 volumes that look very different from each other, but they're right next to each other. That the yellow book that's right on top of that PERT book, that is a very famous quantitative biology book. It's based on like understanding growth of bacteria and also like single mammalian cells to some extent. That was a book where I had to look long and hard before I found a affordable copy. So this was going on Amazon for a long time for like over $1,000. And I eventually you get someone that is
Doesn't
selling.
know what they have.
Yeah, it doesn't know what they have, and sold it for like $40 or something. And so I've definitely been this kind of lurker on Amazon and eBay to some extent, like looking for things that like, oh, and that's a great price, I'm gonna jump on that one. So this was one of those examples.
Nice.
That but energy transduction in biological membranes is a great out of print but great bioenergetics textbook. Part of this Springer series on advanced chemistry. It was written in like the late 90s or something, but it was a lot of the fundamental principles haven't changed that much, even like if we know of more complexities in the field.
Do you know what these labeled circles are?
Yes, those are amino acids. So that's, I think, a diagram of a protein, a transmembrane protein or something. So a protein that spans the biological membrane. And so that's just it's like a beads on the string model of proteins where each of the letters stands for a different kind of amino acid. That Intro to Systems Biology textbook, it's out in the new edition. It's up at the top there. That's my favorite intro systems biology textbook, at least.
Wow.
It's pretty comprehensive and doesn't get lost in all of the details that you could potentially get lost in, but gives you a nice overview of the types of models people use, the open questions and like the interesting questions in systems biology, and how it gives you a sense of the approach that people take to that field.
You know, it's interesting. I did a recording just a couple days ago with another guest who's more interested in sort of his main interest is left anarchism.
Mhm.
And one of the things we got into was, you know, what are the true resources constraints or limits on the world?
Mhm.
And I know some of the stuff my dad and I talked about in terms of sort of concept of carrying capacity
Mhm.
and some of this system stuff, but I haven't retained enough of it to really to be able to explain it. And I know you pointed out a book, that thin book last time,
Mhm.
that sort of gives an overview, but I'm curious, what are the main, is systems biology a key component of that concept of carrying capacity? Or like, are there levels to it in terms of, there's certain amounts of minerals in the dirt, in the Earth's crust. There's sort of a limited amount of fossil fuels remaining. So like there's certain things that maybe geologists can establish, these are the limits in terms of those types of resources. But then there's like the biological level above that, and different types of water, fresh water versus salt water. But I'm just curious, like how that breaks down into established fields or disciplines.
Yeah, so I guess what I call systems biology and what I think most people call systems biology doesn't focus much above the level of the organism.
Okay.
I think when you start getting to interactions between organisms, people will start calling it like systems ecology.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of overlap between those concepts. And I think probably most people would agree that at the end of the day, a really strict delineation between what happens in the organism and what happens in uh, a community of organisms is not rigid and night and day. Um, it is there's some kind of emergent phenomena that are different. Um, but then often you'll see like emergent phenomenon or a theme that comes up and when you look at interactions between cells, and then that's within systems biology, so to speak, at like the sub or organismal layer. But then there are analogies that you can draw between that model and interactions between different organisms in a logical context. So it's never really night and day, but
Yeah.
I think you could potentially refer to any of them as systems biology, or the resource problem as kind of being a systems ecology type framework.
Okay.
Now we're back onto some mathematics. Those that green and blue, uh, two green and blue calculus textbooks, those were my textbooks for grads or undergrad calculus. I actually I didn't take calculus in high school. So I was not a bad student in high school, but I was not a like star student. And I had to teach myself calculus when I got interested in kind of reading textbooks on my own. I decided to just teach myself calculus, or I should say learn calculus through these textbooks, because in my opinion, no one, even if they're studying on their own, are never really just teaching themselves anything, so to speak. They're learning from someone else indirectly. Um, but the that two volume, like the first volume is like differential and integral calculus, and then the second volume is like vector calculus and multivariable calculus.
It
Um,
seems like a pretty ambitious book up here, mathematical functions.
yeah, I picked that up from a used bookstore, and I don't know exactly why I have it, because honestly, it's not a book that it's a reference book in the sense that like you would be crazy to reread it cover to cover. Because it's just like examples of important mathematical functions and sometimes tables of their values back before we used calculators to just like tell us what the natural logarithm of 5 is.
Hmm.
Um, but it's a famous textbook that I have just kept around for maybe sentimental reasons. I don't know what those sentimental reasons are, but maybe something embedded deep in my psychology.
I'm the kind of person that likes to read reference books like this from time to time. Try to do cover to cover. It's not always easy to do, but there's a couple books by Princeton University Press on their kind of surveys of applied mathematics. The first one is like more general, and then the second, they did a more recent second one on applied that tries to give you that sort of overview of a lot of stuff. And it has a fair amount of visuals in it. So it kind of reminded me of that. And I'll see if I can
Find
the title of that while you're talking about one of these next ones.
Yeah, I think that book really is the handbook of mathematical functions really is just like it's like an encyclopedia of mathematical functions that doesn't necessarily have like it's like the equations and stuff. But I haven't opened it in a long time, so I could be wrong. Yeah, so these are more mathematics textbooks. We have Euclid's Elements there in the Barnes and Noble form. I bought early in undergrad when I was reading some mathematical philosophy and got interested in kind of the early proofs of geometric concepts. Like the history of mathematical proofs is also kind of interesting because it's the just in some proofs it betrays how, or not betrays is a harsh word, but it shows how a given intellectual culture was thinking about logic and mathematics at the time. So I think it's either in Euclid or some of the work of Archimedes that got very close to discovering calculus and came up just short because they didn't really like the concept of infinity as like a logical concept. And so just seeing how things were proved at different times before certain branches of mathematics had come into existence or been fully developed. Sometimes seeing those kind of ancient proofs can be really interesting, and really it makes you feel really deep and connected to like the intellectual history of humanity to some extent.
And their lack of algebra was pretty important, right?
Yeah, I think it was not as critical a thing as the lack of willingness to work with the idea of limits and infinity and zero.
Oh, okay.
So I think that was like algebra was, my understanding is that algebra and the construct of Arabic numerals made everything a lot easier in the sense that like probably Newton and Leibniz wouldn't develop the calculus at the time they did if we didn't have algebra and algebraic numerals. But I think the thing that people point to usually as the Greeks failed to develop calculus because of this was that infinity was, so they would calculate pi by basically taking like drawing polygons in a circle and then drawing ever more edges to the polygons, so regular polygons that have the same angle and the same length of all the sides. And you can see how if you keep adding more and more edges, so you're starting with a hexagon that's embedded in a circle, and then you're working from an octagon, and then a nonagon, and then a dodecagon. That you're getting closer to the sum of the edge length. The length of the edges is pi divided by pi times the diameter, right? Hopefully, I'm not embarrassingly messing that up. But like the Archimedes got very close to that concept of like if you take the number of edges to infinity, now you have a perfect ratio of pi, the circumference to the diameter, or pi being the ratio of circumference and diameter. And it's just that kind of unwillingness to work with the abstraction, or like discomfort with that abstraction, that Indian mathematics didn't have. And so when some ideas from Indian mathematics got imported into European mathematics, calculus became a possibility.
Do you have a book on that describes this history?
Yeah, so I don't know that I have it in this room, but I have a book on the conceptual history of the calculus, conceptual development of the calculus, which I forget who it's by, but I can probably like email the title when I find it to you. There's also, I think somewhere in this library, I think in this room, there's a history of mathematics, big yellow textbook or big yellow book, it's from Wiley Publishers, but I forget who wrote it. That is just history of mathematics and goes into that kind of theme. Shorter, but might engage with it is Bertrand Russell's History of Mathematical Philosophy, which is in this library. I'll point it out when we come to it, but that's an old book because it's written by Bertrand Russell. But it was a really good introduction of like conceptual issues in mathematics, and particularly the idea of conceptual ideas for limits and mathematical analysis.
Do you remember how you originally got interested in history of math, history of science?
I think it was actually through reading philosophy. So I'll come to the book when we get to it, but the first philosophy book that I ever read was Problems of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. And I just started reading a lot of his books, and his early work was focused on mathematical philosophy. And I just I don't know what the moment was when it was just kind of the sort of thing where like you've read on one book and then you want to read another thing on the same subject or a similar subject, or you've seen a reference in that book that you read before, and you just go on this tear of a particular subject for an extended period of time, and then eventually go on to something else.
So this actually was the book that I was thinking of, and I now recognize this shell logo.
Yeah.
So this was the book I was thinking of, and there's a newer applied companion that is also pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that book is, I think, different than the handbook, because the handbook is really more like, this is like, I think of this Princeton Companion to Mathematics as like, I want to learn a short summary of Fourier transforms. I want the Wikipedia of Fourier transforms. And like, I can look up a short article, and and this was like an encyclopedia of mathematics.
I find Wikipedia in terms of math to be particularly opaque to lay people. So
yeah,
it's actually, I would say this is significantly better than Wikipedia. And Wikipedia is almost like, if you're not an insider, it's not even meant for you. It's all Greek.
right. Yeah, I think I've seen that too. In physics as well, and chemistry, it's like written by people who know what they're talking about, but like very like people who've researched this field deeply, and like it just looks like Cyrillic numerals or Cyrillic writing to me as someone who can't read Cyrillic, or don't know what the letters stand for.
Well, I started learning Russian fairly recently, and what I noticed is a lot of their letters actually come from Greek.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just sort of, and there's a whole actually interesting history to that, to the formation of that alphabet.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's like a Cyril.
Saint
like,
Cyril. It turns out his disciples created something different. So it's named after him because he was the first to go in.
Okay.
But it was actually his students who created the what we call Cyrillic today.
Yeah, and they were like Byzantine
Orthodox, yeah, I think.
Yeah, which is, I guess, where the Greek like letters come from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anything else on this shelf?
I think we can move on.
So that's the end of this bookcase. And so we can zoom back out for a second to remind ourselves where we're at. All right, so we're picking back up here in bookcase 5. And this is our sort of pivot point. If you keep an eye on those penguins there, this is the second wide shot, and this is the third. So this is bookcase 5 here, and we'll zoom in now to the close-up of the first shelf. So does anything, and we see a bit of the top shelf of bookcase 4 here also, but is there anything in these two stacks that jumps out at you?
Probably the one that does the most is that concrete mathematics book. Subtitle is like an introduction or introduction for computer science. It's actually kind of a cool book. The concrete part is really like an amalgam of two different kinds of mathematics: continuous mathematics, so like mathematics of continuous functions, and discrete mathematics, which is where for lack of a better word, better phrase, it's like you're dealing with discrete entities like matrices or something that are usually not continuous. And so that amalgam of the two, you get concrete. And I've read part of it, but I want to kind of return to it. It may or may not make the trip to me for my next move, or may stay in this location. But essentially,
Significant that Knuth is here?
I don't know. Is that a famous computer scientist, or?
I just know that I think that's a fairly significant name, but I don't remember enough. So I can look it up, but yeah, a good metaphor I think for discrete for continuous is versus continuous is sort of like Legos versus Play-Doh, where it's sort of there's a sort of a granularity thing.
Yeah, it's like you can split up Play-Doh wherever you want to and mash it back together, and it's one continuous whole. It's not like there's one brick of Play-Doh that ends and then a brick of Play-Doh that starts, whereas with the building blocks of Legos being like discrete bricks, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's also that Virgil book by Sarah Hudden, is another book in the Ancient Lives series. In that series, I should say, I don't think I mentioned it before. I don't think I've mentioned this part before, but it tends to focus on like the lesser covered biographies of ancient history. Because obviously, like Julius Caesar has been biographized a bajillion times. Some of the people that we kind of know perhaps somewhat less about, but are less less covered in biographies historically.
Is this a series here? These two?
Those, I don't think so. I think they just happen to be from the same publisher. Although it seems like maybe they could be. I would have to check. But I didn't read them with consciously that in mind. I think I picked them both up at the same used bookstore, so it's pretty likely. It's more likely than not that they're part of a series.
Something kind of interesting came up when I put in the Knuth, Donald E. Knuth. So he He taught a course at Stanford preparing students to read and extend the art of computer programming. And I was going to give a little... Here's another Tom Holland book.
Yeah. That one is like a history of the introduction of like Christianity. I think it runs through like the ancient period through at least the modern era or close to the modern era, but I forget where exactly it ends.
What about this one here by Princeton?
Yeah, so Judith Herron is a really famous who wrote that book, is a really famous sort of late classicist, like late antiquity. I haven't read that book yet. I picked it up at about the same time as I picked up Dominion. But I've read her book on Ravenna, which is really good. So, and that kind of Princeton, there's a Princeton series of like classics that's a part of that. So it being part of that series, I also figured it's got to be good. But I haven't read it yet.
Okay. What about this Roman warfare one?
Yeah, the Adrian Goldsworthy book. That one I haven't read either, which I only have had it for about a year. But I picked it up during when I was doing a binge of Roman history. And as I noted before, because I've really liked his books, I just he's sort of one of the historians that's more into kind of the warfare component of history. That tends to be what his books emphasize more, which is obviously a pretty small but significant component of history. But I figured like his perspective on how the Romans fight wars, their military technology, I think that's the stuff that's sort of covered in that book.
Seems less popular nowadays than maybe previously.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's rightly some kind of like, I don't want to call it backlash, but like since that a lot of history has emphasized warfare and politics, and perhaps that's more covered and there's more need to focus on other aspects of history which are important, but particularly in like old sources don't get covered as extensively, and we have to infer them from like things like archaeology and whatnot. It's like economic history and social history and history of like gender relationships and religion. Yeah, so it's kind of like it is a little bit of an, I think a lot of history departments, as I understand, don't even have military history branches anymore, because it's just like is an interesting aspect of history. It's just kind of if you're a historian that wants to understand the past, or even a person who just wants to understand the past, I think it's important to realize the subject bias of the sources, so the biases of what tends to be recorded and what tends to not be recorded.
What about this Diogenes book?
Yeah, so Diogenes, for people who don't know, Diogenes is a Cynic. He's not a Cynic in the modern sense of being like a person that thinks everyone else is selfish. A Cynic is originally comes from ancient philosophy. They kind of branched, was kind of like it motivated a lot of the Stoics, but is kind of derived from Socratic philosophy to some extent. So Socrates was famously not a very rich man. He was, I think, potentially illiterate, but he was not necessarily like a sort of high flying character, but he was like very interested in the social aspects of philosophy and the philosophical conversations that come out of actually talking to people. And so part of that kind of bedrock is that he would Socrates would want to kind of live a fairly simple life. And the Cynics took that to, that is the Cynics in the philosophical sense. So these ancient people took this as almost to the extreme of, like, Diogenes was basically like homeless. He like lived in like a wine vase or something. And was famously like irreverent in an extreme way that Socrates wasn't quite. I seem to remember there's a probably apocryphal story about, I think it was Diogenes meeting Alexander the Great, or it might have been a different Stoic, but it captures the idea of his like irreverence, regardless.
Yeah, that's
That-
the one.
Yeah,
It's a
where
great one.
it's Alexander the Great comes to him and says, I can do anything for, I'm like the master of the world. I can do anything for you that you would like. Just let me know. And Diogenes says, could you just move a little bit to your left because you're blocking my sun? So this is the famous kind of like inheritors of Socrates, and that irreverent and witty and committed to not making your life more complicated than it needs to be. In the Cynics' case, almost to an extreme extent. Those Stoics were inspired by the Cynics, but a little bit more practical, and that they didn't disdain kind of worldly acquisitions or knowledge. They just made the point that these are not the things that are most important. The most important thing is your personal virtue, um, and not collecting things that are not, recognizing things that are important and not important for your life.
I looked up some stuff on Knuth, so I wanted to read a little bit about him because, so born 1938, one of the most influential figures in 20th and 21st century computing, comparable mathematics to what Gauss or Hilbert were for their eras. His significance extends across three interlocking domains: theoretical computer science, mathematical style and pedagogy, and the very culture of technical writing and typesetting. He founded algorithmic analysis as a mathematical discipline. Before Knuth, computer programming was largely pragmatic. Performance was tested empirically. Knuth introduced a rigorous quantitative framework for reasoning about algorithms, defined asymptotic notation and cost models in systematic textbook form, created examples that connected combinatorics, number theory, and data structures, turned algorithms into an object of scientific rather than merely engineering study. His multi-volume project, The Art of Computer Programming, 1968, formalized his field's intellectual grammar and remains its canonical reference. Concrete Mathematics and Mathematical Taste, with Graham Padashnik. Knuth used concrete mathematics to articulate the mathematical sensibility required for algorithmic reasoning, bridging discrete combinatorics, continuous analysis, and symbolic manipulation. It trained generations of computer scientists to think like applied mathematicians rather than coders, and gave CS its own mathematical core curriculum. He's the creator of TeX, T, lowercase e, X, and Metafont, which redefines scientific publishing. So, yeah, I knew he was. I think I remembered his name when I was maybe reading some of those intro to CS books or something like that, or maybe the early AI textbooks probably mentioned him. But yeah. So
I'll have to get back to reading that textbook when I can. It sounds like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah. So anything else on this shelf, or
not on this shelf?
Okay.
All right. So there's a little bit that's covering up. I can kind of talk about what's beyond. Most of the books that are like the titles are visible, but the books that are up front are by Prit Buttar, who is actually a doctor. So I've been a little bit reluctant to get them and read them, because he is, I guess, technically a non-specialist. and they weren't from a publisher that I recognized. But these are all on the Eastern Front, and they don't seem to be badly reviewed. So I have no reason other than my kind of just prejudice to doubt that they're good books, but I haven't read them yet.
Yeah. I mean, Osprey in military publishing is definitely, I think, pretty legit. So I
Okay.
definitely recognize them. And I do like reading military stuff. And I would say I don't know if they're like top 5, but I would say definitely probably top 5 or top 10 for military publishing.
Oh, cool. Yeah, there's actually, surprisingly, for how important the Eastern Front was during World War II, you, at least in English, I can't find all that many books on it exclusively. And I think I have a lot of the books that, like, it's like half of the book, half of like the page content that I have on the Eastern Front is like from Butar. Um, but yeah, I'll have to add those to the list, my long list of things to read soon. The two books on the left hand side are Barbarossa and Endgame 1944. Um, uh, those are both by it's I think Jonathan is his first name, Dimbleby is the last name. He was actually he's the son of a famous journalist that covered the war for Britain, I believe. But Barbarossa was the code name for the invasion, the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. And then, so this is covering basically up to the point where the Nazis failed to take Moscow in early 1942. And then Endgame is like the turning of the tide, 1944 being when they.
So I think we should just jump to the next book you wanted to talk about.
Yeah. So the next book on there is actually it's still this view,
Okay.
Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. Really famous book. Still one of, if not the best book on the history of Nazi Germany. By William Schreier, who was the CBS news correspondent for CBS in Weimar, Germany, and early Nazi Germany, up until the point that he realized that he was on the Gestapo's watch list, and then took that as a signal that it was time to get out. I partly bring up the book because there's a little bit of a somewhat funny story behind it. This is a book that it's covered up. It's not deliberately covered up, but it happens to be, maybe for good purposes, covered up in this by the Prit Buttar books. That right in the middle of the spine of that Rise and Fall of the Third Reich book is a really big swastika. And most of the editions I've seen of that book have a really big swastika on it. So when I got this book, this was one of those books that I made my way out of the bookstore quickly.
Yeah.
Then also I read it exclusively from my apartment in front of those books. It's obviously not a pro-Nazi book, but it's just like, I would rather not have people not ask the questions. So when my early apartment was really pretty small in college, and that's around the time, I mean, my head's not shaved now, but I was shaving my head at the time, and my parents pointed out to me about the time that I started shaving my head that visible from, like, if I answered the door of my apartment, like right behind me is the bookshelf that has Rise and Fall of the Third Reich on it. So I quickly moved that to a more secluded part of the apartment. But
yeah, it's kind of too bad that I feel like it's almost that sort of attitude that a lot of people have about like questioning what people read, and people just don't really. They're almost afraid to read about the Third Reich and afraid to read about the Nazis. And over time, I feel like people have really, especially the younger generations, my generation, really don't know much about the Nazis. They don't, besides they were bad, they don't really understand the dynamics, and they don't know how to recognize what's things that are similar to the Nazis because they don't understand it beyond such a superficial level.
Right.
So this kind of reading is really important. And, similar thing with Mein Kampf, I wanted to ask you about what you gathered from that, because it's sort of, from my impression of it when I tried to read it and didn't get very far, it's sort of all over the place and just a lot to read. So I was sort of on the fence about trying to get back into it because it's just so much to read.
Yeah, I guess for me, I haven't read Mein Kampf all the way through. I haven't even read most of it. I got it when I was working on an essay for a class, on evolutionary English class, where I was writing about evolutionary biology, and the reason I got it is I wanted to establish the fact of having gone through the book and said that Charles Darwin and evolutionary biology are not mentioned in this book.
Interesting.
So it turns out if you do a control find, if you do it for evolution, you find a lot of revolution, but not evolution. So if those were ideas, if the kind of social Darwinism were ideas that made it into Hitler's mind, they seem to have done it by indirect means.
Yeah. It's
So
funny you
there's
should
not-
mention that, because I've read some, I think, fairly recent intellectual history that it's probably been there the whole time, but just that the Nazis actually got a lot of inspiration about their thinking of social Darwinism and even quote unquote race science from America.
Yeah.
And there were visits of various Nazi officials or scientists that came to the US, saw our race situation and what we were doing, and then took some of that back and applied it. So there's an interesting mirror there historically.
Yeah, there's a book that I'll point out later on that was a kind of disturbing book to read, but was kind of touched on that theme too, of the relationship between the racial system in the US and what the Nazis aspired to do.
Mm.
It kind of gets to your point a little bit about like why read and understand what Nazism was. And I think a part of it is that we do get lost in the fact that for a lot of people, for a surprising number of people, it was not an obviously really bad thing until the worst parts happened. And then people kind of got shamed into thinking that they would have been the ones that recognized how terrible it was from the beginning.
Yep.
It's really like, it's like you're saying, like if you don't see some of the signs of it, some of the similarities, then if you see some of the differences, you kind of will discount similarities in a way that misguides how you should think about political situations that you might run into in your real life. Mein Kampf has a reputation for being very rambly of a book. So it turns out that Hitler had a lot of crazy ideas and just kind of rambled through most of the book. He actually dictated it, I believe, and when he was in prison, in the 1944 and 1945, or 1924 and 25. So it reads like a book that was just kind of like a weird friend that you got into a conversation with at your department or in your apartment, and he's kind of ranting about the influence of like syphilis on history or something. But it's a book that I don't know that I'm ever going to go through all the way and read. Because I think it's more of interest to the historian that can take excerpts. Like what I would like to see is someone who takes excerpts from like an abridged edition of Mein Kampf, perhaps, that edits out the parts that are just rambling and highlights the parts that are, this was where he was laying the groundwork for what he was going to do later on. One of the points that's made in Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, the book right next to it that we just discussed, is that much of what the Nazis did was laid out in Mein Kampf. It's not clear that the plan was really solidified until later, but no one can say that we had no idea what the Nazis were capable of. And that's a lot of the value and that there is in going into reading excerpts from Mein Kampf, or just understanding that sometimes people tell you who they are and you have to believe them. The next books that I would point out are those Ian Toll books on the it's a trilogy on the American and Japanese war in the Pacific. So those were really good. Oh yeah, they're just right below there. Those are really good. Pretty standard history, but like I blew through those because I just couldn't stop reading them.
This title's kind of interesting because it seems like a reference to Nietzsche's Twilight of the Idols.
Yeah, or I think isn't it like, it's like Götterdämmerung from, I think it's from Wagner. It's like, I think it may be the other way. I may be thinking about it the other way around, but I think it's conceptually similar. It may be that Wagner got it from Nietzsche. I'm not sure with the timing there, but it's kind of that's the third in the series where it's kind of like the almost apocalyptic sort of situation in the Pacific at the end of World War II. So you can see it's 1945 or 44 to 45, so the end of that war.
So what is it when it says Twilight of the Gods? What is gods referring to?
I think it's not necessarily like I think it's a reference just to the like apocalyptic feeling of the time.
Okay.
No, rather than gods being a metaphor for anything in particular.
I thought maybe it was like these empire or competing empires and the US being sort of a global power post World War II.
Yeah, that's possible. I think that was a metaphor that didn't jump out to me. It definitely wasn't explicitly said, but I think it's like not all these nature metaphors that are not always made explicit. The kind of last books that I would highlight on this shelf are that trilogy by Richard Evans. It's probably the best modern trilogy or modern books on the Third Reich. Made my way through those in first year of grad school, and they're
Did you
definitely
take any courses on history while you were in school?
I did take a history of science course in undergrad, and then I was looking at grad school and potentially doing a history of science master's along with my PhD, which is in chemical biology. But I ended up dropping that idea. But I didn't really take history heavy classes. I mean, even science classes, I didn't take anything more than I really had to, because I find it's just my nature of my brain that I learn better at my own pace than through reading textbooks than I think I do in classes.
Okay, so does that wrap up everything here?
Yep.
Okay. And then maybe we should start with the bust here.
Yeah, so that's Socrates. If you recognize your Greek letters, it looks like it says Socrates, but that's the Greek letters for Socrates. And the text, which I don't know the Greek well enough to be able to read it foolproofly, but it's in oida, oiden oida, which translates to something like, I know that I know nothing. This is supposedly why Socrates was sort of a self-effacing way that he would say the sense in which he was wise. Because Socrates' big thing was just like, I when people would ask him in the Platonic dialogues, like, okay, so what is your opinion, Socrates? Like, you're so smart. What you've said, everything that I've said is wrong. What is your opinion? And he says, well, I don't have an opinion. Like, I know that I know nothing. And to the extent that I'm wise, that's what I'm wise for. And I just think that there's an old Bertrand Russell quote that I like a lot, that there's a lot of value in hanging a question mark on a commonly accepted statement every once in a while, even if it's something that you think is probably actually true. Just that, and recognizing that our lives and cognition are so limited. Even the most long-lived and best read and smartest of us is just, like, we understand very little and see very little of the world in our time on the planet, and just being humble about how little any individual person knows, and what confidence at which we know it is just it's a great lesson. That's basically the reason why I have that bust.
Could you you said that thing earlier about the twilight of the idols and Vater Damerong or something like that, and it wasn't coming back. I think I misheard you. Could you spell that out?
Yeah, so the I think I don't know my musical history well enough to be super confident about it, and chances are there's someone listening that knows their musical history quite well. But I think Wagner had like an opera or a song, or was part of like Tristan and Isolde, that was like the Götterdämmerung, which was like, I think is supposed to translate to something like Twilight of the Gods. And
That's what it was. I misheard the D as a V, so that's why it didn't come back. And it actually did give me something back starting with that, but I didn't make the connection, so I can take it from there. Okay, so where do you want to start here?
So this is a little bit of a mismatch of a shelf. I guess I'll start with the two, the yellow and green books that are out front. Those are part of a series by Leonard Susskind, and who's a physics professor at Stanford University, last I heard. There's two more books in the series, two earlier books in the series on classical mechanics and quantum mechanics, and they're all called The Theoretical Minimum. And the point of this, these are almost like a fusion of like a popular science textbook or popular science book and like an actual textbook. They're quite cheap. They're probably like $15 each, and didactically very good. And they're one of the books that you can actually sometimes, like, you can come away from a popular science book thinking that you understand something of the technical detail of the subject. And this one is actually like, it doesn't avoid equations. It functions like a textbook is a lot, and I think a lot of these would be good supplements to like a course for the yellow one, like special relativity, or general relativity for the green one, or the quantum mechanics textbook. So I made my way through the first two in the series, which are on a different shelf, but I think I'm bringing one of them with me on my flight, special relativity, to continue on in the series.
Do you remember what the other titles are for the first two?
Yeah, so the first one there's one edition of it that's just called The Theoretical Minimum. And then there's another edition that's called Classical Mechanics, The Theoretical Minimum. And theoretical minimum being just like the theoretical minimum amount that you need to know to start doing thinking about and doing physics.
Anything else here?
Yeah, so there's a lot of Bertrand Russell on this shelf. I went through a really intense Bertrand Russell phase in undergrad. I don't think this is everything that I've read from him, but it's a big chunk of it. That Problems of Philosophy was the first philosophy book that I ever read. It's basically about the problem of induction, as I remember it. That being like, sun rose yesterday, sun rose the day before. What is the theoretical justification for the fact that the sun is probably going to rise tomorrow? As I remember being a big theme from it.
There's a good sort of metaphor related to that people sometimes use of I don't know if they call it chicken theory or turkey theory of every day until Thanksgiving, the turkey sort of wakes up, gets fed by the farmer and enjoys their day. And then come, Thanksgiving, they have they wake up to something very different. So that issue of, like you said, will things just continue as they have?
Right. And so I think the first philosopher that pointed this issue out was David Hume, who pointed it out as, I think, like what is now, I think, often called the black swan problem, where all the swans that I've seen so far in my life, and this is a true statement for me, it's a true statement for a lot of people, all of the swans I've seen in my life so far have been white. And am I justified in concluding that every swan is white? And it turns out we know that's not true. There are black swans, but I just might not have happened to encounter one yet. So what is my justification for making that generalization leap?
You know what also, I don't know if it's exactly related, but it came up in another bookshelf tour, and I'm curious if it makes any connections for you. How botany and zoology were sort of separate fields, and then they sort of merged into biology, and sort of cell theory helps connect those two.
Yeah, well, it's, I guess, like I'm trying to remember what Aristotle thought on the subject, whether he grouped all living things together or whether there was, like, they clearly realized that like animals and plants are different. So they have the flora being the plants and fauna being the animals. But there is, like, it's a legitimate question, or was a legitimate question before kind of semi-modern biology, whether like these are things that look superficially similar to them and that they grow and reproduce, but are they really root the same thing, and just they root different forms of life, or do they have separate origins, for instance, would be one part of that question. So a lot of what's emerged, particularly out of molecular biology, is that there are just fundamental, what we call homologies, or similarities that are rooted in a common origin in animals and plants and bacteria. They're fundamentally, in some sense, the same kind of entity, which we call life. But I guess it's, you could make the generalization of, like, if you've never encountered a plant before or you've never encountered a moving plant before, that no plants move, but we know plants do move, just very slowly. But that kind of generalization is at the root of kind of the epistemology of science, that is the knowledge structure of scientific reasoning. It's, I think, the problem of induction is supposed to be one of the, as far as I know, unsolved problems. That's like the most fundamental problem in philosophy, or certainly philosophy of epistemology, that people haven't really found a convincing, like, absolutely knockdown solution to.
Do you have books like Thomas Kuhn's Scientific Revolutions and other Locatos and other stuff like that?
Yeah, I have several of Thomas Kuhn's books. I've actually read Structure of Scientific Revolutions a couple times. I think it's somewhere in here, I think.
Okay, so we'll wait till we get there, but I was just curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
The history of mathematical or Introduction to Mathematical Philosophy was one book that I highlighted earlier as being is by Bertrand Russell. Focuses on like the philosophy of mathematical analysis pretty extensively. This was like a fairly early, I don't know that it was that early, but Bertrand Russell's early work was on philosophy of mathematics. And then he got into more kind of general philosophy and became more of a social activist later in his career. History of Western philosophy is it's history of Western philosophy as told by Bertrand Russell and through the lens of Bertrand Russell's philosophical opinions. But it's just a classic, wonderful overview of Western philosophy.
What do you think about Principia Mathematica?
Yeah, I haven't read it. I don't have it, but my understanding is that it's a Principia Mathematica in the Russell and Alfred North Whitehead form, as opposed to the book that was written by Isaac Newton. Was, as I understand it, basically an attempt to show that all mathematics reduces to logic. And you're ultimately just manipulating definitions. So you make a definition about like the nature of the number one, and then you make a definition about the operation of adding, and then you can conclude analytically that by definition 1 + 1 = 2. And my understanding is that they in Principia Mathematica, they got very close to proving the thesis that like 1 + 1 = 2, but they had like a 2 or 3 page proof to try to prove it. And it ultimately, I think the state of that philosophy of mathematics so far, or in the modern era, I think it's supposed to be that mathematics can reduce to set theory, but ultimately realizing that 1 + 1 is 2, for instance, is a operation of synthetic knowledge generation in Kant's sense, where it's doesn't follow by definition. It's always kind of been mysterious to me as a non-philosopher what that means, but it's just in the sense that like it's not just there's content in mathematics that's not just making a definition and then manipulating the definition around. There's real things out there to discover, so to speak. There's also that it's a little bit it's the brick red book Why Men Fight. It's the oldest book in my library. I picked this up. It was being just given away in the philosophy department at my undergrad institution. It's from 1917. It's a first edition. The book written by Bertrand Russell about, well, why people go to war as he sees it. In the US, it was published under, I think, Principles of Social Reconstruction, which is a little bit less pithy. But Why Men Fight was kind of Bertrand Russell's philosophical attempt to figure out why human beings go to war. And for people who don't know, Russell became an anti-war activist late during the Boer War, but was really strongly against World War One. And for the most part was against war going forward, although he was in World War II, he realized that ultimately it was a war that needed to be fought, but was still, like in his heart, was just very deeply anti-war and deeply skeptical of reasons that we go to war. There's someone's name written in the book, but I can't read what is written in the cover, but I can't read who it was. I don't know if it was anyone important.
What about the Power of Ideas and these 3 books?
Yeah, so those are all by Isaiah Berlin. Those are the 3 Isaiah Berlin books that I've read so far. They're all great. Hedgehog and the Fox is about the philosophy of history of Leo Tolstoy. For anyone who's read War and Peace, War and Peace is Tolstoy's novel about like the Napoleonic period in Russia, and is kind of interrupted every few chapters by his like articulation of his theory of history, which is something along the lines of like, we think we know what's going on, but we don't. Our understanding of what causes history to happen and causes events to move forward is just so impoverished that it's not, we can be misled in thinking that we really understand the trajectory of historical events, is my memory of it, at least. And this is Isaiah Berlin's like commentary on that. Isaiah Berlin was interested in a lot of things as a philosopher, but he was heavily influenced by like Russian culture and Russian history. The Power of Ideas is a series of essays that capture his like core interests over the course of his career. So it's a compendium rather than a book that was written with that purpose of becoming a book itself. But it was basically just a compendium of the ideas that he was interested in, which was like Russian history, political history, communism, philosophy of politics, philosophy of freedom, and certainly other things that are in there that I'm not remembering right now. The Karl Marx book by Isaiah Berlin is a really good biography, and not a biography that I mean, Berlin was himself I would consider himself a political liberal, in the kind of European sense.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so it's a little bit more, people use in the US, I think, liberal as a synonym for left wing. And I feel like in Europe, there's more of a tendency to equate liberalism with kind of a often left leaning, but in some respects almost more kind of moderately libertarian outlook on society. The kind of live and let live philosophy that people should otherwise be left to their own devices for the most part, unless there's a good reason not to. People sometimes talk about themselves being a classical liberal, in which case it's usually they don't actually mean that. And it's a kind of like a sort of, it's related to like libertarianism, but it's not it's a fundamentally pragmatic philosophy that's just focused on political philosophy is focused on just human beings often know what they need to flourish, and to some extent we need to stop trying to mold them and create them and push and prod them to be what we want them to be. So John Stuart Mill is a very famous kind of liberal in the classical tradition. And Berlin kind of fell into that, or not fell in, but he's kind of in that sort of, although he lived significantly later in the 20th century. That is, that was his sort of politics. And so he writes the book, he's someone who's really interested on communism and communist history and philosophy of communism. He writes this Karl Marx biography as about as close as a neutral biography as you could find. So one might imagine that you can find a lot of, particularly in the US, stuff that is like a sort of demonology of Karl Marx. And on the other side, you can find a fair amount of stuff that is like a hagiography of where he became effectively a secular prophet for large amounts of the world. And this is really just a kind of like, it articulates his ideas and the origin of his ideas, and his biography as a person. I think it tries not to editorialize very much on the ethics of his ideas, or tries to assign blame for things that happened later, whether that was ultimately rooted in Karl Marx or was rooted in people that came after him, like Lenin, for instance. But it's a really good, like, if you just want to get an overview of that man's life and his ideas, it's a really good read.
Yeah, I just want there is an article I read in the last year. It's on Marx and Engels, and it goes into one very specific aspect of them, which is their learning of multiple languages. And it's called something like Marx the Polyglot, or Marx and Engels and their polyglot learning, or something. I'll see if I can find it as we go, but something some of our viewers might be interested in.
Mm-hmm. I guess I would. So the first half is mostly philosophy. The second half goes back to, or I guess second quarter or so goes back to like World War II. Mostly.
Do you have any thoughts on Timothy Snyder?
I think his best books are Bloodlands and Black Earth, and what is it? The Against Tyranny, or On Tyranny or something, was a really good short book.
Mm-hmm.
I've read his more recent On Freedom book and found it to be kind of not great, and kind of a little bit like over intellectualized. But he's certainly Bloodlands and Black Earth are wonderful books. Bloodlands is, as the spine says, about the conflict between Hitler and Stalin and its effect on actual people, rather than like a military history. And then kind of related, Black Earth is a history of the Holocaust.
Okay.
And so he's definitely like, he's obviously a fantastically intelligent person, very thoughtful person. And I sometimes just feel like it's kind of like we hear more of him than we often need to these days. But he rarely says anything that I'm like wildly in disagreement with.
Mm-hmm.
There's surprisingly few books on Stalingrad. One of them is an Anthony Beevor book. That's in orange. And then Enemy at the Gates, which is right behind the Socrates bust, is a more old history of Stalingrad. I also have on that shelf the Stalin's War, which is World War II from the perspective of, the thesis is almost that Stalin was as much a root cause of World War II as Hitler was. And I think it's from reading reviews of the book, it's been criticized pretty extensively. But taking a point that like the Soviet Union was preparing for a war and was not ready for the war at the time that it happened, basically, and was a major force in driving the war forward. That obviously gets to a little bit too close for some people to reassigning blame for World War II, which obviously should lie squarely on Nazi Germany. But it was definitely, it was an interesting perspective, and like World War II told from the lens of the Soviet Union.
Is there anything particularly that you find interesting about Stalingrad?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was one of, when I was in like middle school, it was one of the battles that kind of fascinated me, although I wasn't a big reader at the time and didn't really read very much about it. But I remember playing a game called Axis and Allies with my dad, a board game, and it kind of piqued my interest in just that battle. I think there doesn't seem to be that much to me that's really ultimately remarkable about the battle. I'm not sure how much it actually changed the outcome of the war at the end of the day. For people who don't know, the Germans won the early part of the Battle of Stalingrad and then catastrophically lost it at the end, and some 90,000 soldiers were captured, and that army was destroyed. But it was definitely it was an enormous battle in World War II, one of the largest battles, and I just at that time in my life I was really attracted to like the biggest things that happened in history.
What about this meat grinder one? That's another Pripyat.
Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. I've been kind of procrastinating on doing that. But that one I think it's about the Eastern Front, as like all of his books are, but it's a particular. I can actually. Okay, so it's about the battles for the I'm going to mispronounce this, but the Rizep salient in 1942 to 1943. So I just got it because it was like a part of his series of history. I don't know anything about that particular battle, at least that I can remember. But it's going to be on my to read list, my long to read list.
I mean, part of their strategy was to sort of, they didn't have the same maybe perspective on minimizing casualties that the Americans did and that the Europeans did, and so, or the Allies did. So there's a different kind of fundamental strategy that where they're very accepting of losing a lot of lives.
Yeah, or even the Soviet Union, even relative to the Nazis' attitude towards their own casualties, at least. Like the public opinion did actually matter in Nazi Germany. And they tried to kind of keep people happy and satisfied and keep morale up by like sending people on leave, giving them like you get good medical treatment when you go to a hospital if you're a soldier. And the Soviet Union was more in kind of, it could be said to some extent that it might have partly been callousness on part of the Soviet leadership, but also part of it is probably just that this was more of a war of life and death for the Soviet Union than it was for anyone else or any other particular power. And so they were, Stalin has been heavily criticized, probably correctly, for wasting huge amounts of lives and frontal attacks that just were not strategically or tactically useful. But then just like overwhelming defenses because he was willing to expend so many lives to just throw enough people at the problem.
I found the article that I was mentioning earlier. It's Congo, Kangal, 2024, Marx and Engels as polyglots in the Monthly Review. And I just found it very interesting. It got into Marx's education in the gymnasium, abitur, language training, Greek, Latin, French, plus translation exams, and just a lot of interesting stuff. And just you see the full range of kind of stuff that Marx and Engels would talk about with each other, and the breadth of their knowledge about a lot of different subjects that I never really, not that I've studied them that deeply, but I never got that sense from reading anything about them. So
yeah, I guess the thing that I don't know very much about Engels, but the thing that's always been clear to me about Karl Marx is whatever else you think of him and whatever else you think of his ideas, he was obviously a deeply brilliant person. And incredibly well read. He just like almost lived at when he was in he would spend like all day at the library or the library in London, just like writing and reading. And it's just like one of those people that just has a phenomenal capacity for taking in knowledge and synthesizing at least theses. that are not always implausible.
Would you say that that's covered in the Berlin book?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And then we can move on to the next shelf.
Mhm.
We've got the penguins. Maybe we could start there.
Yeah, so those are all Livy's History of Rome, which are, so Livy lived, I think it was Livius was his surname. I'm blanking on what his real Latin uh, uh, first name was, but he lived in the time of Augustus. So this is um, like roughly, let's say 20 BC to like 10 or 12 AD or something. Was roughly the time that he was writing these, as kind of Augustus being his patron. Um, and there are more. It's kind of a fragmented history because there are like about half of his history are books that we know we've lost, but these are the ones that have survived. That's kind of for anyone who reads ancient primary sources for ancient history, you run into that a lot of like books that we know existed but we know we don't have anymore, whether they're missing books from a series of books like in this case, or books that are entirely gone and we have quotations from them because someone else has quoted them later on in another work, but the work itself has kind of been lost. All ancient Roman history
Yes, good.
all ancient Roman history kind of has to be read with like there's a lot of like invocation of like miraculous things happening that probably didn't happen, and a lot of it I think is told from the perspective of like it's meant to be more entertaining than modern history necessarily. Like modern history is supposed to be entertaining because theoretically it's true. But I've always gotten the sense with like Livy and um Tacitus and other ancient writers that it's more like they wanted to entertain their audience as much as they wanted to convey something that was actually happened.
Yeah. So there was another article connected to the Marx thing I said that came up, and I took a little bit of a closer look at it, and I think some people might like it. And I wanted to actually read like a paragraph from it because it gets at something you were saying. So this is 2020 in Jacobin. Frederick Engels was more than Marx' second fiddle to Karl Marx by Musto, M-U-S-T-O. And the paragraph here is, few 19th century correspondences can boast references as erudite as those that flowed from the pens of the two communist revolutionaries. Marx read 9 languages and Engels mastered as many as 12. Their letters are striking for their constant switching between languages and for their number of learned quotations, including ancient Latin and Greek. The two humanists were also great lovers of literature. Marx knew the passages from Shakespeare by heart and never tired of leafing through his volumes of Aeschylus, Dante, and Balzac. Engels was long president of the Schiller Institute in Manchester and worshipped Aristotle, Goethe, and Lessing. Along with constant discussion of international events and revolutionary possibilities, many of their exchanges concern the major contemporary advances in technology, geology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, and anthropology. Marx always considered Engels an indispensable interlocutor, consulting his critical mind whenever he had to take a position on a controversial matter. So yeah, I think that was, I think, a good chunk of what I was thinking about when I mentioned that article earlier.
Yeah, it's just there are just some people that you run into that like I met these people from time to time. It's just like their capacity for reading and understanding the rate at which they seem to like just like breeze through ideas is really um and you can tell just talking to them that you're speaking to someone that's just like on a different playing field from where I am. And that's obviously I never met Karl Marx, but I imagine if I did, from everything that I've heard, is probably what speaking to him would have been like.
Are there anybody you can talk about that you've met that you had that kind of experience with and what it was like?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would, most of them would probably not be people that uh your listeners are likely to know. Most of them are um scientists that I've met over the years. So there's one scientist that I know, I won't say his last name, but his first name is Toby, that he's just like, you speak to him and he recalls something that you told him like 3 years ago that was really random. And like I had him like come up to a poster that I was presenting at one point, just one poster in like 100 poster conference. And he um obviously understood everything I was saying for my presentation. But then I was talking to him later on, and uh this was like 3 years later, and it was apparent that he remembered almost like verbatim that conversation, my poster. And like, and this is a guy that must encounter like hundreds of posters over the years. And it's just, and then he's just really like the work that he puts out, and then the fluency which with he talks about every subject in science that comes up. And it's just like, you can tell that like I can tell in the process of that I'm speaking to someone that's just operating on a playing field that I'm not. And not even being like oh, woe is me as a consequence of that. I think one of the things that I realized when I was a difference between me in high school and maybe me in college and me later on, was that I felt myself less in competition with other people and more thankful, like, that there are other people in the world that are so smart and such good workers that like it enriches my life in a way. Um, but that's kind of like that's one of the people that comes to mind right now. Um, but I'm trying to think if there's anyone famous, really famous, that I've met that was like that.
I mean, have you learned anything in terms of, or developed any kind of theory as to what causes that and what the key inputs are? Like you mentioned with Marx just living in the library, and it sounds like Toby may have even some kind of photographic memory.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is how much you actually engage with the work. Um, Even myself, like I feel like a lot of people that have met me have been kind of like have told me they've been impressed by like the breadth of my knowledge. And I think that's not an inherent thing in me. That's the amount of time that I spend reading.
Mhm.
Um, Probably a component of it is just neurophysiological. And I think that's true of other people as well. That it's like there is a component of like uh brain function that some people have and some people have less of.
Mhm.
Um, but I don't think that you get to, and I actually I would say I should say one point is the ability to focus on something really intently, um, and the ability to control what your focus is on are two components that I've recognized in those sorts of people. That the ability to control focus is almost as important as like anything else I've noticed in scholarly pursuits. That like it's something that I struggle with a lot, and it's I've my PhD advisor was kind of like this, where she just had a superhuman ability to focus on things. And that I don't know if that's a learned behavior, or whether it's just just a feature of someone's neurophysiology that may change over the years, but is uh um just kind of almost innate.
You mentioned earlier the willingness or how much they engage with a work. And I'm curious if there's anything you would add to that in terms of like focus would be maybe a prerequisite to engagement, but is there, are you annotating while you read? Are you questioning or stopping and going back, or other, like, how do you think about engaging deeply? What does that look like?
Yeah, so I used to annotate almost obsessively. And I don't really annotate that much anymore. Um, but I do stop a lot to ponder things. Um, I think early in my kind of time reading, so I started reading a lot at the end of end of high school, and wasn't a big reader before then. At least not consistently. And I think at that point in my life, I was just trying to read things through to get through them and put it on the shelf and be like, I read that. But I think, and sometimes that what comes along with that is you take some arguments for granted that you shouldn't take for granted. And I think reading philosophy was, as much as anything, what helped kind of hone critical thinking skills, which I think really comes with practice. In high school, people, like, we would have classes where they would teach us about critical thinking skills, and I just don't think you learn how to think critically by being taught. You're put in situations where you have to think critically, or you observe someone else thinking critically, and you kind of take in that ethos, and it becomes kind of a habit. So I think it's um the ability to focus is a component of that, but also just like experience, just reading reading and engaging with arguments, and having maybe a part of it is the personality of, like, discomfort with something that doesn't sit right with you, right? If something doesn't make sense, I used to, in mathematics books, it used to be hard for me to get through them because I was unwilling to, if something in the proof didn't make sense to me, then I was unwilling to move on. And I learned a little bit that you kind of have to do that sometimes. I have to just kind of go, like, I'll come back to this. But I definitely have the kind of personality where I just like there are things that just get stuck in my head, and I can't move on until I found some kind of solution to them, or I've gone to sleep or something.
Do you ever use AI? Because while you're reading, because part of what you're saying almost sounds like, I don't know if you ever had like a one-on-one tutor, but the sort of Oxford tutor method, or having a one-on-one tutor. I often think about how much I would have benefited from that growing up if I had more of that. I mean, it is sort of an aristocratic method or homeschooling method of learning, but I think that's part of why Oxford preserves it. And I have a friend who went through it, and it seems and sort of kindled my interest in homeschooling because of that. But I think Bill Gates has talked about tutoring with AI, and I'm constantly using AI. So because every time I do hit something like that, I want to look it up or get an explanation.
Yeah. So I think I definitely, like, in college, for instance, I think I'd reached a level of intellectual maturity, and maybe even by end of high school, I was of the kind of personality as much as anything where I needed to learn from someone one-on-one, or I needed to read the books, or I was not going to pick up the material. Um, so I think I didn't spoiler, I didn't go to Oxford for undergrad or grad school. But I think I would have been, I know people who did, and I really would have benefited immensely from like just partly the role model sort of uh part of it, and then like having someone to go to when something doesn't make sense, and then help you think through it. I don't use AI very much at all. Uh, I rarely use ChatGPT, but it's mostly because I get set in my ways, and then it takes a long period for me to develop a new habit. So I can't say it's because I've tried and not liked it.
So I did look up, I just wanted to read this out because I think it's part of what got me into Snyder's work. Timothy Snyder, who I mentioned earlier, he's put out this list. So he teaches at Yale, and he put out a list of 20 lessons on fighting tyranny that he synthesized a lot of what he's learned from writing these major history books that we covered into a list of like very short lessons or imperatives. So I'll just read them out here. Number 1, do not obey in advance. 2, defend institutions. 3, beware the one-party state. 4, take responsibility for the face of the world. 5, remember professional ethics. 6, be wary of paramilitaries. 7, be reflective if you must be armed. 8, stand out. 9, be kind to our language. 10, believe in truth. 11, investigate. 12, make eye contact and small talk. 13, practice corporeal, CORPOREAL politics. Establish a private life. 15, contribute to good causes. 16, learn from peers in other countries. 17, listen for dangerous words. 18, be calm when the unthinkable arrives. 19, be a patriot. 20, be as courageous as you can. And he has an article on scholars.org where he gives about a little paragraph explanation of each of those. But yeah, that's kind of a sort of one pager of his lessons from history.
Yeah, and I think a lot of them are good lessons because they're good intellectual virtues too.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's one part of that book that sticks in my head, which is, and I try to practice this particular part of it, is that, I mean, sometimes in politics people start using like jargon or phrases that maybe they're phrases like that ultimately like you agree with, but the point is that he made was, or Snyder made, was that even when it's like, if there's a ready phrase for expressing this idea, just find your own way of saying it, rather than kind of regurgitating a phrase, because in the process you have to think about what you're actually saying, and that process is kind of a check on falling into just kind of authoritarian thinking styles.
There's a book that I was on the fence about asking you about. I think it's on, is it on the importance of Orwell or something? But
By Orwell.
Oh yeah. Before we get to that, I just need to correct something I said. So according to ChatGPT, Timothy Snyder currently teaches at the University of Toronto, where he's listed as chair in modern European history, Temerity Endowment for Ukrainian Studies, and a professor at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. He's also still publicly listed on the Yale site as the Richard C. Levin Professor of History and Global Affairs at Yale University, where he has a long-time appointment. So, anyways, if you have any thoughts on this book.
Yeah, so I think I don't remember too many of the details of that book. It's by Christopher Hitchens, who was a big fan of Orwell. A writer that's probably most famous these days for being involved in the New Atheist movement, but had his own kind of career in journalism and politics and political thinking. And I remember one of the things that stuck with me that he said about George Orwell was that or George Orwell, who I should say that's not George Orwell's name, but it's a pen name. But what he said about George Orwell was basically that he wasn't necessarily like the smartest person. He wasn't as smart as a person as you would think based on what he achieved and the things that he wrote, but he had a very good kind of intellectual virtues. And for that reason was kind of just could pick out BS pretty readily in a way that sometimes very smart people have a hard time figuring out what's obviously BS from what isn't. And it's just that kind of nurturing of intellectual virtues was something that, as I've read more Orwell, I've kind of admired more and more, and is something that's a major theme of that Hitchens book.
Was there anything else, or do we?
I think we're on the next shelf down.
Okay.
But I don't think there's anything else on that shelf either that I would highlight.
I've seen a number of I saw the Machiavelli and Nietzsche books on the previous shelf, and here's 3 more from that set. So maybe you could just say a few words on this series by Cambridge.
Yeah, so that's the Cambridge text in the history of political thought, I think.
Okay.
I used to kind of almost collect them and try to have the books that I had from on those that were in that series as editions from that series. And I used to have them all in my old apartment in Michigan. I used to have them all, and in my apartment in Boston, I had them all like lined up. Not every single edition of the series, of course, but like a solid shelf of them just all lined up next to each other for aesthetic reasons. But I found that I've stopped trying to like make sure that I have analogous editions or like from the same series. If a textbook is found in multiple different editions, it just ends up being so complicated to find.
Do they have like introductions or particularly the layout or anything that made you like them as opposed to other editions?
I don't remember any like special layout from them. They have introductions, but like almost any edition of the Leviathan that you'll find, for instance, will have some kind of introduction in it by someone other than Thomas Hobbes or just Hobbes. But there's nothing necessarily. It's just like kind of I bought a couple of them to read, and then I figured I have a couple. I might as well, the next edition of the Aristotle book that I want to read, I might as well get in that form.
I just wanted to, before we move on from, we already moved on from Orwell, but I just wanted to make a note of there's an interesting appendix that people might not be familiar with or might have forgotten is there in 1984, called The Principles of Newspeak. And that's kind of just a cool little piece of it that kind of describes the special language that's used by the regime, the sort of engineered language and how it works. And so that can be a fun thing to look at to kind of refresh your memory, and some of the things you talked about earlier would just, use your own words to explain something. And I highly agree with that. Making sure you really, it's a good way to confirm that. I don't know if that's even, Scott H. Young has a video, and it's sometimes referred to as the Feynman technique, where you sort of, to make sure you understand something, you explain it in your own words. And so, yeah, I always try to do that and sort of put it into my own language.
Right. And it's just a theme that comes up in Orwell's writings a lot, is the damage of abusive language. So I think that was one of Snyder's rules, was something like be kind to the language or something.
Mm-hmm.
Where so like you want to there's value in thinking like you want to be not obviously deceitful in how you use language, and recognize when someone else is using it in a deceitful way, but also in our own speech, just not recognizing a way that we're not speaking plainly on something that we ought to speak plainly about. And talking to people about science, I sometimes fall into that trap. I try to just not over intellectualize to such an extent that I'm saying something that's wildly counterintuitive to the point that it's probably wrong.
Mm-hmm. There's one other thing I was looking up while you were talking, because I vaguely remembered Orwell working in some kind of journalistic role or roles before he wrote 1984. And I was able to find what those roles were. So he was at the BBC from 1941 to 1943. And he was at the Tribune 1943 to 1945. And then he wrote 1984 in 1947 to 1948. And it was published in 1949. So 41 to 43, he worked for the BBC Eastern Service Indian section as a talk producer. He produced radio programs on culture and war for South Asian audiences. And that directly informed the novel's portrayal of bureaucratic propaganda, Ministry of Truth, formulaic news bulletins, euphemistic doublethink. And then he was a literary editor and columnist at the left-wing Tribune Weekly, where he sharpened his sense of how ideology and press systems interact.
Yeah, and I think I have somewhere else in the library The Road to Wigman, which is one of his kind of exposés on the life of the poor in London, I think. And there's Down and Out in Paris and London, I think I have as well, which is about the poor people in London and Paris. And then there's also a book that it's not in this room anymore because I lent it out to my brother, is Homage to Catalonia, which is about his time as in the international brigades fighting on the government side of the Spanish Civil War, and kind of observing the kind of takeover of that cause by Stalinism as the war started to go south. So he's definitely I think, and Christopher Hitchens, I think, modeled himself a lot on George Orwell as a similar kind of thinker and writer, but roots in kind of journalism, essay writing.
So is there anything that jumps out to you here? Looks like some medical stuff.
Yeah, so the ones that I would point out are the series on molecular cloning. That's above what's in this shot.
Oh.
Yeah, so that three-part series on molecular cloning, those are famous kind of reference books for molecular biology. Those particular ones are a little bit out of date because they were published in like 2000, and a lot has changed since 2000 in that field. But I picked them up in undergrad because I could get them cheaply, and a lot of the fundamental some of the fundamental techniques that are explained in there are have not changed. I should say for molecular cloning is kind of jargon. It doesn't literally mean you're like cloning an organism. It means that you're making some kind of copy of a DNA sequence, moving it from a bacterium to a mouse or a bacterium to another bacterium, and using biology to just make those copies of the pieces of DNA that you want to use and manipulate. So it's less impressive than it sounds, but
Is there a more specialized term for the kind of cloning most people would think of?
oh, I think people just use the same, maybe organismal cloning, but people just in my sense that they cloning an organism is sufficiently uncommon that in the almost every time someone's using it in a scientific context that I've experienced, rather than a popular scientific context, they mean the sense of molecular cloning where you're just making copies of DNA sequences.
Okay.
The last book I would highlight on this shelf is that big red Molecular Biology of the Cell. So I got that in high school. My parents got it for me as a birthday present when I was a senior. And this is about the time where I started just reading through textbooks, usually cover to cover. And that was one of the first ones that I really read cover to cover. And so it's, even though it's mostly on a kind of biology that I don't really study much anymore, like human cell biology, for instance, it's always had like was a formative book in the sense that like I remember being really engaged in reading it, and gave me a sense of confidence that I could read kind of college level textbooks at that time.
That's pretty amazing to get that as a birthday gift. Was there something that happened in high school where like a switch flipped and you sort of became an independent learner or like started going on your own journey?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly in retrospect, but I think I've always kind of had a little bit of a like stubborn, not listening to authority streak. Um, Not necessarily deliberately, but it's just kind of a feature of my personality, I guess. So I think I always had components of that in embryo. I had a AP biology teacher in high school in my junior year named Mr. Anderson, who I really learned like his up until that point, I tried to rigidly do what I needed to do in classes to get a good grade. And his class, he was both like the best teacher and the worst teacher I've ever had, in the sense that his class was utterly chaotic. Like you would have an assignment, like he would assign you to write an essay 1 week, and 2 months later, without having a deadline for when having announced a deadline, he'll just say, everyone turn in your essays today. So it was just like it was impossible to like it was impossible to do things by the book, so to speak. And that was enormously frustrating. But it got me to the point where it's like I was actually trying to focus on the concepts and learning the things that mattered rather than just trying to do well on an exam, which is one way to learn. It's just ultimately in life, when you get beyond school, no one's going to give you an exam about how to do, or you probably not how to do your job well, basically, or how to work as a researcher in a field. You just have to learn to be an active learner. And Mr. Anderson really taught me that. There's also a component of it that I used to be really big into weightlifting in high school, and I ended up tearing a nerve in my shoulder my senior year. Going
What
into
were you doing?
I was uh I think I was weightlifting, but then I ignored the I had clearly done something that felt like a sprain or something. And then I just waited until the pain went away enough that I could just go back to um uh I don't exactly remember what I was doing that I caused the injury, but I think I was like at a hotel or something, and I was probably using a piece of equipment for something that was unfamiliar to me, that um uh was ultimately not what it was supposed to be used for. So it's really dumb young mistake. Um but then the compounding mistake is that I wanted to get back to weightlifting as soon as I possibly could, and kind of ignored the signs that the pain was giving me that the injury was not gone away. And I noticed, like, I've gone to do a bench press a couple of days later, and I could notice that one of my arms was not holding the bar um, the way the other one was. Um, and I was pressing a lot less weight. But I spent like, I have a pretty obsessive personality, and I spent like 3 hours a day on that often in high school, which is probably ultimately too much, even from like a just a standpoint of allowing yourself to heal. Um, but I ultimately had to find something else to keep my mind occupied and keep myself feeling like I was productive. And so I think I started reading really extensively um, around that time.
Was it more strongman oriented or bodybuilding or just general?
Yeah, so I threw discus in high school. And for the most part, I was injured most of high school, actually, which is probably not surprising. Um, but I really wanted to have a really good senior year and had a shot at breaking our school record. Um, little bit of a long shot, but a shot at breaking the record for longest throw. Is shot at going to the state meet. And I was just really intent on doing everything that I could to make that come about. Um, to the point that I made it not come about for sure, basically.
So how were you doing a 3 hour session all once?
Uh, uh, yeah, I think so.
So like what how would you fill that amount of time? I'm just kind of, that's
Yeah,
really incredible.
yeah, just doing like I would just uh I do like I didn't split things like do shoulders one day and uh uh
So you
back.
just did a full body workout and split things amongst the different parts of the body over a 3 hour period.
Well, I did do like legs one day and then upper body the next day, but I didn't do the sort of thing where you would do like chest one day and
Mhm.
then back another day, which is probably more practical and probably healthier. Um I think my training regimen was based on kind of uh probably, it was not based on anything that anyone told me to do. It was just probably based on like the philosophy that I'm young and invincible, and I can, if I just work harder at doing something, then that's the way to achieve the goal. So
Yep.
I ended up doing insane things. Um,
That's interesting because I'm also into weightlifting, and I do see a parallel with reading. And something I mentioned earlier about reading reference books. I sort of analogize that to some of the whether it's somebody running a marathon or uh I don't know, you ever heard of these people who play competitive the spelling game, it's Wordle, or it's the professional version of it's the old fashioned version of Wordle.
Yeah.
But there's a guy who like doesn't speak English and he memorized an English language dictionary, and there's certain people that have just sort of read dictionaries or read the entire encyclopedia. And so I have a sort of fascination with those kind of reading challenges, and just reading long works or reading collected works. So I do sometimes analogize those two things. And I think challenging yourself in the gym can give you an embodied sense of pushing through discomfort or building up strength or endurance over time. And then you can sort of transfer that over to the library.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a connection between the fact that I was really into weightlifting and kind of the sense of self-improvement that comes along with that, and the sense of being able to power through, at least under healthy conditions, discomfort, and the sense of like reading textbooks where it's like I read a lot for fun, but it's not always for fun, and it's not necessarily always fun when I'm doing it. That kind of sense of like you get something out of it, that the benefits come not at the moment of most discomfort.
There's sort of similarly with the recovery period in weightlifting, there's a consolidation period with learning where when you're asleep, you have memory consolidation, and just over time, it takes a while for stuff to sink in. And I've gotten to the point where sometimes I know something is so difficult, like you were saying with some math books where you just have to move on from the proof. To a certain extent, like some difficult things for me, I think of it like a primer where I'm putting on the primer paint and I'm going to let it dry, and then I put on the actual paint maybe days, weeks, months, or even years afterwards. And I don't concern myself with trying to remember too much. It's just like an initial exposure to the vocabulary and the basic concepts.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why I'll read multiple textbooks on a subject rather than the same textbook multiple times, because partly you get a different perspective on it, but another part of it is like you picked up, it seemed really hard and unintuitive the first time, and then even if it feels like you took away nothing from that reading experience, even if I could look at a book and say I remember nothing about that book, it's usually not true that I remember nothing. I just have to get put in the right context where the recall happens. And sometimes I don't even remember where that particular piece of knowledge came from, but it's kind of a you're laying the groundwork for better understanding later on. Just being accepting of the fact that a new subject is going to usually be hard and kind of to some extent frustrating and almost humiliating to some degree to kind of way through. So the one that I think I would highlight on this shelf is actually speaking of Mr. Anderson, the AP biology teacher that I mentioned, that Life Science of Biology, the Science of Biology textbook is basically an AP biology textbook. That was for our AP biology class, and he, because I took AP biology in, junior year, and I took a different biology class with him senior year, and I wanted to still read the AP biology textbook because the class I was taking is technically a lower level class. The second class that I took during my senior year, so I like took them out of order basically. And Mr. Anderson just let me use that book for the year, and then at the end of the year when I went to give it back to him, he just said, just keep it. So it's kind of a memento from him. He was he was a big influence on my life. He's passed away now. He actually passed away the year that I went to grad school.
Okay, so that wraps up this bookcase here. And we'll zoom out for a second to get our bearings. Okay, so we just finished with bookcase 5 here, our pivot point. And so we're jumping to bookcase 6, and we'll be zooming in up here. So where would you like to get started with these stacks?
Trying to think. Most of those books are actually unread. So, I think I made part way through the quantum mechanics and chemistry textbook. Didn't like it that much. The chemical applications of group theory is a newer edition of the book that I got from my dad that we mentioned on the first session. It's by Al Cotton, famous textbook, but it hasn't been updated since like the late 80s or something. But because this is mostly an aspirational shelf.
Here's the Orwell books you mentioned.
Oh yeah. Road to Wignan Pier, and then Down and Out in Paris and London. And there's that Socialist Patriot book is on George Orwell too, but I haven't read it yet.
What about these two books up top?
Yeah, so I haven't read the top, The Revolutionary Temper. Hell in a Very Small Place is about the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, which was prior to the American Vietnam War. France was fighting to try to retain Vietnam and Indochina as a colony. And there was kind of this pitched battle in, I want to say 1950 something, maybe mid 50s, where they tried to set up this like cataclysmic battle between the Viet Minh and the French military, and with the full confidence that the French military would just, in a pitched battle, would just crush the Viet Minh. And they set up a fortress at a place called Dien Bien Phu in northern Vietnam, and were surrounded and kind of cut off and had to surrender. And so that was basically the end of that's the reason, the moment that France accepted that it couldn't win the French Indochina War. So it was kind of a precursor to Vietnam. And Bernard Fall was the author of that book, was a journalist who actually, I believe, died during Vietnam. So this is a relatively old book. He was killed in the conflict as a journalistic capacity. A lot of that is fiction on much of the rest of the shelf. And my fiction reading tends to be more aspirational than my nonfiction reading. But they're all books that I intend to come back to eventually when I find time. All right, so this is also a fair amount of fiction. Let's see what to highlight on here.
What about these two? Edward Said and the Black Jacobins.
Yeah, so I've read Orientalism by Edward Said. I haven't read The Question of Palestine yet, but for people who don't know, Edward Said was, I believe he was either born in Palestine or he was born in Britain to Palestinian parents. And he was kind of very, as you might imagine, kind of outspoken about his views on injustice and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, and particularly from the perspective, I think, of the earlier parts of the conflict, where people like perhaps his parents had been effectively disinherited because they had to had to or felt the need to leave the land that they lived on for some time, and then couldn't come back. The Black Jacobins is about the Haitian Revolution. And I probably will butcher the name because I'm not a French speaker, but Toussaint Louverture, I think, something like that, who was a black, I forget if he was a freed slave or he was born a freeman, but he was kind of the leader of the Haitian Revolution, which is kind of was an extraordinary process in that it occurred shortly after and was kind of inspired by the French Revolution. It was kind of the first, I think, New World Revolution by either native or enslaved people that kind of threw off colonial power successfully. So that book was by C.L.R. James, who was a Trinidadian historian who's quite famous. We've got on that shelf the Eldritch Tales from H.P. Lovecraft, who's a horror writer from the early to mid 20th century. That was there's some really creepy stories in that book, but it's kind of to be expected, I guess. I have another book called The Necronomicon from him, but I haven't read that one yet, and it's not in this library. There's up top, but you can't actually see them. There are like these outlines of the books that you can see, these big, like dark blue books. Those are both by Vasily Grossman, who was yes, to the right there. There's Stalingrad and Life and Fate. And those are kind of modeled a little bit on Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace, but about the Second World War, the devastation that brought in the Soviet Union. So Vasily Grossman was a journalist, actually, but he wrote those two books as like kind of like historical fiction, or like contemporary historical fiction, you could think about it as. I think both of them got initially suppressed in the Soviet Union because they were too critical of the Soviet government. But they're both really interesting and good books. And just coincidentally, War and Peace happens to be right there too.
Yeah. Looks like a Cambridge edition.
Yep. So I would say on this shelf,
I did want to actually something just came back through the AI that I was it was hanging and I wasn't sure it was going to continue, but I seem to have remembered the Haitian revolution was the only kind of clear example of a successful sort of successful slave revolt that
right.
that sort of it's sort of the pinnacle example in history of that. So it's a major in that sense also.
Yeah, and I mean, no revolutions are bloodless. Or very few revolutions end up being bloodless. But kind of part of the story of that is that it was not there are some famous like paintings that appeared in media in France to sort of scare people at that time, where it was like basically saying that we're rounding up all the white landowners and hanging them. Mm-hmm. And the Haitian Revolution was inspired by some of the early ideals of the French Revolution, which were, of course, related to ideals of the American Revolution too. It was a hard fought deal because initially, like, France abolished slavery after the Haitian Revolution, I think there was a time period where it looked like the Haitians were going to be in kind of a commonwealth with France. And then Napoleon decided to reinvade and reestablish slavery in Haiti, and ended up losing that war. It was like one of the first conflicts that Napoleon just lost and cut his losses and left. So also instantly a real good example of the influence of infectious disease on history, which really took an enormous toll on the French and in Haiti and made them not as fighting effective. That between that and the guerrilla warfare, it was just like Napoleon was eventually like, I can't sustain this anymore.
Hmm.
But yeah, it was definitely for I think a lot of people an inspiring example of some things that could have happened earlier elsewhere in the New World.
Mhm.
So Ravenna is a really good book. Ravenna was kind of the late capital of the Roman Empire, in kind of north eastern Italy, where a lot of the late emperors kind of hung out because it was more defensible than Rome was. And this is a history of Ravenna. It became an important kind of Ostrogothic capital after the Western Roman Empire fell, and then when that area was retaken by the Eastern Roman Empire, it also became kind of the capital of the so-called exarchate of the Byzantines that they ran in Italy.
Was there a geographic or other reason why it was a logical capital?
Yeah, so partly it's that it was farther north than Rome, but a major component of it is it's protected by a series of like swamps. So you can't really surround it, and it's on the ocean, so it's on the Adriatic coast. So it's just was more heavily defensible. It was never anywhere close to as large as Rome was. But it was the sort of thing where when Rome was sacked by the Visigoths in 412, I think it was 412, they sacked Rome partly because they couldn't get to Ravenna. Because Ravenna was too easily defensible and too heavily defended. But there were other cities that the later Roman Empire in the West used, like Milan was where a lot of the Roman Empire emperors actually hung out later on. People sometimes talk about Rome as becoming some sort of a backwater almost, which is probably overstating it. But this is just a really interesting book on the history of Ravenna through the Middle Ages. A Distant Mirror is a good book by Barbara Tuchman, pretty famous historian. This is about the 14th century, and so the distant mirror is a metaphor for she wrote this book in the 20th century, and the 14th century was really a chaotic century in Europe. It was the century where most of the Hundred Years' War happened between France and England, and it's when the Black Death hit Europe. So it's a very violent and deadly period, and so I think the distant mirror is meant to be a metaphor of this is like a mirror to our times in the 20th century, basically. So it's not really an analogy pursued throughout the book, but just kind of implied, I think. Actually, I have a fair number of books on the Black Death partly because I have an interest in infectious disease and history, partly because of my microbiology background. That book is a little bit outdated, the Black Death book by, I guess, Gottfried. But I have some more ones that we'll probably come to that are more up to date.
What about Miss
Schlossler?
That is a really good book. So it's about the kind of history of safety and control of nuclear weapons and mostly in the US. And so it kind of centers around this accident that happened in the 1980s. I think there's an HBO documentary about it, that where there was a fuel tank that was ruptured inside one of the nuclear silos for a missile in one of the nuclear silos in Arkansas. And the silo eventually blew up. And people didn't, when they were became a big national issue because no one really knew whether or not the bomb was going to go off at the same time. It wasn't necessarily something that would happen, but if it exploded in the right way, perhaps it would. And then it kind of uses that story as a backdrop for history of like nuclear weapons control and making sure that accidents don't happen. And so it's a really, in some ways, alarming book. Anyone who with access to Google can Google just Google hydrogen bomb North Carolina accident, and you'll see this one of the stories that really jumped out to me in that book, which was that there was a plane that was flying, American plane that was flying hydrogen bombs over North Carolina at the time, that had to make a crash landing. And during the crash landing, two of the three safety mechanisms on the hydrogen bomb tripped. So if the third one had tripped, then the bomb would have gone off when it landed. And so there's just this picture of this hydrogen bomb that's just sitting in a farm field. It landed in the farm field in North Carolina, and we're just lucky that it didn't go off and basically make everything from North Carolina to, I think, Washington D.C. uninhabitable.
Wow.
But it was just the reason why it's kind of makes it almost seem like a miracle that we survived the Cold War. The reason why that plane was in the air is because at the time, the U.S. was operating it on like a hair trigger alert, where to have some sort of a deterrent capability or second strike capability, we needed planes in the air at all times carrying nuclear weapons. This is in like the 1960s or something. And
maybe that
so
was pre-submarine.
Right. Yeah, so I think it was. It was when we mostly just had missiles and the other two arms of the
nuclear triad.
Yeah. So it was just a really like eye-opening book, and makes the point that if we keep nuclear weapons around, we have to maintain them, and we have to do so safely, and have to make sure that we have the safety systems in place and not put ourselves in situations where the weapons we feel we can't do without them, but they're more dangerous to us even in contexts of non-war than just through accidents than as they are from war. Maybe another potential question you have. Yes, I did read the Mueller report. This is repetitive reading, but this is published by the Washington Post, and I read it through when it came out. Yeah, I mean, there's like most of the most important stuff was reported on, and it's not hidden in the Mueller report.
Well, just remind people what it is, what it was about.
Okay. Yes. So this was these exact scope, I'm not sure, but I think it had two components. One of it, the first component was, which is like the first half of the report, is about Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. And so Russian connections that were made between the either known Russian government operatives or people that probably were, and the Trump campaign. And then the second part of the book is, so people may recall that the FBI investigation of this subject was something that Donald Trump didn't like very much, and ended up firing the director of the FBI, James Comey. And so that precipitated this appointment of Robert Mueller as like a special investigator or special prosecutor or something. And the second half of the book is about attempted interference in the an investigation of potential interference. So it was a controversial book in the sense, or controversial talk subject and or report from multiple sides, but from the people that wanted to see some actionable consequences come from it, it was controversial because I believe it ultimately decided not to press charges against key people in the administration and kind of charged people often for things like lying to the FBI, and not really people that should really probably have been held responsible were not held responsible.
What about this David Frum book?
Yeah, so I like David Frum as an author a lot and as a commentator a lot. David Frum is I believe he's formerly left the Republican Party now, but he was one of the famous first like never Trumpers, Republicans that refused to vote for Trump under any circumstances. A kind of collection of people that's has gradually decreased over the years. But this was his first book on Trump, which is about, well, the corruption of the American Republic. And one of the key things that he talks about in the book is don't expect, in this country or other countries, don't expect things like the Russian Revolution or the rise of Nazi Germany to be your model for bad political change. And his point is that things tend to rot rather than catastrophically fall apart. And part of the theme is not just is that the rot kind of institutionally predates events of 2016, but then it also goes into the particular issues that he's worried about with the first Trump administration. Oh, The World the Plague Made is kind of an interesting book. There's a historical thesis that exists that so there's a question of like, so European civilization really like took off somewhere in the early to mid modern era, right? So to the point where Europeans became the ones who controlled most of the planet, right? And the question is why was that? And I think most historians probably don't find the explanation that European cultures are like inherently superior or inherently more virtuous to be plausible or compelling explanations. So there's this question of like what allowed European countries to sort of take over in the way that they did economically, which can be underlying a lot of like military capacities and scientific capacities. And the thesis of the book is that it's on the side of a historical debate that says that if the Black Death hadn't have happened, then European civilization would not have taken off in the way that it took off. So in the sense that the modern world is kind of contingent on this freak disaster of the Black Death is the thesis of the book. I think it seems like some historians agree with it and some don't. But it's things like the end of feudalism and rise of capitalism was accelerated by the large death of the peasantry, where the peasantry could now command higher wages because there were fewer of them and they were less tied to the land because the kind of infrastructural supports of the nobility had kind of broken down. So it's things like, I think there are other parts of the book that I'm not remembering, but it's basically the thesis is just that the Black Death, yes, it was a giant tragedy, but we should recognize its historical importance, not just as a human tragedy, but also that this unexpected effect happened as a consequence, which was the takeoff of European civilization and kind of the period of dominance of European civilization across the globe.
I think there was one I was going to ask you about over here. Might have been this one. Yeah, the Great Mortality.
Yeah, so that's also about the Black Death. It's more of a kind of a popular book, not written by a scholar per se, but just kind of a nonfiction writer. It was good, but it didn't have the kind of scholarly analysis that I really liked in the dive into in those books.
What about this one? The Pursuit of Happiness, the Enlightenment.
Yeah, so that is one that I have not read yet. But I because I'm also interested in intellectual history, I kind of wanted to eventually read through that giant, it's like 1,000-page book. But yeah, it's just as the title says, it's about enlightenment philosophy, enlightenment thought. Read some other books on the subject, but not that one yet.
I think this actually came up in another bookshelf tour earlier this week that I recorded. And apparently it's a really good book.
Yeah.
Do you have any
And
thoughts on this one?
Yeah, so I definitely I don't have much else to say than that it was a really good book. Totally agree with that. There's also, we didn't highlight it, but there's a sequel to the book called Dark Sun, which is about the development of the hydrogen bomb. Um, uh, so it's yeah, um, uh, yeah, definitely highly recommended. I haven't read Black Sun yet or Dark Sun yet, but I did read Making of the Atomic Bomb and really liked it.
Do you have any other books related to corruption as a sort of larger topic or thread?
Oh, not directly, I don't think. Um, I mean, I've
It kind of reminded me of SPQR and, sort of the change from the kings to the Senate plus the people. And then even as there was a shift back to an empire and to a Caesar or king, SPQR still there was still a superficial level of that in the symbolism. So
Yeah.
it was sort of a fig leaf of representative rule, even as it was eroded.
Right. It's like the title of emperor comes from imperator, which is not what we think of as like monarch almost. So the early emperors, like Augustus, called himself the princeps, which is like first citizen, rather than emperor. There was this veneer of plausible deniability until people had really forgotten about a different political system where you were, it is almost like Orwellian. Like it is kind of doublespeak, like right where it's called I'm the first citizen. I'm not the ruler or the king. These Romans really like you could be murdered for or executed for the charge of trying to make yourself a king. It was like a really dirty word in the Roman Republic. And yeah, it makes the kind of point that dictatorships and authoritarian movements do respect respect in the sense of like they think that it's an important thing that they have to control, which is the public uh the public attitude. So people talk about things like a participatory dictatorship where a feature of totalitarian societies that you have to bring on board the society and make them feel that they're a part of it, and still in control in some way, even if they're not. So
And
yeah,
that's an interesting element of when of the sort of historical context of Jesus, is that he's there's a question as to is he the king of the Jews, and is he sort of challenging the empire? And I just pulled up it's one of my favorite little selections or pieces of dialogue. It's John 18:33-38, and it's Pilate speaking to Jesus. He says, so then Pilate entered into the judgment hall again and called Jesus and said unto him, Art thou the king of the Jews? And Jesus answered him, Sayest thou this thing of thyself, or did others tell it thee of me? Pilate answered, Am I a Jew? Thine own nation and the chief priests have delivered thee unto me. What hast thou done? Jesus answered, My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight, that I should not be delivered to the Jews. But now is my kingdom not from hence. Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. And Pilate saith unto him, What is truth? And he doesn't wait for Jesus to answer. He just walks away. And I think there's a lot of meaning there.
yeah, there's a lot of, you can manipulate language and ultimately throw I mean, it's good for people to be skeptical, but there's a level of skepticism that you can reach where you're rejecting things that are right in front of your face, basically. And reasoning your way out of the obvious. And I think that's one of the themes in that, one of the points in that On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder is that you want to be attentive to plain spoken language and the obvious, because people will try to modify what those things seem to be. All right, so this is a lot of African and Asian history, mostly Asian history. Cobalt Red was a really disturbing book. It's about the cobalt mining in the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo. And the thesis of the book is really that although every company that mines in the Congo or takes cobalt from the Congo, which is, I should say, cobalt is really important for making a lot of different batteries, like the kinds that we have in our smartphones. Although every company will insist that they're mining these things ethically, and the point is that a lot of the, like, people sometimes talk about with like blood diamonds, is that like the cobalt, where the cobalt comes from that comes into your smartphone is not easily traceable, or even in principle traceable at all. So you don't know if it's coming from effective slave labor or it's coming from basically almost like a death camp that's being run by militia. And so the point being that not just the companies, but also us, the consumers, have some sort of responsibility in this process. Yeah, I was, for that, anytime you read a book where it makes you feel that you're partially responsible for some human rights abuse or human tragedy, is usually a book that's going to be pretty unsettling. And Cobalt Red is definitely an example of that. Next to it is the Congo. I'm probably going to mispronounce he's Belgian. David van Reebroek, maybe. He was a reporter in Africa and basically wrote this. It was the first history of Congo that I ran into, and it was really good. There's some things that are implausible in it. Like he says that he ran into someone that was like 123 years old and was alive before the Belgians colonized the Congo, before the Congo Free State. But isn't able to like verify it. But otherwise, wasn't able to verify that this person was actually as old as they said they were. Um, uh, but otherwise, it was a pretty good book and like a good introduction to Congolese history. I was reading it during a time where I was just doing a extensive like reading of relatively extensive reading of African history.
It seems like there's so much there. Like, how do you decide where to start?
Yeah, I mean, and also a lot of it is like it doesn't divide the national lines as easily as we can divide like European history or a lot of Asian history on national lines. Because as like this is pretty famous, the colonial powers didn't draw national boundaries at the time of, or even the successor governments of the colonial powers didn't draw the national boundaries along lines of like culture or national identification, partly because it's just it's so complicated that it's almost implausible to be able to do. But it's definitely a kind of history that's hard to tell, because it's hard to say what is whose history, basically. What is for one particular group's history begins and other groups of history ends. It sort of highlights like the dynamics of human culture and national identification. It makes the muddiness of that sort of distinction very salient. The Fortunes of Africa is a history of basically just African history. So it runs all the way from the Bronze Age to modern times, like 2000 or so. There's another book that I have from the same author that I haven't read yet, which is just about post-colonial Africa. And a lot of his, obviously, African history leans heavily on recent history, because a lot of the oral histories that would be in Africa, exist in Africa, are not written down. But so obviously most of the book is about from the time of exploration onwards, but it tells also about what we can see from archaeology.
What does this refer to? The war that doesn't say its name.
That's another book on the Congo, actually. So after Robert Mugabe, not Robert Mugabe, Mobutu Sese Seko who was the longtime dictator of the Democratic Republic of Congo, which was at the time called Zaire, was overthrown. There were secession movements that broke out in Eastern Congo, and it became what scholars in the area often refer to as like the African World War, because it drew in ultimately like every country in that area. So like the Rwandan conflict is in a lot of ways an extension of, or interrelated with, this conflict in the Congo. It drew in Uganda, it drew in Burundi. It's just there are more acronyms. The book is hard to read because there's so many acronyms of different groups that are fighting each other, that it's you have to try to keep track of them and when they come into existence and when they disappear from existence. But it's been basically a war that has been it's killed something like several million people, and it's been going on since like close to the turn of the millennium. And it's like, it's just, you would think that this war would be like widely known about, but it's just not, that's the sense in which it doesn't say its name. It doesn't really announce itself.
So what is it called? Like if you want to read it up on Wikipedia.
Probably the closest thing is the African World War, is people refer to it sometimes as. But I don't know that it really has a name, because it's like a multilateral war where it doesn't necessarily have clear like a clear side that you can point to. I mean, there's like Congolese government, but they don't have a big presence in that area. And it's just a lot of militias fighting each other with the various neighboring governments inserting themselves at different times, or funding militias that would fight a rival militia from a rival country, or funded by a rival country. It's a fantastically complicated book.
It looks like these books up here are sort of these Dan Jones books are sort of a series.
Yeah, so I have most of his history books. They're kind of narrative history, narrative popular history on the Middle Ages. And I was always liked them. They're not like jaw-droppingly good, but they're we've never read one that I didn't like. There's that Black Death book is like the most recent book that I could find on scholarly book on the Black Death. And it's not a like it's a scholarly history of the Black Death. So it's not a narrative history. And it's about what we know about its consequences and progression and its effects.
One of the things that I studied during the pandemic was just what is the government's, like there was preparations that were done after 9/11 to just sort of review how the government would respond to a variety of emergencies. And there was some thinking done on how to respond to pandemics. And my understanding of the pandemic is that it was sort of in this middle zone of danger. And that's part of what made it so controversial, is that it wasn't to the level of the Black Death. And I think a lot of people came away with sort of a feeling that that's what a pandemic is, and the black. So I guess what I'm curious about is like, what do you think about when something like the Black Death does come again, or like we do have that 100-year, or kind of two things. So one would be like, what would happen if we had another Black Death? And number two, maybe what if we had another, that was in 1919, the flu. What do you think would happen in those cases? And is that part of what you think about when you're reading these books?
Yeah, it's definitely really worrisome. You're right that, like, it was even said quite a bit in kind of political situations, and when COVID was going on, that like, oh, this is only killing 1% of people that are infected. And you can make the case that, like, well, that's if a lot of people get infected, that's a lot of people that die, and it's disproportionately from vulnerable groups like the elderly, or the young. But and in that sense, like the test, people sometimes talk about like COVID as being like a test case. Yeah, a testing, like, this was also an opportunity. It was a human tragedy, but it was also an opportunity to see, like, how do our institutions hold up under the stress of a pandemic?
Yep.
And the answer is not as well as we thought they would. And if we don't have them in place, be prepared for a much worse virus, like for instance SARS looked like it might have been, then we could really pay a heavy price before we know what to do about it. So this Black Death book was written in, I think, 2020 or 2021. So when we knew when COVID had reached a pandemic situation, and it talks about like, what are the lessons of the Black Death on pandemic preparedness, and it's pretty pessimistic about them. Although the author will note that he's not like an epidemiologist, but from the historical perspective of, are we ready for a scenario where a Black Death sort of disease happens, where you're killing a third or a fifth or higher, or a half or higher of the percentage of people infected? How well are our institutions and social structures and preparedness going to hold up under the situation? And I don't know anyone who thinks that that we're really ready for that.
I guess it just seems to me that the people at those times were so ignorant of basic stuff, like even just the germ theory of disease and how stuff is spread, that they didn't have a ton of countermeasures. And even like one thing I think about is like, if everybody was wearing a mask, then is it possible for a disease that is spread through the air, like would it be possible for 30% of the population to die if people were wearing masks and doing some forms of isolation, like happened during COVID? Like what kind of pathogen would be bad enough where even if people were under a fair amount of lockdown and wearing masks, are there certain things that still would wipe out 30% of people?
Yeah, so I mean, the Black Death was a weird case in that, so a lot of diseases, like for people who have cholera, for instance, like just basic medical care, someone bringing you water and cleaning up after you, is super important for survival. And a lot of people who die of cholera die because they were effectively incapacitated and alone. The Black Death and those sorts of diseases tend to kill young people and old people disproportionately. What was weird about the Black Death is that it killed people pretty indiscriminately. It was mostly the kind of histogram of deaths across age group is pretty uh relative to the population at each point in the age group. They did have well, it's true that they didn't have a germ theory of disease at the time. They had something that was the miasmic theory of disease, which is basically that like disease causes these bad errors that spread the disease. So you get this like kind of pseudo infectious disease theory that was really widespread. And they tried during the Black Death to do things like isolation and quarantine, but because it's spread by fleas on rats, isolating and quarantine people isn't super effective. So it was also like that they just didn't have a sense of how the disease propagated. There's kind of foundational work that was done in later pandemics. So there were multiple outbreaks of the Black Death throughout history. There was a pandemic in China, or a widespread epidemic in China and India in the early 20th century, which is where a lot of our knowledge of bubonic plague comes from. But it is still like, if you don't understand the nature of the disease that you're working with and it's epidemiology, then you're kind of powerless to fight against it.
Yeah.
And particularly early diseases that are not familiar to us, where we don't have drugs. We now have drugs that are pretty effective in fighting acute cases of COVID. But initially, you don't, for new diseases, you don't necessarily have those, or probably won't have them. And it's probably not a safe assumption that just like basic medical care is going to be sufficient for preventing widespread death, at least in every case. You could definitely have like an epidemic of like or pandemic of like a cholera type disease where it's going to hurt people who don't have access to medical care, and people who do have access to medical care are going to be fine, or only dying in like 1% of the population that's infected. But we could, I, I think that it's a feasible scenario where you could have something that kills 25% of people, and for a while there's not much we can do about it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely it's one of the many scary things in the world, but yeah. So I can go on to this shelf. The early part of it is physics. You can see that white book and the baby blue book are the first two components of that Leonard Susskind theoretical minimum series. So the first one just being called the theoretical minimum, which is basically about classical mechanics, and then the quantum mechanics successor to that. Those are the two.
These go with these books, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So those are really good. I really like them. They're the two that I've read. Series of books on thermodynamics. Most of which I've read, I've always liked. You can see a couple of the students' guides there. There's the student's guide for entropy, which was quite good. And then lined sideways on the bottom of the shelf. So there's the student's guide for Maxwell's equations, which are the fundamental equations of classical electromagnetism. That you will, if you take like an electricity and magnetism class, you will find yourself using them, particularly at a graduate level. You'll find them using them quite often. So the impossible state is about North Korea. And it was written probably mid 2010s. So it's not super up to date, but it was around the time that Kim Jong-un came to power. And I don't remember an enormous amount about it, because I think we also just don't know an enormous amount about North Korea, a famously secretive society or secretive government. Read a few books on Afghanistan and that conflict. The Afghanistan book by Barfield is just a history of Afghanistan. That series by Ahmed Rashid, which is the next three books, Taliban, Descent into Chaos, and Pakistan on the Brink, are about the precursors to the American conflict in Afghanistan and then the conflict itself. So the first book, Taliban, was actually written in like 2000 or 2001, right before September 11th. So from a book selling standpoint, probably good timing to the sense in the sense that might make sense. But then the Descent into Chaos is about the bulk of the American war that happened between 2001 and the mid 2010s. And then Pakistan on the Brink is more about the influence of Pakistan and the spillover of the conflict into Pakistani society. Initially, there was like funding of many of those groups by cryptic funding of many of the sort of support of the Taliban by forces inside the Pakistani government. But then this kind of came back to bite the Pakistani military, because then the Pakistani Taliban developed itself and started functioning inside Pakistan as well, and threatening that government. So those are really good books. I think he's written a couple of books since, but I don't have them.
What was the I forget if you said government or military, but what was their interest in funding the Taliban?
So part of it is that they thought that um uh uh that if the Taliban was not in power, then and American influence ruled in Afghanistan, that Indian influence would come into play as well, and that India would grab a foothold in that country.
Hmm.
And so, for anyone who's not familiar, it's like that Southeast Asia, a lot of the international politics around Southeast Asia revolves around the antagonism between Pakistan and India. Um, and so whenever uh, Pakistan's military sees India getting a potential upper hand somewhere, they will try to do a countermeasure and vice versa. Um, so it's kind of a then the Pakistani military controls a lot of, it doesn't have the kind of civilian control that the US military historically has had, or a lot of other militaries. It functions in its own, my understanding is it functions in its own capacity, and even the presidents have a military background in Pakistan, um, are in some sense beholden or not quite under control of the military and the secret service, which is called the ISI.
Hmm. This one looks interesting. The British in India, Social History of the Raj.
Yeah, so that is it's about pretty clearly it's about the period of British control over India spanning from the late 1600s to 1948. What was it? 1949, when the British left. And I think it goes a little bit past that into like the lingering kind of like British expats that live in India, of which there are quite a few. But it's basically it makes the point of like saying that this is told from the perspective of the lives of the British in India, rather than, it's very upfront with that it's about the lives of the British people in India, rather than the perspectives of Indians on the British, or being about British history in India per se. It's a lot of like anecdotal stories about people who left memoirs, or uh were in some other sense documented by the record, who were British people and living in India. So it's basically like what their lives were like as people that were from Great Britain or moved back and forth between Great Britain and India, but were primarily based in India.
And what is social history?
Yeah, so I guess it's kind of that, um I think about it as like stories of people's lives, where it doesn't necessarily depend on politics or military or economics. It's just like social history, I think of as like a series of stories about people and how ordinary people live their lives. What motivated them, what their lives were like, what their family situation was like. Um, it's more deliberately not focused on, like, politics is not the politics of the fall of the British Empire, and um in India is like not really covered in that book, except for maybe peripherally. Like the 7 Years' War, which is was basically established British dominance in India over where French, or had kind of been multiple powers that were there. Not really covered, except in the fact where it impacted people's individual lives.
You've got a big set here of, I guess, stuff on Mao.
Yeah, so that's I'm probably gonna butcher his name, but Frank DeCotter, who was, or is, last I heard, was based in Hong Kong as a professor, and it's about Maoism from the time of the history of Maoist China from the time of the end of the Chinese Civil War in 1949, I think. And then, which is basically the subject of the first book, The Tragedy of Liberation. Mao's Great Famine is about the famine years of the Great Leap Forward, in the kind of 1950s and early 60s. And then the Cultural Revolution was like the last part of the trilogy, which was about the kind of deliberate attempt by Mao to kind of bring a kind of grassroots revolution to the society of China as a whole, rather than just changing economic circumstances, like actually try to upend like the cultural institutions and basis of the country. And so it's definitely it's a book I really liked them. It's definitely a book that is not shy about calling fault where it sees fault, and is uh, um, definitely sees the Maoist period as a something that really set China back and unnecessarily hurt lots of people. So it's I've read other books that are a little bit more don't editorialize as much, but they also don't tell really the human story of individual people as well as that book does. So it's a trilogy that I definitely recommend.
What about this practicing history one?
Yeah, it's another Barbara Tuchman like series of essays. I haven't read that one yet, but as someone who has kind of amateur interest in history, and potentially might like to write some kind of history book in the future, it's one that I wanted to pick up.
Are there any others here you like to talk about?
Spice is an interesting book. It's about the spice trade in the East Indies, and kind of from time where Europeans established sea routes to the East Indies through around Africa, and the conflict between the Spanish and Portuguese empires. So a big part of the book is Magellan's voyage, circumnavigation of the globe, which is partly to find what were the limitations on what are better routes to the Spice Islands and in the East Indies. But I think beyond that, we can probably move on to the next shelf.
Okay. So that.
So this is very physics heavy.
Yeah.
So there are a couple more students' guides there. There's the students' guides to waves. That is not like ocean waves, but just like the physical phenomena of a wave, whether that's a electromagnetic radiation or a oceanic wave. We encountered the Landau and Lifshitz series before, the Mechanics third edition. Encountered some of the other books that I have from that series earlier, but that's a good but old book. The electricity and magnetism book, the green one, by Purcell and Morin. It was updated by Morin, but was originally by Purcell. Is a really good book. That was the first book on electricity and magnetism that I read, and with very little background in that area, and really liked it. It's designed for undergrads. It incidentally is also the instrumentation center at my grad school university was named after Purcell, as I found out while I was reading this book. It was kind of an interesting piece of history. There's another Linus Pauling book, kind of an outdated book on the introduction to quantum mechanics, Pauling and E. Bright Wilson. There's another Schrödinger guide or student's guide to the Schrödinger equation, which is really good and a pretty recent one by Dan Fleisch, who is probably the best writer of the writers that write the students' guides. He's probably written the most of them and is probably the best. They're just excellent. He's from Wittenberg University in Ohio, which is a primarily undergraduate institution. So he really heavily is focused on teaching people rather than training researchers, which can bring a different didactic approach.
And he's here also.
Yeah, he's one of the authors on that. He's also for the Maxwell's equations student's guide. He's also the author of that one, and that the Maxwell's equations student guide is probably my favorite of them. So we got the Feynman lectures on physics, which I've read partly through, and then the series of components of a physics textbook that my brother gave to me after he took his intro physics class. That's the ones that's like part 1, part 2, part 3, like the black skinny books. I think that's it for this shelf.
Okay, so that's the bottom shelf of bookcase 6 down here. And so now we're going to be going to the last bookcase on this wall, and we'll head over to the close-up for that.
Yep.
Okay, so where do you want to start with this shelf? History of Mathematics looks interesting.
Yeah, so that's actually the book that I mentioned to you that I didn't remember the author of. It's from Bursbach and Boyer. That is covers the history of the calculus amongst other things. But that's a best kind of overview of mathematical history that I've encountered, and it's pretty detailed. Let's see. Proteins, Genes, and Enzymes, or Proteins, Enzymes, and Genes, that big yellow book, is one of the few histories of biochemistry I can actually find out there. So I read that when I was an undergrad, when I was doing taking a history of science class and writing a term paper on biochemical history. And that was the best of the books that I encountered, and it's by a protein chemist converted to historian after retiring.
What about this vitalism one?
Yeah, it's kind of a compendium of it's an edited volume.
Okay.
Very academic, very dry.
What does the scientific image mean?
I have no idea, to be honest. I know environment, vitalism, post-enlightenment science, life science, but what a scientific image is, maybe the way we view science is perhaps the closest that would come to that.
What about this power, sex, suicide one?
Yeah, so that's by Nick Lane. It's about it's a popular science book about the mitochondrion, which is, people call it the powerhouse of the cell. So it's an organelle that is generates, at least in human cells, most of the energy. And so the three components of that title, power, is the basically reference to the energy. It's powering the cell. Sex is the reference to it's a peculiar organelle in that you inherit most of your mitochondria from your mother, because that's where the egg is, where the sperm doesn't have very much mitochondria in it, and most of them are not actually injected into the egg at fertilization. So it's a weird kind of form of inheritance, and has some interesting evolutionary implications because of the way that's inherited, in a way that's asymmetric between men and women, or for asymmetric inherited from the mother or the father. And then suicide, it's also, there's a process, cellular process called pushing it, autophagy, I guess would be the way I could easily pronounce it, which is like self-eating, where the cell basically, for lack of a better phrase, kind of consumes itself. This is only something that eukaryotic cells do. Eukaryotic cells, like our cells, for instance. And it does this under cases where, like, the cell is too heavily damaged to continue its life, or perhaps it has it's become cancerous and it's been activated to kill itself via the immune system. So that's the suicide component, and that's mediated. That process is mediated heavily by mitochondria.
Well,
This was a book that was written in like 2001 or something. Nick Lane writes some good popular science textbooks. The Vital Question was a really good popular science textbook about energy metabolism and the constraints that it puts on the early evolution of life, and what it suggests about what the earliest life forms might have actually been like. King Leopold's Ghost I need to read, but that's another Congolese history. So King Leopold being the king of Belgium, who established the Free State of Congo, the ironically named Free State of Congo, as like a personal fiefdom of the Belgian crown. Later it was incorporated. It was like some of the like worst human rights abuses in Africa that the Europeans are responsible for occurred in the Congo in the late 19th century. And eventually it was discovered when kind of the public got adrift of what was going on. They actually incorporated the Congo as a formal colony. Not that it made things dramatically better, but the criticism was that this is something that's not responsible. The government of the Congo is not responsible to anyone at this moment. So we have to incorporate it as a colony because they saw that as an improvement, which to some degree it probably was over just a personal fiefdom of the Belgian crown. But obviously it was quite a while before 1950s and Congolese independence.
and there's some famous photos of people with missing hands and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's
It was a grim time. There was there was heavy rubber farming in that time, and so it would be things like if you had people who were basically forced into it wasn't exactly chattel slavery, but it was certainly a form of slavery, or maybe the euphemism would be unfree labor. Where you had locals that were rounded up and told you have to bring back this much rubber plant by the end of the day, or you're going to lose your hand or something. So it's or your children will lose their hands or something. This is a really kind of draconian and grim monetization of the resources of a country, or at least an area of Africa at the time. The book by Philip Gurevich is about the Rwandan genocide. It's one of the better books on that. There's also on the stack to the left of this stack, there's a book called Shake Hands with the Devil. That's by Romeo Dallaire, who was the UN, the commander of UN forces in Rwanda at the time of the Rwandan genocide. And it's really, like, as you might imagine, it really was a kind of, the experience kind of shattered him as a person of witnessing that and being able to effectively do nothing about it, even though that was like his job to is ostensibly what he was there for, to protect Rwandans from each other. So he definitely had like a very rough life after that, of kind of depression and drinking, and this is like his memoir about it. Yeah, I think we can move on to the next. All right, so there's a lot of like Michael Crichton on this shelf, which I went through a binge of reading those and um college. So it's things like Jurassic Park and The Lost World are probably the most famous ones. The Andromeda Strain is pretty famous. I mean, I think I liked his writing at the time, but I'm not sure I haven't read anything from him for a while, partly because I've read a lot of his books and he passed away a while ago. Um, but let's see, some Hemingway there. Canterbury Tales. Dancing in the Light, or Dancing in Something of Monsters, which you can just see the Dancing in Monsters on it in the lower left, sitting along horizontally. That's by the same author that wrote The War That Doesn't Say Its Name, and this is about like the early portions of that war. And so The War That Doesn't Say Its Name was kind of a sequel to this book. This is the author that we might get to later on, but that Atoms and Ashes by Sergei Plohy. He's a Ukrainian born professor at Harvard. Has written a lot of really great books on Ukrainian history and things related to like Ukrainian and Russian history. Atoms and Ashes is kind of a history of nuclear accidents. Unlike the Soviet Union, which were actually much more extensive than the ones that happened in the US. So it's whereas, and it's also focused on not just nuclear weapons accidents, but the civilian programs, things like Chernobyl, of course, and 3 Mile Island.
What do you think of this Lessons of History?
I have not read that one yet. I actually have not read really any Will Durant. And I thought about picking up his like long series on history, but that'll have to be sometime when I have more space to put books. But I picked that one up because it's just like essays on history and practicing history.
We saw another Pol Pot book earlier we didn't touch on, but I'm curious what you found most interesting about the history of Pol Pot.
Yeah, so one of the weird things about the Khmer Rouge is that the Khmer Rouge was basically the colloquial name for the Cambodian Communist Party, which is probably the most extreme form of communism or communist party or communist government that ever existed. And so they took power in Cambodia in the early 80s and committed a really ugly genocide where they basically depopulated the cities, sent people out to work or be executed in the countryside. Really did a lot to damage Cambodian society, not just from a human standpoint, but from the economy and the existence of learning, and because a lot of the professors ended up getting killed. But the weird sort of part of Pol Pot's story, for one thing, he was like a school teacher or something before he was the leader of the Communist Party. But the other weird thing is that he died in Cambodia out of power, but in like rural Cambodia, because the North, or what was the North Vietnamese government, became the Vietnamese government after they won the Vietnam War, got into a conflict with Cambodia in the mid 80s, because there was also kind of like a racial component to the genocide in that the Khmer Rouge was carrying out, where they were distrusting and killing a lot of ethnically Vietnamese citizens of Cambodia, like disproportionately. So the Vietnamese invaded and pushed the Khmer Rouge out of power, which is ultimately what brought that genocide to an end. But then the Khmer Rouge just kind of existed in a rural part of Cambodia, I think funded partly by the Chinese Communist Party at the time. But it's just, Pol Pot is a rare example of someone that didn't die in power, was thrown out of power, stayed in the country, but was never tried or held accountable in any way. So there's also the book that I had before that was on the Pol Pot regime, was more about, less about Pol Pot himself, but more about the power, the Pol Pot regime and power. And it was also a surprisingly dry book, which the Philip Short Pol Pot book is not.
Okay, so we can go to the next shelf here.
All right. So the first thing that jumps out to me here are on the left, the James Joyce books. So in my period of maximum intellectual arrogance in early or late high school, when I was reading textbooks and I was like, I can read anything, just throw it at me. Like I'll read it and write an essay on it for my English class. So I ostensibly read Ulysses for my English class, plodded my way through it, mostly relying on having, yes, literally read the words that were on the page, but relying on a guide that my English teacher provided me from his college days to help understand what was going on. I went back and reread it later and got a lot more out of it, but at the time, at the end of high school, like I wrote an English essay on it that was just, it was an objectively bad essay, just like pretty obvious conclusions, because the depth of the book was not something that I was able to like imbibe at the time. And some people might say, people who are fans of the book might argue that it's a book that you keep realizing dimensions to that didn't exist, that you didn't realize existed before. More manageable less manageable is Finnegan's Wake, which I tried and I couldn't make heads or tails of. Dubliners is really good. There's a really powerful story. It's a series of short stories, a really powerful one called, I think, a Unfortunate Case or something, which I remember I read this in high school, and then that section of that short story showed up on the AP exam. I was like, oh, so I know exactly where this was from. But it's a really kind of haunting story about a kind of somewhat like arrogant intellectual who got into a relationship with a woman and then kind of abandoned her because he didn't feel like she was like smart enough or good enough for him. And then the heavily implication is that she kills herself, and although it doesn't really explicitly say that, and kills herself because of his breaking off the relationship. And it was just like it's just a really haunting story about like you can teach yourself everything that there is to know under the sun, and then you can miss aspects of human relationships and uh uh how one ought to treat other people, and significance of human relationships, where you may even have to sacrifice parts of your kind of intellectual pursuits to maintain them. And I remember that just being like one of those things where I was like, I'm gonna put this book down for a second and decompress after this. Portrait of the Artist of the Young Man was uh another book that there's a line in it that's something like, you can talk to me of religion, nationality, and uh such and such. You can throw those nets at me, but I will endeavor to fly by them. And as a young kind of like in high school, being kind of someone that was discovering kind of intellectual chops for like the first time, it was kind of rebellious. It was a like a another one of those um parts of a book that just kind of floored me and had immediate, like, enormous impact on uh my kind of psyche. Um so I think that covers the James Joyce. Louise Boreas is the I only have that one series of short stories by him, but they're really good. Really imaginative, almost kind of, a lot of them are kind of almost science fictiony. Um what is the Garden of Forking Paths, I think, is one of his famous um short stories. Interestingly, he was Argentinian, but he wrote pretty much exclusively in English. Like, they're not translated works. They're like, just he preferred to write in English, even though it wasn't his first language. And he had some sort of opinion about the language was, he felt the language was more suited for literature than he thought Spanish was. Um, which is something that I feel like you can only say if you're not an English speaker. Um, Otherwise it comes off this is very chauvinistic. Um, but a couple of Kurt Vonnegut books, uh, which I were complicated enough that I remember being very amusing and impactful, but I don't remember much of the Sirens of Titan. But Slaughterhouse-Five is the backdrop for it, is of course like the bombing of Dresden in World War II. Um, and his experience. I forget if Kurt Vonnegut, he was an airman. I forget if he was directly involved in the bombing of Dresden. I don't think so, because I think that was primarily a British operation. But it was kind of, you can feel the sense of kind of guilt. It's a little bit like Catch-22, which is like probably why it's right next to it there, in that the unusual kinds of horror of particularly the air war and bombing and killing people that you don't see, you're nowhere close to, and they're just kind of anonymous. Catch-22, people are probably familiar. I mean, a lot of people are probably familiar with the book itself. But the Catch-22 of being a phenomenon where something that is needed to fulfill one requirement is a disrequirement for fulfilling the requirement. The joke in the Catch-22, it's about airmen in Europe, and American airmen in Europe in World War II. And the joke is that you're not allowed to fly a plane if you are a crazy person. If you cognify or are classified by the psychiatrist as crazy, but you'd have to be crazy to fly a plane in World War II. So that's like the origin. That's the original Catch-22. Um, the other book I would kind of highlight here is Jude the Obscure. Another kind of book about a bookish uh protagonist. So Jude is the main character. He's uh like a kind of autodidactic, very intellectually exploracious and enthusiastic person who aspires to be a scholar, but for like social reasons and financial reasons, he can't actually enter university. And um, I came to this book because when I was a freshman or sophomore in college and was really frustrated with my classes and didn't like taking them and wanted to be a philosophy major and then just go to grad school in science. I was talking to my academic advisor, who I had just first met that day. And he said, "Well, you remind me of the title character from Jude the Obscure." And I was like, "Okay, I'll have to go read that book." And then the title character dies alone and abandoned, very young. So I'm not sure what kind of message he was trying to send me, but I'm not sure if he maybe didn't remember how it ended or didn't expect me to go and read it. But it's a little bit just kind of like amusing more than anything. Is It's like you remind me of this author of the book, and this book is Mein Kampf. So it's like it's just um I was not expecting that, basically. That Gore Vidal book is Julian. You can see a little bit of the title there. It's about Julian the Apostate. It's a really good historical fiction book, probably the best historical fiction book I've read. And There's a series of relatively famous people that really liked that book too. I think Robert Downey Jr. really swears by it, and I can see why. So Julian the Apostate was killed on campaign in Persia, and there was a controversy about whether he was killed by Persians or whether he was killed by his own uh, um, uh, soldiers, because his own soldiers were either Christian or Christian sympathizers and didn't like his dismantling of the Constantine's kind of system and Christianized system of the Roman Empire and returned to paganism. So to preserve the spoilers from that book, I won't tell you what side of that uh, happens in the book, but it's definitely at the end, it's kind of definitely a page turner in the sense of like you're wondering how it was that Julian dies. Some John Stuart Mill, On Liberty is still one of my favorite like political tracks. The other things in that book are, I think, The Subjugation of Women, which is his kind of proto-feminist or early feminist manifesto. It's kind of interesting reading that part of it, because there are lots of things that he says in that book that, if said today, would definitely make modern feminists cringe. The things that like are in a sense actually sexist, but seemed progressive at the time. But his like things like saying that it's important to involve women in politics because they have particular nurturing natures, and they're that is something that society can benefit from a lot from. But his broader point is like as a campaigner for women's suffrage and universal suffrage. John Stuart Mill was a character that I really admire quite a bit, for his kind of intellect and then his commitment to social betterment. Last Days of Socrates is the series of dialogues. What is it? Euthyphro, Apology, Crito, and Phaedo, which are the books about his trial and death. And that was I read that in college, early college, and really found it kind of inspirational. I think we talked about it a little bit in our very first session. but it's like it's actually striking that I think a lot of the story of the Passion of the Christ was actually pretty clearly inspired directly from um the dialogues of Platonic dialogues of last Platonic dialogues of Socrates. There are just too many similarities for them to be coincidences. But I was able to kind of piece that together as a likely scenario when I was in undergrad, and was kind of proud of the connection that I made. A couple of philosophy books. That Karl Popper book, I think, is what is it? I can actually check here. The Logic of Scientific Discovery, which is probably his most famous book. This is where he kind of lays out the thesis for how you can solve the problem of induction, which we talked about before. If you recall, like the question of sun rose yesterday and it rose the day before. What justification do we have for thinking it rises tomorrow? And his point famously is that you can't conclude that it's going to rise tomorrow, but what you can make is a hypothesis that isn't yet falsified. That you kind of hold on to and falsify when the data comes along. So it's just certain things you can reject. So the sun, you see sunrise in the morning, maybe that's the first day you're born, and you don't see it set, but then you see it set in the evening, and the appropriate thing to conclude is that the sun rises in the morning and sets in the evening, and then you can test that hypothesis on successive days. And so it's his thesis is that problem of induction is basically what justifies scientific underpins scientific pursuits. So for a lot of scientists, Karl Popper is kind of inspirational in that he delineates the difference between science and pseudoscience is that science makes falsifiable hypotheses or theories, and then pseudoscience does not, which is something that definitely gets discussed heavily in the philosophical literature. Some people agree with, some people don't. But
yeah, there's a key phrase that I discovered when I was getting into philosophy of science, the sort of axioms of the scientific method.
Mhm.
And one of them is, and maybe the most important one, is called the principle of the uniformity of nature, which, reading from AI, states that the future will resemble the past, or more formally, the laws of nature that have held so far will continue to hold under similar conditions. And that means, the way I interpret it, is both in space and in time. So if I do an experiment here in Boston, and then I go to London and do the same experiment, it's going to, the same laws of nature will apply. And, and so basically nature is uniform, and no matter where you do something, it's basically everything works the same way.
Yeah. So if the rules were different from day to day, like not the circumstances, but the rules of nature were different day to day, it would kind of vitiate the purpose of doing science in the first place. So Robert Nozick, who is a professor at Harvard, the next two books over, The Examined Life and Anarchy, State, and Utopia. Anarchy, State, and Utopia is probably his most famous book. It's kind of his explication of political, libertarianism, basically. He became a real, almost kind of a cult figure among libertarians, but he ultimately toned back / rejected a lot of his conclusions from Anarchy, State, and Utopia in an essay in that collection of essays, The Examined Life, which is the next book over. But actually, I didn't realize until I read The Examined Life fairly recently.
And that's The examine life is not worth living. Is that Socrates?
Socrates, yeah.
I just wanted to say one other thing about uniformity of nature, because I was recently watching a video by maybe the biggest YouTube channel on science, Veritasium. He did a whole like hour-long video visiting one of the places where they keep one of the standard kilograms, and they were explaining how how they create the standard measurements, and they've actually measured like the weight or the mass of the standard kilogram over time, and it does fluctuate a little bit up and down, or I actually don't remember if it ever went down or up, but it did vary. And so the uniformity of nature affects these standard things like what's the standard meter, what's the standard kilogram. And there's been a process over the last several decades. I just put into AI while you were talking about the last book. So I just want to read a little bit of this. The reform of measurement is known as the naturalization of the metric system, or more formally in metrology, which is the study of measurement, the redefinition of the SI base units in terms of fundamental constants of nature. Instead of defining units by arbitrary artifacts like a platinum iridium bar for the meter or a cylinder for the kilogram, modern metrology defines them by fixed numerical values of universal physical constants, constants that do not change with place or time. The process culminated in the 2019 redefinition of the International Systems of Units, which is abbreviated SI. I think that's because French and English, they have different word order, adopted by the General Conference on Weights and Measures. So the speed of light in vacuum, Planck's constant, elementary charge, Boltzmann constant, Avogadro constant, cesium 133 hyperfine frequency, luminous efficacy constant. Those define the meter, the kilogram, ampere, Kelvin, mole, second, and candela. So the 7 constants give a self-consistent artifact-free system. So basically, those are the, that axiom of the uniformity of nature grounds out in these 7 constants, which are just sort of key elements. And so I wanted to just add that.
Yeah, that's the example in chemistry that I'm familiar with is like an atomic unit. So like the mass of an atom used to be defined terms of like masses of a proton. My understanding is now is defined as exactly 12 units. This is defined exactly as the mass of carbon 12, which seems like circular. But the fact is that so you can't define it in terms of neutrons mass or protons mass, because the mass of the nucleus is not always the sum of the masses of the individual components of the nucleus. And you can't define it in terms of the molar mass of carbon, because that technically varies by the isotopic constitution of how much carbon 13 versus how much carbon 12 versus how much carbon 14 is in the sample that you're measuring. So there's this kind of like, I guess you might call it like reification, where it's like you're going back to the concept and redefining a concept that was emerged out of it, but redefining it such that the thing that you think is more fundamental is prior. So there's a famous book by Saul Kripke, a philosopher, which is asking the question of like one of the points in the book is that there is synthetic knowledge that is contingent, but is a priori knowledge. So it's like something like you would think that would be circular if you defined water as a molecule or something composed of molecules of H2O. Right, but his point, and that's not something we knew until we knew more atomic and molecular chemistry. But ultimately today, if we encountered anything that looked and smelled and tasted like water but wasn't H2O, we would call it not water. Right. So it's like you can go back and redefine things. And I think science, in the phrase of I think it came from Einstein, but it's ultimately from uh uh I'm blanking on the physicist's name that kind of coined it. But the idea being that science is kind of, we think about it as a very technical discipline, but in a sense, the epistemology is very like intuitive epistemology. You don't necessarily have to play by a lot of rules. You just have to do what makes sense, investigatorily and cognitively and intellectually. So things like redefining things in such a way that they're circular, as long as they're not sort of viciously circular, it's not an enormous problem.
I wanted to just describe how they turn the kilogram into basically Planck's constant. It uses the E equals mc squared formula, which is sort of the most famous formula. And I asked AI, like, what's a good way of explaining it, and it basically uses the metaphor of a bathroom scale. So when you stand on a bathroom scale, it works because your weight pushes down and a spring pushes up until the forces are equal. At least that's one kind of scale. So there's something called the Kibble balance, and it compares two forces: one, the gravity pulling down on a mass, and on the other side, like the scales of justice. It's like a scale like that, and one from magnetism pushing up with electricity in a wire. It changes the electric current until the two forces balance perfectly, like a seesaw that stops moving when it's even. So the electric current and voltage can be linked to light and tiny atoms using special quantum tricks. The Josephson and quantum Hall effects. Those tricks let scientists tie everything back to Planck's constant, a number that never changes anywhere in the universe. So by sort of putting that kilogram weight on one side and uh, the magnet on the other, and controlling that magnet with a very fine control of the electricity, you can link it to that constant that's Planck's constant.
Yeah, I guess the way I kind of think about it is just maybe in terms of just the equations where you have E equals mc squared, but then that contains mass and the speed of light. But then you also have um, the constraint of uh, uh, the energy of electromagnetic radiation being the Planck's constant times the frequency of the radiation. But then you also have the speed at which a wave propagates being the frequency times the wavelength. So if you combine those values together, you can come out with something that relates um, the speed of light and energy to a mass value that can be measured. Um, yeah.
So anything else here you wanted to comment on?
Uh,
You have a little bit of poetry here. I'm not sure. We haven't seen too much poetry so far.
yeah, I've read some of the Percy Shelley poetry, but I haven't gotten into the Yeats, and I'm just familiar with was it Akhmatova, um, who was a poet in Leningrad. Was actually a friend of Isaiah Berlin.
Hmm.
But I haven't read. She's kind of a famous sort of Soviet era um, quasi dissident and um, uh, poet living. They actually lived through the Nazi siege of Leningrad. Um, Interestingly enough, which is a pretty dark period. Um, but Yeah, I think we can go on to the next. Yeah, so we've got some of the Dune books. I've only read the first one. I read it a while ago, but I've been meaning to come back to the other three. As I'm now starting to read some more science fiction, so I think I'm gonna hopefully return to them soon. Um, we've got Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, which is basically his explanation of ethics, and the good life and the goal of life. This was actually my the textbook for my intro philosophy class in college that I took as a freshman. That I've kind of kept with me. The autobiography of Malcolm X is good and kind of inspiring work that is sometimes read in high school, but I think it's very hit and miss depending on what high school class reads it and what not, because I think it's also gets on the list of banned books pretty frequently.
He famously read the dictionary while in prison, and that helped him develop his vocabulary. And he was also part of a debate society. He attended. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying I forgotten about that part. Yeah.
He went there. There was an experimental prison in Massachusetts that was sort of like the most advanced experimental prison, almost set up like a college, and he was able to get a transfer into that, and they had a debate thing and I think maybe a newspaper and a bunch of other stuff, and so that was a critical period for him of sort of self-education and reinvention.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, he was in prison not for like so-called political offenses or because he was considered a political problem for the government, but he actually went to prison for something like it was like involvement in like it was some kind of like involvement with a prostitution ring or something, or robbery or something, that he was like he had this point in his life where he had gone kind of off felt like he had gone kind of off the rails. And as with a lot of people they rediscover kind of in prison, a common phenomenon being like you discover uh religion and purpose in prison. Um and perhaps ironically for the government that might have not wanted him to become more politically active, it was the sort of thing that catalyzed his kind of political consciousness in a way that he made him what he's really famous for.
Yeah, and his parents were involved in activism and political stuff.
Yeah.
And so maybe prison made him return to that.
Yeah, and I think his father was actually, I think, killed by the KKK, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe it was sort of that's a main theory. It maybe wasn't ever proven for sure, but
yeah. Yeah. You're kind of, an interesting and inspiring character, if sometimes controversial. But Germany and Memoirs of a Nation is a nice kind of survey of important things and cultural aspects of German history. Read it pretty recently because I'm moving to Germany, so I've been on a tear of German history books recently. Some of the Cambridge companions to various philosophers or figures, I have some more scattered all over the place, but Rousseau, Galen, and then Bertrand Russell there.
companions are sort of people. Not everybody may be familiar with what a companion is.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like if you really want to understand, let's say, Rousseau, which is the third one there, of French philosopher, the best way might not be to just read his books, because there's been a lot of commentary and scholarship on Rousseau's writings. And so this kind of scholarship can be compiled into like an edited volume that can be, you call a companion, which is like in theory, if I'm reading Rousseau's works and I want to see, because I'm not going to pick up on everything just from reading the works directly, that I can see the commentary and scholarship around someone who's written a chapter in the companion to Rousseau about his like political theory or this aspect of his political theory. And it's a way to kind of accompany your reading of the primary documents.
What about this strategy of life?
Yeah, so that's about it's a history of vitalism ideas. So vitalism was a kind of, I guess, I don't know that I would call it a theory, but like a philosophical perspective on biology that basically said that there's some sort of vital force that animates living matter. In its most kind of like unsophisticated form, saying that there's some sort of like analogous to the way that there's like a magnetic force or an electrical force. It seems that very few people ever actually believed that, but like the sense that there seems to be life seems to behave in an intentioned way, and whether that's means that there is in some sense intentionality in living organisms, or whether it makes just sense to talk about them in terms of like Darwinian programs, is the controversy over modern vitalism, but or semi-modern vitalism. But the strategy of life is basically about the history of that thought primarily in the 19th century. And it was a book that I read in undergrad for a term paper that I was writing on vitalism and biochemical thought.
Have you read anything about Lysenko?
I have not. I have some books on my reading list for like my Amazon reading list to eventually buy, but I'm familiar with the character, or not character, but the person. He being um the Soviet scientist that developed these kind of now people think either deliberately fraudulent or kind of wishful thinking of um uh non non-inherited evolution. So something like the classic example from like an Aesop's fable is that the how did the elephant get its long nose? Well, it was there was an ancestor of an elephant that was bitten by a crocodile and it stretched out the nose. I mean, that's like that's the cartoon formulation of it, right? But there was an idea earlier on by what's his name, Lamarck, um, kind of proto-evolutionary biologist that thought that perhaps inheritance happened that way. And so Lysenko was kind of a neo-Lamarckian, but I don't know much about his kind of views on how biology worked, but I can see how they would intersect with sort of vitalistic theories.
I read something about like, I don't know if this would be curious how you would sort of categorize it, but like stuff about intergenerational trauma or stress and that being passed down. And there's like mouse or rat studies of that.
Yeah, it's not, I definitely don't have like a professional, even though I guess I'm kind of a maybe in a position to know about that kind of research. I don't know an enormous amount about it. I think people often talk about this kind of like uh it's hard to kind of tease out what would be so-called epigenetic inheritance, which would be like uh inheritance of acquired
Like the
char-
expression versus having it.
Right. Well, yeah, but it's like that's how people think that potentially that uh um inheritance of acquired traits could potentially occur. And that's epigenetic regulation is definitely a thing, but there's kind of this controversy, as I understand it, about how impactful that is in the evolution of species. Um in evolution from one generation to the next. I think like my basic feeling on it is that it's very hard to tease out. It's hard to tease out genetic from uh environmental effects. It's going to be especially hard to tease out environmental effects from environmental effects on inheritance. You end up having a lot of confounding and variables that are hard to control for experiments. Um, but I don't have any kind of like specialized knowledge as a biochemist about because that's kind of that epigenetic inheritance is primarily talked about in uh like animals and plants, for instance, so-called eukaryotes, and not the kind of bacteria that I work with.
Okay.
Yeah. The chemical tree is a really nice history. It's probably the best history of chemistry that I've read.
Is this the same Brock? Did we see some Brocks earlier, or was that something else?
We did, but it's a different Brock.
Okay.
That Brock earlier was Thomas Brock, who was the person that trained the person who trained the person that was my my undergraduate advisor. Um, uh, but William Brock was a chemist by training and became kind of a historian of chemistry and has written several good books on history of chemistry. Um, The House on Fire is an interesting book. My mom got me for that for me when I was in early undergrad. And the metaphor is basically like, so people, when they're initially vaccinated against smallpox and tried to eradicate smallpox from the planet, they figured that the best way of doing this was to just go into an area and vaccinate everyone, whether there was smallpox there or not. And it kind of makes sense that like, if literally 100% of the world is vaccinated against smallpox, and it's a really effective vaccine, which it was, um, that you would have no more smallpox. But it turns out just a really efficient way of eliminating smallpox from a population is going to the hot spots where you know that smallpox has been detected and where it's propagating, and just vaccinating as many people in that area as you can. And then you find the next spot where smallpox is broken out, and you kind of try to contain the outbreaks that way. And you can end up not needing to vaccinate everyone against smallpox, but having eliminated by kind of fighting these fires, which is the house on fire metaphor. This is kind of an interesting like approach to epidemiology that was a little bit counterintuitive.
I remember part of the rollout of the vaccine for the recent pandemic was identifying people who were more likely to live in multiple people in an apartment or in a home or denser areas. And that's kind of a similar thing of like identifying who's the most likely to be exposed to the virus and then help them first.
Yeah, it's like so there's like the ethical component of it, but there's also just like the practical component of it, which is like we've limited doses of the vaccine. We don't have the personnel to vaccinate literally everyone. So let's find where we can most efficiently distribute the resources of those vaccines, particularly in cases where like early in after the vaccine development where vaccine doses were much more a limiting factor than they became later on.
Mm-hmm. What about this, The Light Ages?
Yeah, so that's it's a book on basically the thesis is medieval science was more advanced than we think it is, and it's obviously a play on the Dark Ages. Kind of the flaw of the book that I see is that most of the examples of advanced science and technology in the Middle Ages are from like the High Middle Ages, so like the 1300s, 1400s. Not what people usually consider the Dark Ages, being like fall of Roman Empire to like 900 BC or 980 or something. It's like there definitely seems to be, and I think the book does a good case of like, we think of Middle Ages as uniquely like scientifically dead and being totally discontinuous with modern science, and that we're kind of picking up where that in the scientific revolution they had to pick up where the Greeks and Romans left off. I mean, that's it does a good job of kind of refuting that idea, and I think that's not a widely held scholarly opinion anymore. But definitely the point that there was a kind of a drop off immediately after the fall of the Roman Empire, economically or scientifically, and writings were lost for a period of time, is something that the book doesn't really seem to acknowledge. Which I think it would probably have made it better if it did. All right, I think we can go on to the next one. All right, it's a little dark. There's some more Cambridge companions to different philosophers. There's a series of books by Tuttle Press that are up top there on different countries or groups of countries in Eastern Asia. So you can see the ones for Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia there. I've also got, I think I have like most of them. There's one for Korea, there's one for China, there's one for Japan. And so far I've found those to be pretty good. There's some more companions to the history of science there. History of science books like the David Lindbergh Beginning of Western Science, which is about kind of the transition to scientific revolution being a continuous phenomenon that happened from the Middle Ages rather than kind of a sudden explosion of knowledge or methodological change. Achieving Our Country by Richard Rhodey, who was a philosopher at Stanford. This is a book that there's a section of it that got really heavily quoted after 2016, where it turns out he was quoting someone else. So this is a quote 2 degrees removed, but it's about kind of the modern left and how it needs to think about politics and engagement and achieving the kind of country that I think most people actually want. So it became really popular, and I picked it up out in like 2017 or something, and read it around that time too.
Is it the one about members of labor unions and unorganized, unskilled workers will sooner or later realize that their government is not even trying to prevent wages from sinking or to prevent jobs from being exported?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the one.
I can,
But it's from someone else. That he quoted in his book.
let me just read this because it's not that long of a quote. Around the same time, they will realize that suburban white-collar workers, themselves desperately afraid of being downsized, are not going to let themselves be taxed to provide social benefits for anyone else. At that point, something will crack. The non-suburban electorate will decide that the system has failed and start looking around for a strong man to vote for, someone willing to assure them that once he is elected, the smug bureaucrats, tricky lawyers, overpaid bond salesmen and postmodern professors will no longer be calling the shots. One thing that's very likely to happen is that the gains made in the past 40 years by Black and brown Americans and by homosexuals will be wiped out. Jokes about women will become socially acceptable again. The word NR and KKE will be used once again, will once again be heard in the workplace. All the sadism which the academic left has tried to make unacceptable to its members will come flooding back.
Yeah, it's without needing to get into politics too deeply, you can see how that seemed very prophetic in 2016, 2017.
And that book was published in 1998.
Yeah.
With the subtitle Leftist Thought in 20th Century America.
Mhm. Let's see. That Rousseau book, Reveries of a Solitary Walker, is basically his thoughts, Jacques Rousseau's thoughts from his time in exile in Switzerland, on his walks that he used to take to kind of like soothe his anxiety, I guess. Because he had at that point been kind of ostracized by society and kind of forced out of France. But it was that was a book I read at the end of grad school. And incidentally, I started taking my own kind of walks to soothe like angst around writing my thesis. But seemed evocative at the time.
What was your thesis about?
It was about using something called genomic context for figuring out what functions of unknown proteins are. Is the closest to a non-technical version of that I can get. But it's basically we know about much more proteins that exist than we know functions of those, like by far. Like we probably know the function of like a vanishingly small percentage of known proteins, and can assign functions by inference to somewhat more of that. But it's biochemical discovery is kind of been outpaced by the cheapness and availability of DNA and DNA sequencing. So we know about a lot of genes that we just don't know what they do. So the power of the powerless is, I picked that up after the 2020 election, which is basically, I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but Václav Havel, who was kind of a playwright and activist in Czechoslovakia at the end of the communist period. And the power of the powerless is basically his. It's in some ways, it's almost like, it felt almost like Tim Snyder's On Tyranny, where it's an explanation of what things you can do to keep your head above authoritarianism, but also kind of almost a philosophical exploration of what it means to have a modern authoritarian society, and what it means to be a kind of a dissident or resistor. And I believe one of the points of the book is that, like, it's like to avoid falling into an authoritarian or participating in dictatorship, like it's almost like just be a normal person, like have a life outside of politics, have interests, and engage in civil society in a way where not everything has to be tied to political aspirations, because those have a way of, in engaging with ordinary life, you have kind of a way of making touch with the things that are actually important in your life and other people's lives. And it doesn't mean eschewing politics entirely, but it's just a matter of authoritarian movements that have one political view or the other want to make that the focus of everything that society has to focus on. And it's like just an appeal to almost be a normal person with normal interests, and uh not see everything as like a have to be on some sort of like political quest, particularly one that is set down by the government. Um, so it's definitely a really famous book. He eventually became the first, I believe, either first president or first prime minister of the Czech Republic, I think.
Mm.
Um, the Warmth of Other Suns I haven't read yet, but I've read Isabel Wilkerson's book on caste. Warmth of Other Suns is about the Great Migration, so like the migration of rural black people from the south to like northern cities, um and like the early 19th or early 20th century and late 19th century. um Serving the Reich is about science and the age science in Nazi Germany. One of the theses is that the common assumption that a lot of people make, that it's what is healthy for science is a liberal society, and science can't function well in a illiberal society, is, in the author's opinion at least, kind of not represented well by the record of, you can have an authoritarian society and you can still have functioning science in that illiberal context, in a way that uh the arguments against authoritarian shouldn't be contingent on us needing to have good science, because we're not necessarily going to lose that if we came into an authoritarian society. Um, so the other counterexample is, in like the Soviet Union had plenty of great scientific advances, while being a relatively closed society.
What do you think of this companion?
The Cambridge Companion, or
Yep. The
the
Wiley Blackwell.
oh, yeah. Okay, I've mixed it up with all the other Cambridge Companions. Yeah, so the that one is, I definitely haven't read it all the way through, but I referenced it a lot when I was writing my term papers on various things in the history of science in undergrad, and kind of return to it periodically. Um, but it's good. It's not any really. It's more. It is more. There's a. I think it's the Cambridge Companion or Oxford Companion that's on uh the left there. The history of science. That one is a little bit more of like small encyclopedia or almost like dictionary entries.
Hmm.
The Wiley Blackwell companion is. It's more kind of chapter length, which I like a little bit more. But it wasn't. They could be pretty interchangeable. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we stick on with this one. Let's see. What do we have here? We have some more Bertrand Russell. We have his autobiography down there. Some Alfred North Whitehead, some more Bertrand Russell books.
Pretty big autobiography there.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is actually like, half of it is like he puts at the end of chapters his letters from that period.
Oh.
So the actual reading length of the autobiography itself is probably half to 2/3 of that um uh that book. But he's famously like very open about his life in a way, in his personal life in a way that autobiographies are not. And often you might think that like the best biography would be directly from the horse's mouth, i.e., the autobiography where it's written by the person that lived the life. But famously, they, for understandable reasons, will tend to omit things and sugarcoat things that a biographer that's not the person themselves can come back and kind of do a more neutral job of covering. But Russell doesn't shy away from things that he uh, uh, like his relationships, various marriage. He's married like 5 or 6 times, I think. And he doesn't shy away from, now that those people have died, like saying uh like details, not necessarily scandalous details about the relationship in the way that's like libelous, but being open about like what his relationship with those people was actually like. Um and like things about himself that would be kind of like um uh kind of embarrassing assessments of himself that, if he's being honest with himself, he feels like are actually applicable. There's also in there, it's a little bit dark, but it's the kind of dark greenish. That's called Dear Bertrand Russell, and that's his collected uh letters with the public, particularly in his old age, from like 1950 to when he died in 1970, I want to say. Um uh and so there's a lot of, this is a period of time where he was very worried about nuclear war. And I remember one letter from that where it was like a young British girl that had written to him and be like, so what is the basis for hope here? And it was a very kind of Russellian explanation of like uh the how you can maintain what's, it seems like a maintain hope in kind of what feels like a hopeless situation.
Here's Kuhn.
These are a little bit covered. Yeah, there's Kuhn. Okay, so that's the structure of scientific revolutions. I've heard people say things that like, don't even waste your time on any history of science that predates Kuhn, because he just changed it so dramatically. That's probably a little bit extreme, but it is true to say that this is like, Structure of Scientific Revolutions is like the most cited work in the humanities ever. Like literally, if you look up the number of citations, it's supposed to be like the most highly cited book in history. And it's because it's just so groundbreaking. It's basically, there are kind of 3 components of increasingly controversial or unsettling theses. The first is that um, science doesn't proceed at a linear pace. There are jumps and starts. I think most scientists will accept that as okay. The second part is that the scientific revolutions that occur, you can't really compare the science before and after that revolution, because the sort of, a lot, for one thing, some of the definitional terms have just changed. So it's almost like scientists in uh pre-quantum physics and post-quantum physics are like speaking a different language almost, and to kind of speak past each other. Um, and so the kind of, there's a famous quote that's shortened from Niels Bohr, which is basically, he was a quantum physicist that when he was asked how the young physicists convinced the world that quantum physics was real, and the implications were real, and he said something like, we didn't most of the old guard we didn't actually convince, they just eventually died. And so that's I believe actually quoted in Kuhn's text, where it's part of the point is that it's the decision between one theory and another across generations particularly can be kind of irrational. And then the third kind of thesis is just that there, in some sense, we have to modify, the soft version of it is we have to modify what we think of as progress in science if we can't compare a theory on the same terms as the theory before it and say that one theory was definitely better than the other. And that was the thesis that really brought philosophy of science into kind of an uproar. And there's a book by Lakatos, and I forget who was the other person that was the editor of it, but it's like opinion. There's almost like it was like a proceedings of a conference at the fallout from Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn. So I think it was really controversial at the time, but it's kind of considered foundational in history and philosophy of science these days.
I found the quote that you were talking about. I think it's Max Planck, 1949, autobiography, scientific autobiography, and other papers. A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. This was later paraphrased, especially in English, as science advances one funeral at a time.
So yes, it was actually Max Planck, who was another quantum physicist, early quantum physicist.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I've never really looked into much about what did come before Kuhn, because it must have been, it's almost always the fact that there's something in the water or in the air already, and then one person sort of discovers it, like with Newton and Leibniz.
Yeah, I guess I'm actually not I've read some pre-Kuhn history of science, but I don't remember getting whiffs of what came to be Thomas Kuhn's work. You're probably right that there probably is something out there that, I mean, most ideas are not absolutely original. Something made them occur with some kind of force to whoever wrote about them. And it was usually like something that was peripherally related, at least. At least the story I've always been told is that like the structure of scientific revolutions came out as like a bombshell that didn't feel like it had a lot of precursors. I guess it's heavily motivated by postmodernism. So I think that kind of, or either heavily motivated postmodernism or was motivated by it. So I think that there were kind of, I come to think of it, some cultural ideas that were kind of bouncing around in Europe at the time in the early 60s that
Set the stage.
yeah, kind of set the stage. But this was probably as a bombshell as it came to apply this to scientific revolutions. As so we get the term paradigm shift from this book. Is probably the most famous phrase that people in science use a lot, but don't know where it originally came from. So paradigms being scientific kind of structure on either side of the scientific revolutions. So like you think of pre-quantum physics and classical or relativistic physics on the other hand. And these being just, the phrase he uses is incommensurable. You cannot compare them to each other. You can't evaluate them on some neutral ground. You have to sit from one standpoint of one theory or one paradigm or the other. And at that point, you're like not speaking the same language effectively with the other defenders of the other paradigm.
It seems to me that a good chunk of it is this idea of applying sociology to the tools of sociology and maybe even anthropology, which was big in the 1800s, early 1900s, to the scientist, and maybe to sort of, instead of applying it out in the colonies or out in other worlds or other societies, applying it to the home society and high status people within that society. And so the scientist sort of applying these tools and looking at, well, how does this stuff really work, and what are the rituals and and patterns of life there, and how does that explain the behavior of going from one paradigm to another?
Yeah, so there was a famous book by, is it Wolgar? Um, it's called Laboratory Life. He's a French sociologist, um, who basically studied scientists and like grad students and stuff, in a university, applying the kind of approach that like Europeans had taken to studying like um a hunter-gatherer society in Africa or something.
Hmm.
Like taking it from um kind of trying to take that observational science to and apply it to natural sciences itself. And scientists have not always been super happy with the picture that it paints.
I have a little paragraph here about the book. It's Laboratory Life, The Construction of Scientific Facts by Bruno Latour and Steve Woolgar, 1979, first edition, 1986, second edition, with a new introduction by Latour, and then published by Princeton University Press. Previously, it was Beverly Hills Sage Publications. The ethnographic study of the Salk Institute, SALK, a neuroscience lab in California, applies anthropological field methods to scientists themselves. Latour and Woolgar observed how experimental results, inscriptions, and credibility are produced and negotiated, arguing that scientific facts are constructed through social and textual practices, not merely discovered in nature. Their claim was not that science is false, but that its fact-making is collective, material, and rhetorical process, a cornerstone of what became science and technology studies and actor network theory. And it helped launch the broader constructionist turn in science studies, later associated with Latour's Science in Action, 1987, and We Have Never Been Modern in 1991.
Yeah, so I took a history of science class, master's class, in grad school when I was looking at doing a master's in history of science. And it was kind of like, I mean, I think the adjustment of that kind of age was good, certainly from the approach of like studying science with its own tools. But I think a lot of science studies have kind of flipped in the other direction now, that they're seem to be now less interested in the scientific findings and how that knowledge or apparent knowledge was, the history of how that was developing. And I found is like it's in some ways it's a little bit uh it seems like something had been lost. But academic fields shift by the years, and I'm sure there will be turnaround at some point where some of the science and not necessarily just social relations of science comes back as something that people consider to be an interesting subject of historical study as well.
I mean, this is something that's just a theory of mine, and I'm sure other people have written about it. I just haven't fully investigated it yet. But I think Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions coming out in 1962 and basically in the 60s, that was a special time in society. That was post-World War II. And I get the feeling that I think the marriage of science and the military industrial complex, the history of Einstein writing the famous letter about building the bomb and the anxieties about the Nazis building it first. That was, I feel like some of this was also taking maybe a critical look at that, of how scientists were brought into the Manhattan Project and other military projects, and how that became a major source of funding for universities. And then it almost came to be relied on. And that was maybe made made the ethical questions of what scientists do more salient.
Yeah, so there's actually a book it's on this shelf, but I kind of skipped over it a little bit. It's called Who's Science, Who's Knowledge. I think it's on the very first shelf from the top of the actual bookshelf. But I think Sandra Harding, I want to say, is the author. It's I think the central stack, about right in the middle, like a kind of black spine. Yeah. Um, one of the theses of that is that like science is political, and the what knowledge develops depends on the like motivations and desire and culture of the sorts of people that are developing that scientific knowledge. So I definitely think you're right. Both it came into real focus, I think, after Kuhn, but the fact that people would be skeptical over the uh influence of science and society, and the question of whether that's uniquely good, after having just experienced World War I and World War II, and now then living in the age of potential nuclear annihilation. I think you're right. People were asking the question of like, what is uh um uh what does science actually serve, and who actually is responsible for what are the motivations of the people that fund it.
Because there was the idea that like we're just pursuing the truth wherever it leads us.
Right.
And when a big surge of funding comes in that points science in a particular direction, that really changes things in a big way.
Yeah, and so it's now for every scientific publication that someone puts out, they have to declare where their funding came from. Part of the recognition of that is just recognizing that it does, even people that are not deliberately distorting scientific findings or scientific facts or being deliberately fraudulent, like you can find easily what you want to find in a scientific study, particularly like an observational study.
And
Just
there's conflict of interest statements. I don't know if that's what you meant, but
they're both. You have to do a conflict of interest statement to say if you have like a patent pending or you have a company that's on this technology or something. But you also have to say, regardless who funded the work, that where the funding came from that paid for like the graduate students that were doing the project or what have you.
and there's a tradition in social sciences to even include a little autoethnography or, personal statement of this is my background, this is how that shaped me and my investigation. You don't really see that much in the hard sciences, but philosophically, there's no reason why that wouldn't be the next stage of that evolution.
Yeah, I guess there's some, when I kind of query the question of to what degree does my background influence my scientific views, um there are some parts of, particularly the things that I think I work on, that seem so apolitical that like I don't know that they that my background is super relevant. But there are branches of science and branches of things that are adjacent to uh or something that I might have a scientific interest in, or like, so for instance, as soon as things start dealing with like humans and human society and human um development, suddenly it becomes very hard to separate definitively yourself from this, and your ethical views and your political views from the science you're doing. So I think you can see in like the social sciences how that would come out be particularly prominent. I think for a lot of the natural sciences, it probably is true that to an approximation, except for edge cases, it's um uh like I don't know what the political applications of like studying like a bacterial metabolism are. At least they're not obvious to me. Um, but I think it is kind of does seem to be some fields where it'd be very appropriate to have some sort of explanation of like acknowledging up front what one's biases might are likely to be. Um,
I think as technology gets more advanced and there's more and more intervention into the body, nanorobots and just neural implants, there's going to be a pressure to integrate technology into every level in terms of size of the human body, into the bloodstream, into the organs, into the cell, and into the brain. And so there's a lot of ethical issues with that. And I actually somebody at the Harvard medical school emailed me after watching a previous the most recent bookshelf tour with Jason Johnston
Sure.
About some of these ethical issues, and they are I have looked into them a bit, especially the brain implant thing. I think that's, because that is sort of the seat of consciousness. But there's no reason why technology won't really sort of invade every area of the biological of the body.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the like you'll whether one wants to have an artificial intelligence implant or not, there's a scenario where if one doesn't, one becomes obsolete from a kind of like academic or intellectual standpoint. And at that point, what choice do you really, if you want to be an academic or competitive in that environment, what choice do you really have? Whether and we've seen with other kinds of technology that smartphones were just a bonus until they became a necessity of life, basically.
And
So
they were
I
just
think,
banned for kids in Australia in a pretty major. Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, is leading to a lot of the sort of scrutiny on social media companies, apps, and the pernicious effects. A lot of people are saying like it's eventually going to be seen as equivalent to advertising cigarettes to children. They, candy cigarettes. That these are very harmful technologies, and changing the laws for kids and in schools is a first step towards that.
yeah, so it's getting to the point that I like sometimes I hear people say things like science is political as just a blanket statement, and that can be misunderstood, I think, but the thesis that um the we have to be at the very least would benefit from being conscious about why we develop technologies, who they're really serving, whose interests they're really serving, um, and how that knowledge is made and generated. It makes science more complicated than maybe I would in my dreams wish it to be, but it's something that is probably unavoidable. I mean, I had to take a class as required for my degree program on ethics and science in grad school. Um, and it was covering a lot of this kind of like a lot of the abuses of science have historically come from uh when scientists themselves were really interested in what the answers were, and getting the answers, whether they validated their theories or not, perhaps, but to an extent where they were just interested in getting through this arms race of sort of intellectual arms race to the answer first. and not thinking about what they're doing. People, I guess, talk about that a lot in like development of AI, where it's um a we really need the people researching the subject and developing this technology to be very conscious about how it's likely to be used and what the purposes is going to be put for. But short of that, we have to make sure we regulate it sufficiently that it's not doesn't become, it actually serves our purposes rather than becoming something that's actually damaging to us.
I wanted to in a something I recorded earlier this week with the leftist anarchist guy I was telling you about, we discussed Kaczynski's Industrial Society and its future, and I wanted to just refresh my memory on which aspects of technology he particularly focused on. And just reading from AI here, four key things, four elements of his critique were: it destroys modern technological systems inevitably destroy human freedom by forcing adaptation to machines and bureaucratic coordination. Number two, destabilize natural ecosystems through industrial expansion. Three, produce psychological suffering because humans evolve for small-scale autonomy, not mass organization. And four, self-propagation. Technology develops according to its own logic, independent of human control. So I think he was educated, and I think he taught at MIT, or he was somehow involved at MIT, and his manifesto was I think quite impactful, and for whatever reason, there's a lot of money to be made by continuing all of these things. And so I was going to ask you about the scientific enterprise here, because I think the enterprise word often is used to kind of describe the more business side of things, but also the national level, National Academy of Sciences, stuff like that. I'm not familiar with this specific book, though.
Yeah, so this is actually a compendium of it's a little bit too dark to see, but it says, you can see it where it's the top, it says readings from, and it's from ISIS, which is the History of Science Society kind of journal. And so it's just a collection of articles from that that journal about science in America. I've not read most of them. But I think you're right about like the enterprise is kind of an ambiguous word in this context. And it's definitely used to refer in ways to the pursuit of science in addition to the monetization of scientific findings.
Is there anything else on this shelf you want to cover?
Or? The last thing I would probably cover is that the book that has the black stripe about halfway through the spine, horizontally. Yeah. So that's a biography of Linus Pauling called Force of Nature. And we touched on Linus Pauling back in our original session. It's by Thomas Hager, Hager. It's a book that apparently didn't sell very well, but it's definitely the best biography of Linus Pauling that I've encountered, and there are several of them out there. Pauling being probably the most famous chemist of the 20th century. And also became a kind of a controversial chemist for his in some senses political activism, but also his advocacy for taking megadoses of vitamin C as a treatment for all sorts of conditions. But he's kind of maybe a cliche to call him a maverick, but he was definitely a person with an enormous personality, and I an enormous influence on chemistry in the 20th century.
Okay, so that wraps up this shelf and this bookcase. And we're going to wrap up here for this session. So thanks a lot. And we will start again next time with this bookcase in between the windows. Okay, so we're back now in session 3. And in the previous sessions, we covered all of these bookshelves. And we wrapped up with bookcase 7 here. And so now we're doing bookcase 8. And so we'll zoom in on that, those books there at the very top of that bookcase. And what would you like to start off with here?
Yeah, so there's, let me see here. So it's hard to read, but the orange right below Wheelock's Latin, those were my Latin textbooks from undergrad. So they have kind of a little bit of a special place in my heart. I forget if I got them used or not, or they're just easily beat up, but they're, one way or another, they were well loved. I've been meaning to go back to them eventually and relearn some Latin. But I've also got a couple more Latin textbooks that I kind of reference every once in a while. That De Oratore is just, I picked that up from a used bookshop in Evanston, Illinois. So that's where I was visiting Northwestern University there. Is one of the books that if I want to go back and get better at Latin, then I should be reading actual Latin, and not just sort of didactic Latin, but where they've rewritten the full prose in a simpler fashion. That's part of I think a 3-edition series of Cicero's collected oratory.
What about Wheelock's Latin?
Yeah, so that I read that a little bit. It has a really good reputation. It's used in a lot of it's used in a lot of introductory Latin classes. And I'm not sure why my undergrad institution didn't use it, but it seems like a lot do.
Yeah.
And right above Wheelock's Latin is a kind of it's the Aeneid in Latin. That there's kind of an interesting story behind how I got that book. I was taking a kind of an intermediate Latin class after having been out of school for a year or two, to kind of finish up my foreign language prerequisites in undergrad. And I took the first exam of the class, and did well on the exam, but there were some things that I got a point or two off for, or a couple points off for. It was like enough to make a little bit of a fuss about, but it was basically because I hadn't translated the statement from the passage literally. I had translated it, how there's some kind of, not exactly idiomatic phrases, but there are differences in how, like, if you were to directly translate something from Spanish into English, it would sound weird in English, or vice versa. And so I had translated it in a way that I thought was more sort of natural, but was not literal, which was what they were looking for. And so the graduate student who didn't really know me, the graduate student who was teaching the class didn't really know me, but because I had been out of that kind of cycle of taking classes for a couple of years, so it's not like I went right immediately into this intermediate Latin class. And he had basically he thought about it for a bit. He looked up and talked to the graduate student had taught my previous 2 Latin classes, who I guess gave me a good recommendation. And so very sort of generously, this graduate student said, the graduate student that was now teaching my Latin class, said, you don't really need to come to class, but let's meet outside of class and let's read the this edition of the Aeneid, in lieu of, and then he made like a final exam like specifically for me
Well,
on the Aeneid, and that was basically where my grade came from. And so I think I was impressed at the time, but I wasn't really, having been now a graduate student, or having been a graduate student in the past, and now having the experience of teaching classes, like the amount of extra work that student had to do, and the sort of level of sort of generosity that he showed me, is in retrospect kind of jaw dropping. But as someone who was not really, I never really liked taking classes because they were too non-individualized. That was a very kind of kind thing that graduate student did. And so it's really something that stuck with me, and that for that reason, the book, in addition to having its own value as a piece of literature and a way of reading some Latin, it also has that sentimental value too.
there's sort of, this came up in a bookshelf tour I recorded maybe a week or two ago. We were talking about the Dead Poet Society movie and the dark academia meme or milieu, and how there's sort of a shadow academy of especially people who have a love for the classics, who meet outside of classes and sort of maintain a shadow academy of people who want to continue that tradition, even though it's been sort of steadily on the decline in a lot of higher education. And it sounds like that's a good example of that pattern.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of, the classroom is a good way of mass instruction, but it's, and I understand why it exists and has to exist on some level, because having a kind of individualized education is kind of a luxury, really.
Mhm.
But it's just, for some people, and for me, it's just, that's, I think classes kind of squeeze my love of learning out of me, not necessarily of any fault of, although sometimes it is the fault of the instructor. It's not necessarily the fault of the instructor that's the case. Um,
Anything about these other two Latin books?
Carpe diem is, so many people probably know the phrase, which basically means seize the day in Latin. And this is basically just a little, like a pendium of Latin phrases that you hear, like you might hear like habeas corpus in a legal context or something, or like, um, a tu quoquem argument or something in like philosophical context. So these are like just phrases of Latin that you encounter in the modern world in conversation, that maybe the reader knows what they are, maybe and wants another perspective on them, or maybe has no idea what this word means in Latin, or this phrase means in Latin, and just wants a kind of the interest of finding out what they actually mean. So it's kind of, it's not really a it's almost like a children's textbook, but basically, and it says on those, I'll put a little Latin in your life, get an appreciation of the Latin phrases that are used commonly in English still. And then that 38 Latin stories is just like a didactic um uh uh reading passages of Latin in a simplified format, um so that you can learn and hone your Latin reading skills.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I have the trilogy on the American Civil War by Shelby Foote, who you can probably guess from the name is I believe from Alabama. He's a Southerner. Has written this kind of famous trilogy. It's narrative history. My understanding is it doesn't editorialize that much, but it is a kind of famous Southern perspective history of the Civil War that is not. Although the characters, Shelby Foote seems like he had some kind of, let's say, complicated opinions about certain issues. It's not a like sort of lost cause style book, which you sometimes encounter in the literature around the Civil War.
Could you just explain what that is? I think some people might not be familiar with that.
Yeah, so the lost cause kind of meme or story is a I guess you can kind of think about it in a way of like as an analogy to uh Germany, where, and I'm not saying that um the South is exactly like Nazi Germany or vice versa. But after the Nazis were defeated, there was this thorough denazification process um managed by the US and other occupying powers that, in addition to Germans' own sense of recognition and guilt, kind of made any kind of defense of Nazism sort of very, very taboo. And there was kind of, in the US, there was a start of that process with Reconstruction, where it was basically the South, Southern former Confederate states being managed politically by the Northern states for a period of time in the 19th century. But never really came to the same sort of conclusion. So for particularly people who don't live in the US may not be familiar with kind of the sense of nostalgia that some people in the South, particularly in the South, have for the Confederate cause. And I think very few people are kind of like defenders of slavery, for instance, but they'll tend to say things like the Civil War was about multiple things and not just slavery. So the lost cause was kind of this like it's kind of this, I would summarize it as like this nostalgia for the sort of Southern liberties and the Southern cause that you will have as this almost like romantic fighting against the overwhelming odds against the Northern Union, and having performed well, but just economics and the circumstances just made it so that these were almost Confederate generals and Confederate soldiers were almost kind of tragic figures that tried their best but didn't succeed. And so that's a kind of something that runs through a fair amount of Southern perspective literature on the Civil War, and is not something that I really want to spend a lot of time reading. But Shelby Foote doesn't seem to be quite that fall into that um uh genre, although he is a Southerner born and raised, and kind of a little bit from the perspective. But his overall, it's real entire history of the Civil War. I think his Southern roots seem like a little bit more incidental to, rather than a core component of how the narrative is told.
Mm-hmm. What about this radical enlightenment here?
A good book. It's a little bit more.
Sorry, which book?
Yeah, so that is about the radical enlightenment. I can mention.
Okay.
That one is she has a second book called The Secular Enlightenment. So these are two different kind of the political dimension of the Enlightenment and then the sort of religious dimension of the Enlightenment, where two components being sort of political, a kind of political liberalism, not necessarily synonymous with liberalism today, but kind of this idea of challenging conservative political elements of society, um, questioning some assumptions of that modern Western world. Things like people have to, or the government has to be responsible and is legitimized by the people in some way. That is something that everyone at least pays, almost everyone in the West pays some sort of lip service to, rather than some sort of like divine right of kings, for instance. Democratic institutions, the will of the people, not necessarily the talking about the most radical forms of Enlightenment thought, but touching on the political, the political aspects of that. And so we might find her book later, or other book later on, which is Secular Enlightenment. That is Margaret Jacobs' book, Secular Enlightenment, which is discussing more of the secular movement as a part of the Enlightenment in Europe as well. Genesis is a book by E.O. Wilson, who was a professor at Harvard. He's famous for his most famous book, which is a kind of a technical or textbook, was sociobiology, which was something that kind of in the quarter century mark of the or the 20th century, so around like 1975 or so, really blew up as a controversy in evolutionary biology. So Stephen Jay Gould, who was also a professor at Harvard, like E.O. Wilson, got into a lot of sort of sometimes nasty fights with Wilson about the kind of origins of human societies and the influence of evolution on how society develops and as ways of how it affects human psychology. So the book is kind of connecting the sort of sociobiology to what's it called? Evolutionary psychology, I guess, and some evolutionary game theory as well. In a way that I think there are still a fair number of biologists that are uncomfortable with it. It's an argument I try to stay out of personally, because I feel like I know something about it, but I don't feel like I know enough to get all of the nuances. But Edward Wilson he recently died, and there was kind of a controversy around his sort of the various obituaries of his death, that some were highly critical, and some people were kind of upset that their friend and mentor E.O. Wilson was kind of tarnished in that way. Let's see. So there's this Princeton series on various like introductory philosophy topics. So the philosophical logic book and that truth book are both kind of, they're like introductions to, they could serve as kind of textbooks and classes. So those are pretty good. And there's like ones on philosophy of biology. There's I think one on modal logic too. But kind of a nice introduction, another introductory series on various topics in philosophy.
What about neurotribes?
Yeah, so that's a book by Steve Silverman, who is I believe he's actually a journalist, but he is I don't know if it's right to call him like a popularizer, or this is sort of a popular science or popular psychology account of the role of autism and neurodiversity in society. So if people aren't familiar, probably familiar with the idea of autism being this condition where I guess the best summary of it that I'm familiar with is like uh, having a hard time interpreting the thoughts and mannerisms and reactions of other people. So people sometimes talk about it as like autistic people don't have as well developed a sense of a theory of mind, that they don't necessarily intuitively like viscerally grasp the um thinking processes of other people. It's not that they disregard them. It's that the way a neurotypical person might sort of or is likely to intuit what someone's reaction to a statement might be, autistic people have a harder time doing that. And neurodiversity is kind of an idea that's come into the fore in society. And I think Steve Silverman, although he doesn't, I think, originate the term, is kind of like a popularizer of it. A lot of people indirectly or directly have heard the term through this Neurotribes book. It's sort of the underlying idea behind it is that rather than considering autism or conditions that are related to autism in some respects, like ADHD, as being pathologies per se, they're part of a kind of continuous distribution of psychological phenotypic traits, that is like psychological traits that have partly genetic, partly environmental origins, but are just the way people vary in height, for instance. People vary in neurological traits as well. And that this isn't like having autism isn't necessarily like having a disease in the sense of like having cancer, right? It may be something that is part of normal human variation. So it's people probably are familiar with it's almost like a stereotype of like the autistic savant, of like a person who has very hard times interacting with people, but is able to learn like 100 languages easily, to take like an extreme case, or can memorize numbers easily, or is like almost like the absent-minded professor kind of phenomenon. I'm not too familiar with the research around that subject, but it's definitely like an interesting phenomenon that people notice that kind of hint at perhaps there's kind of trade-offs psychologically, and what particular psychological tasks some people are good at and some people aren't. And so it seems regardless it clear, and this book kind of makes the case that understanding the strengths and weaknesses and challenges that autistic people face is important for our understanding and kind of development of human flourishing in society, both for the people with those conditions themselves, but also for people who live and are affected by them. They live with and are affected by them.
This Dan Carlin book looks interesting on apocalyptic moments.
Yeah, it's a very kind of anyone who's listened to Hardcore History podcast, which is uh Dan Carlin's really famous history podcast. It's a very it's a book that's very unsurprising that he wrote, basically. It's very in line with, I think, his interests in uh like almost extreme phenomenon kind of phenomena. I haven't read that book yet. My brother got me it for either Christmas or my birthday one year. Um, but it's another one of those books that's on my reading list.
Any other
Then
ones here?
I might briefly mention the Wish I'd Made You Angry Earlier uh by, I'm blanking on his name, but perhaps, but he's a famous biophysicist. He was one of the physicists that was, as molecular biology started to develop, moved into biology, and that's kind of a collection of his essays.
Hmm. So turning the corner here.
Okay. All right, so we've got the book that's a little bit hard to see, the blue book that's below the meaning of quantum theory, is the title's Linear Operators in Quantum Mechanics. Um, uh, so I'm sorry that's cut off a little bit, but it's by Dover University Press, or Dover Press. It's by I forget the first name of the author, but the author's name is last name is Jordan. He's written a couple of good short technical books on mathematics of quantum mechanics. Um, and this is, for people who don't know, linear operators are kind of mathematical constructs that play a major role in determining experimental outcomes in quantum mechanics and manipulating um, quantum states.
What about this starting electronics?
Yeah, so I picked that up in undergrad and read through it. It's a very, very basic, like almost like high school level electronics textbook. So really, if it's not a textbook that I would recommend or disrecommend, because it's a little bit what you get out of it will probably depend a lot about how much science you know and how much uh electronics you know and technology you know. But it's a very, very simple book that certainly I think a high schooler can follow pretty easily. Um, and is gives some like practical, but mostly on the basic like circuit theory um uh, uh approach in electronics. So there's a couple more students guide books on there. The one that I will touch on briefly is the Student's Guide to Lagrangians and Hamiltonians, which is the first one there. That's a kind of approach in quantum or classical mechanics that you can get into in like upper level physics courses in undergrad. It's a different formulation of classical mechanics um, or Newtonian mechanics that like is seems more complicated, but is actually really useful, particularly if you're going to get into quantum mechanics. And that one is a hard book to read for a student's guide, but it was still really good. That group theory book, there's a funny story behind it where I was reading it in college once, and someone thought it was a self-help book and like opened it up and then was like, oh geez, and then closed it, gave it back to me. um but it was one of those things that kind of made me chuckle because it sounds like it's like a group therapy book to and its application to solving your problems of life.
Well, I mean, look at that font. You probably see that font a lot more in the self-help section.
Yeah, I guess. That's another one of those Dover books. It's a pretty famous and still used uh group theory as applied to physics and chemistry book. Um, Neuroplasticity is a part of a series by MIT Press. I forget what the series is called. It's like Essentials or something. It's kind of this. It's like an introduction, a non-technical introduction to various subjects in science and technology. Neuroplasticity being the ability for the brain to change, whether that's in the process of growing up or process of being exposed to the environment, or it's often used in context of like someone has gotten some sort of brain damage and someone's had a stroke or something, and recovery from those conditions, the extent to which you can recover the trajectory of it, and kind of some of the remarkable healing that the brain can do. Those are all connected to neuroplasticity. This is kind of a nice summary of it. I guess the last one I would highlight on the shelf is that History and Theory of Vitalism, which I think it's Jacques Loeb, Loeb, I think is the author. Unfortunately, it's not on the spine of the book. But there's a book series called, or a press called Forgotten Books, where they're reprinting out of print books that are unlikely to get reprinted elsewhere. And they're often because they're just not, they might be historically relevant, but they're not kind of relevant in a way that a lot of publishers will pick up and reprint them. And so this is a book, an articulation of vitalism in the early 19th century, or early 20th century, that I read when I was writing a term paper on the history of vitalism and development of biochemical thought for a history of science class.
I just looked it up, and it looks like it's a 1914 book, and the author is Hans Driesch, Driesch. And I think I've seen Forgotten Books before. I'll have to look more into them, but that looks like an interesting publisher.
Yeah.
Could you say what about this fascist pigs, techno-scientific organisms, and something of fascism?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm not sure what the blocked out word from that sticker is. But it's primarily about Nazi Germany, and it's sort of food policy, how it tried to feed the Third Reich. It's a book that I haven't read, but I had to pick up for a class in the history of science that I took in grad school, but ended up having to drop because I was too busy with other things. It's a book that I thought about getting rid of at one point, but I still think that there's a possibility that I'll read it. And so I've kept it around for now.
I just looked it up. The missing word is, so the full subtitle is Techno-Scientific Organisms and the History of Fascism, published in 2018. And there's just a interesting little few sentences here from the page here. How the breeding of new animals and plants was central to fascist regimes in Italy, Portugal, and Germany, and to their imperial expansion. In the fascist regimes of Mussolini's Italy, Salazar's Portugal, and Hitler's Germany, the first mass mobilization involved wheat engineered to take advantage of chemical fertilizers, potatoes resistant to late blight, and pigs that thrived on national produce. food independence was an early goal of fascism. Indeed, as Tiago Saraiva writes in Fascist Pigs, fascists were obsessed with projects to feed the national body from the national soil. So sort of a food sovereignty. Saraiva shows how such technoscientific organisms are specially bred wheat and pigs became important elements in the institutionalization and expansion of fascist regimes. The pigs, the potatoes, and the wheat embodied fascism. In Nazi Germany, only plants and animals conforming to the new national standards would be allowed to reproduce. Pigs that didn't efficiently convert German-grown potatoes into pork and lard were eliminated. He describes national campaigns that intertwine the work of geneticists with new state bureaucracies, discusses fascist empires considered forced labor in coffee, rubber, and cotton in Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Eastern Europe, and explores fascist genocides following caracal sheep from a laboratory in Germany to Eastern Europe, Libya, Ethiopia, and Angola. So it sounds like some really interesting stuff.
Yeah, and it makes sense that I'm familiar with it mostly in the context of Nazi Germany, but the even pre-World War One Germany, but particularly after Germany's experience being blockaded in World War One, the and having massive food shortages during that time period, with a large and growing population, this kind of became a obsession that they had. The feeling was that to be able to fight another war, or to be able to maintain the growth of the master race, in scare quotes, of course, uh, sort of food security was a very important, and food autonomy was a very important goal. So it makes sense as a sort of a subject of research, and a component of uh, um, goals of Nazi and fascist policy.
Okay, so that wraps up this first shelf here. We'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, so I think what jumps out right away to me is Isabel Wilkerson's cast. I think I've referenced it in earlier, when we were talking about her other book, The Warmth of Other Suns. Because the cast book is basically comparing and contrasting the sort of three systems that fit into sort of her idea of like a caste system. The first one is the very old ancient caste system, developing over a long period of time, which is of course the caste system in India and the Indian subcontinent. Then there's the more recent but very quickly developed caste system, or hypothetically quickly developed caste system that didn't reach its sort of full fruition, because it was ended by World War II, and that is the Nazi caste system. Both that, the anti-Semitic components of that, but also Nazism viewed races and groups of people that were not Jews but still considered subhumans, like Slavs, Africans, Asians, basically anyone who wasn't German and wasn't Jewish. Anyone who was fell into that intermediate category, as like useful slaves, so to speak, from the German perspective, um, fit into sort of a caste system that the Nazis were trying to develop in Eastern Europe, where you would have this sort of German master race ruling over this Slav underclass. And so that was a caste system that the Nazis obviously tried hard to implement, but their failure to win World War II brought that caste system to a close. And then the sort of third caste system sort of sits in between the Indian caste system, and as I read it, kind of sits in between the Indian caste system and the Nazis caste system, in that it's a little bit older than the Nazis caste system. Not quite as old as the Indian caste system, not nearly as old as the Indian caste system. But it was a little bit more fully implemented and came into its fruition more so than met the intentions of its developers more than the Nazi system ultimately did. And that is disturbingly the American caste system, particularly focused on, of course, on African Americans. And that it makes it one of those books that it's definitely, it's a good book. It's a disturbing book to read. People who don't, it's something that's been highlighted in historical literature more recently than previously, but the American model of westward expansion, the American model of sort of Jim Crow, that was something that the Nazis took a lot of inspiration for. And it's something that is, I can certainly testify as an American, is a disturbing thing to realize and read about and accept. But I think an important component of our history. And yeah, so read that book when you're already in a good mood. Because if you're in a bad mood, it will not be terribly fun to read. Or maybe read it when you're in intermediate mood, so that the disturbing aspects of it don't eliminate a good mood. But read it when you're ready and prepared to read it, and go in knowing that it's going to be something that in some respects might not be fun to read, but is an enriching and informative read nonetheless. I've also obviously got the Lord of the Rings series on there. That probably needs very little introduction. Read those growing up, but I picked those editions up in undergrad to have my own copies. The Legacy of Ashes, or Legacy of Ashes, is a good book. It's about the history of the CIA. It's a fairly heavily criticized book. Unsurprisingly, a fair amount of the criticism came from the CIA. Like literally, not like manipulated through other people, but literally CIA putting out statements about it. It's as the title suggests, it's very heavily critical of the CIA and the CIA's role, particularly during the Cold War. But definitely a book that is eye-opening, but some parts of it I didn't know how much to trust, because it's essentially uniformly negative. And maybe it's my sort of bias, but it strikes me that the point of the book is almost that the CIA was not just like, it's not just that it looked after American interests and harmed the interests of non-Americans. It's the point of the book is that it kind of did that, but it was also incompetent and ineffective. And those two things seem hard for me to square with each other in a way that made me kind of a little bit skeptical of some parts of the book. But it's the only book I've read on the CIA, so I can't say that I incorporate other perspectives that inform that skepticism.
What about the March of Folly by Tuckman?
That's a good book. It's basically a series of, it's not about one subject. It's almost a series of very long essays, or short series of very long essays. One of them is about the Vietnam War. These are basically like miscalculations that nations and nation states have made in history, and political figures have made in history. There's one of the stories is about is a papal miscalculation of some kind, but I forget what it was. Trying to remember some of the other.
I can look it up while we go to the next book.
Yeah, but Vietnam is the one that really I remember strongly from that book.
Okay. What about the Similarian?
Or the Silmarillion?
Yeah, similar. Yeah. Yep.
It's if anyone's seen the the what is it called? It was by Amazon Prime. It was a Lord of the Rings series. Like it was like I'm blanking on the name of it for some reason. But it was had like Galadriel and Elrond and Sauron in it. And it's about the forging of the rings of power. So these were the rings that are the eponymous ring, part of the rings and the Lord of the Rings. So including like Sauron, the Dark Lord's ring, the rings of the elves, the rings of the men, and rings of dwarves. The Silmarillion is basically about that story. And so it's Rings of Power is the Amazon Prime series, which is some people didn't like. I thought was pretty good. But it's kind of like a prequel to The Lord of the Rings and even a prequel to The Hobbit. It's like a couple thousand years before The Hobbit, basically. Let's see. So some more computer science and mathematics textbooks on here. Let's see, the behavior of enzyme systems is kind of an early systems biology textbook. Yeah, the systems part is cut out on it, but it's basically you have multiple enzymes in a mixture and their kind of behavior from chemical kinetics perspective. So rates of reactions, rates of transformation of compound A into compound Z, basically. And their behavior response to different kinds of enzymatic inhibitors. A book I would also highlight as good is Basic Training in Mathematics. It's a blue book, about halfway through the shelf. It's there we go. It's kind of a misleading title in some ways because it's actually kind of college mathematics for physics. The basic training component of it is actually not that the training in mathematics is basic, but it's an analogy to basic training in the military. So it's like the like couple of weeks when you join the military where you have to go through this fitness course and this training and instruction course. And this was designed by Shakar, who's the author. His name starts with an R, but I'm blanking on what it is. He's I believe is still a professor at Yale. I believe he's still alive. But he teaches physics courses at Yale and is an electromagnetics researcher at Yale. And this is basically like a summary of mathematics you need to know for physics and at a university level. And there's a very the preface had a very evocative statement or aphorism that has stuck with me, which is particularly someone who's to a heavy degree self-taught myself. It said, you have to be honest with what you think are your educational and intellectual and skill shortcomings, because if you're not honest with yourself, you're going to have about the things you don't actually know well and haven't actually mastered. They may be exposed for you and other people in a less than flattering context. Basically, there's a shorter, pithy version of that. But as someone who's like, I've read a lot of physics, I've read a lot of mathematics, but there was a point in undergrad where I felt like I was like, I knew in everything basically. And it's really just the fact that you've read about something doesn't mean you actually know it and understand it and have done the practice problems and remember it. And just remembering that however old or experienced you get, it's worth returning at times to the fundamentals and basic subjects and making sure that you remember them and understand them is like a core component of success, even though it doesn't satisfy my kind of urge to always read a new thing and always encounter new material. Repetition is, repetition is a repetition and deliberate training is an important component of developing knowledge on a subject.
Mm-hmm. And deliberate practice is a key sort of technical or scholarly keyword for that. I taught a course on that a long time ago, deliberate practice, and it's sort of known as the sort of gold standard way to develop skills. Deep work in some ways is kind of connected to that. Cal Newport, but I did look up his first name. It's Ramamurti, and he's the John Randolph Huffman Professor of Physics at Yale. I just wanted to read the chapter titles for people that might be interested. It's front matter and then differential calculus of one variable, integral calculus, calculus of many variables, infinite series, complex numbers, functions of a complex variable, vector calculus, matrices and determinants, linear vector spaces, differential equations, and that's it. How to prove it. That looks interesting. Isn't that a pretty famous book on proofs?
It is. So it was a book that I picked up when I started reading mathematics and felt like I was, in retrospect, I felt like I could read through proofs, although sometimes I had hard times understanding them. This is like high school, like senior in high school and first couple of years of college. But I felt like there's no way that I could have come up with that proof myself. And in retrospect, it would have been unrealistic for me to think that I could have come up with them myself, because ultimately mathematical proofs are developed by professional mathematicians, and whether they're simple or hard are things that smart people have to think about to be able to do. There are strategies on how to do them, how to do a proof of a statement, a mathematical theorem. But one of the things I would say in the way of advice is just like, if you read a proof and you go, there's no way I could have come up with that my own, recognize that it's probably a proof. It's very likely a proof that it took a mathematician weeks to months to years of deliberate thinking and sleepless nights maybe to come up with that proof.
It was almost like a reverse Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of putting it. That like I I felt so bad about myself because I was just like, I didn't, um, I just, I felt that there must be something, I must be not smart enough to do any kind of mathematics because or actually read mathematics. And I was kind of thinking I was fooling myself because I couldn't come up with a proof that it would take at least a graduate student, to do, or like it's a proof of a concept in calculus. And it's like, it took people centuries to be able to figure out how to do that. And in retrospect, it was almost like, it's almost, I don't know if it's arrogance or the opposite of arrogance that was like motivating that kind of thinking pattern that I had. Maybe it was in some respects is a little bit of both. But how to prove it is sort of basic logic as applied to mathematical proofs, strategies that people use for proving mathematical theorems. Because there are strategies that come up again and again and again that kind of be, although the subject matter of different theorems are different. You can use different argumentative patterns to do the proofs, and that's basically what that book is about.
What about computer organization?
Yeah, it's an older book. I think it's like the early 2000s. I read partway through it, and then got busy with other things. But it was still being used as, I picked it up as by a book that was being used for a university course in that I wasn't taking. I should say, that was just being sold as a textbook at in the textbook section at the beginning of the semester in undergrad. And I decided to pick it up because although it's a little bit old, if it's being used for a contemporary class, this is contemporary as of like 2012, I should say, that it must still have relevant material. So I read partway through it, and then just got busy and distracted. And but it's a book that I kept because I would like to return and really hone at least my basic knowledge of computer science and computer organization.
I love this one. It's like, I just love the idea of the publisher trying to trick people who are in the humanities or into the social sciences into reading like really serious math books.
Yeah, well, I mean that definitely is like it is a book that can be read without a lot of mathematical knowledge.
Oh, cool.
Uh, it's um it's kind of a basic introduction to game theory book that could potentially be a lot shorter, but it's not overly technical like some mathematics books can get into, and even for a Dover textbook, it's not overly technical. For people who might not know, game theory is like the one instance where you could use it is in like playing poker, for instance, or playing any sort of gambling game, where there's a strategy that you could use. You don't know everything about what the cards are. Let's say what's the next card or something. There's some level of uncertainty in what scenario you're facing and what your opponent is going to do. And game theory is the mathematics of making good decisions to maximize your outcome um, in those sorts of situations. And so it's not just about like gambling, like a lot of mathematics or a lot of science, it finds application in lots of other things that it was not originally designed to do. So people talk about evolutionary game theory, strategies that organisms use to survive. Um, and so predicting changes in gene frequencies based on uh, the game theory outcomes of the struggle for life, basically. Um, Also comes up in like economics and on Wall Street. So it's definitely it's a famous and topical branch of mathematics. I don't think there's anything. Oh, I would highlight probably the book on American history of Cuba. It's the final book on the bookshelf. This is by Ada, I think it's pronounced Ada Ferrer. Ferrer. I'm probably mispronouncing it. She's Cuban American. It's a history of it goes through Cuba's history since its founding as like a colony or existence as a colony of Spain, but it gets most interesting and most to the point when it's when America or the United States of America has become its own country, independent of Great Britain, and the influence of American policy and interaction with America on Cuban history. And so, it's topical and in the news that the U.S. is sort of this behemoth that even before it became a global power, had enormous influence on often in quasi-imperialistic ways on imperialistic or quasi-imperialistic ways, I should say, on countries in this in the Western Hemisphere. And so Cuba as being one of the U.S.'s closest neighbors, like the influence that the U.S. had on Cuban industries and the development and non-development of Cuban industries and Cuban society. These are subjects that are heavily covered in that book. Let's see here. This is mostly microbiology. Different subjects in microbial physiology, betraying my background. In that, this is a good non-technical book for people to read. A Field Guide to Bacteria. So, like you might pick up one of those like Autobahn field guides if you're going and doing a nature trip and you want to notice what kind of birds you're hearing or seeing, what kind of plants you're encountering. If you want to go out into the woods or go into like a microbiological mecca like a Yellowstone is, for instance, a Yellowstone National Park in the US. And you want to see what kind of bacteria you can encounter just in the wild, without even needing to put them under a microscope, although it always helps to have a microscope. There are lots of these sort of footprints and markers of bacterial presence that you can notice in the wild without needing to a recourse to a microscope. And this is basically a field guide for encountering those kinds of bacteria. So a great example of this that I would point out is, have you ever gone to like you've been at a pond or some fairly stagnant branch or a body of water, and you see something that it's like looks like it's like a shimmer on the surface, and I remember growing up and thinking like, oh, that's so sad. This pond is contaminated with oil. If you take a stick and stick that into that shimmer and it breaks up into like chunks that are like look like little pieces of mica or little flakes, that's not oil. Those are iron oxidizing bacteria. So that's one of those kind of macroscopic footprints of bacteria that when you know what to look for, you can notice them in the environment. So that was a cool book. I actually got that book as a thank you present for my PhD advisor when I graduated. It's a bunch of microbial physiology textbooks. See if anyone really jumps out to me. That Methanogenesis book is another example of a textbook. It's by Greg Ferry. His first name is actually James, but he goes by Greg. He's a retired professor at Penn State University. This is a book that usually goes for like $400 on Amazon, but as I think I mentioned before, I lurk on Amazon and strategically buy books. So I got this one for probably $20 or $30. And there was nothing wrong with the textbook. So, but outdated book, but is one that I did read through in undergrad, and whether I actually gleaned that much from it versus I could have gotten the same things from more recent literature reviews or more recent books is maybe beside the point. But it's the books from, I think, 1994.
This human microbiota looks interesting.
Yeah, so that's a an edited volume on the human gut microbiome, mostly the human gut microbiome, but also like the human skin microbiome, lung microbiome, nasal microbiome. For women, the vaginal microbiome is a really important environment that influences health, both in disease acquisition, like acquisition of HIV/AIDS, and in terms of development of pregnancy and health of the baby. So this is kind of a summary of the human gut microbiome, or the human kinds of human microbiota. I don't remember it being that impressive. It's definitely not like this is not a knockdown book that, particularly in a field that moves fast, that I would necessarily, I wouldn't disrecommend it, but I wouldn't give it an enormous recommendation either. Unfortunately, there are just not that many good edited volumes on the gut microbiome that are really compelling, because it's just a huge field. There's another older gastrointestinal microbiology textbook. That one's from like 1997. I think I got that from Christmas one year because I wanted it. The book I would highlight is that the Physiology and Biochemistry of Prokaryotes. It's that light green spine. I picked that up as a freshman at a bookstore at my undergraduate institution, where it was being sold as a textbook for their microbial physiology class. And this was the textbook that really made me fall in love with microbial biochemistry, because it's just so complicated and diverse, and connects with both chemistry and biology in a way that I made use of two subjects that I really liked a lot. So this is kind of career-wise where that book, where my career as a microbial physiologist sort of began. Book has a fair number of typos in it, but most of them are noticeable. So hopefully there are typos where you'll be able to see they're not the egregious kind of typo where it will mislead someone that hasn't encountered the subject before. All right, so we've got a lot of Russian and Eastern European history here. A couple of books that I would highlight. Some more books by Sergei Plokhy. Last Empire is about the fall of the Soviet Union. Some Orlando, it's either Figs or Figs. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but he's a professor in the UK who's written a lot on specialist and Russian history. That red book that is Horizontals by Svetlana Alexeyeva, 20 Letters from a Friend. So Svetlana Alexeyeva is actually Stalin's daughter. So of course her birth name was Svetlana Stalina, but she, for understandable reasons, decided to use her mother's maiden name. And she, after Stalin died, she was in the USSR until like the mid 60s, and then defected to the US. And then, because she was disillusioned with the USSR, then became disillusioned with the US and defected back to the USSR. And then after the fall of the Soviet Union, returned to America. And she has a daughter, who of course is now Stalin's granddaughter, who lives in the U.S. I won't give her name, although it's thoroughly Googleable, just because I feel like this person has probably become just wants to live a private life, and it's become a kind of historical fascination in a way that if I were in her shoes, I wouldn't necessarily want to be. But anyone who's really interested could probably Google who her granddaughter is. And yes, the pictures exist. A surprisingly good book is by Orlando Figes. It's the yellow book, that kind of golden yellow book, or Natasha's Dance, A Cultural History of Russia. That was a book that I thought was going to be kind of dry, because I'm not necessarily like someone who's super interested in the arts beyond like literature. But this is basically just history of Russian culture, Russian arts, Russian literature that although I didn't expect it to be really dry, I didn't expect it to be as engaging and good as it was. Even though I had a lot of respect for the author already.
All right, so we're picking back up here in session 4, right in the middle of this shelf here with the Stalin book. So why don't you just restart here in terms of what we were talking about?
Yeah, so the title of the book is Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. It's by Simon, I might be mispronouncing the name, but Sebag Montefiore, who's a British author, writes a lot on the Middle East and Russia. And so this was certainly the best book I've encountered on Stalin. What makes it really interesting is it's kind of a biography of Stalin, particularly in his kind of mature years. Montefiore has a different book on Stalin in his young years. But what makes this one really interesting is that, we're kind of accustomed to thinking of history's monsters as kind of people that if you met them, like something would jump out and scream, this person is capable of mass murder. And Stalin doesn't really come across as he comes across as someone's like surly uncle, basically, in the book. And so, but someone who is at times capable of showing like a human side, and human emotions. And so like there's a story later in the book that's about, or that recounts him like stopping his personal car, that chauffeured car, to like pick up a peasant on the side of the road to drive them to their destination. But then it will contrast often, like it seemingly deliberately, those episodes with like, at this day, there were X many people that he signed death warrants for in Lubyanka prison. So you get this kind of almost more realistic picture of sort of one of history's mass murderers that doesn't try to make them seem like they're evil incarnate, because ultimately most people don't. It's an important point to realize that just like most mass murderers don't necessarily scream out to you that they're capable of the things that they're capable of.
Does it come across that he cultivated that as an image, or if that was authentic?
Yeah, I think it is like an authentic representation of the way Stalin was. He comes across as like a flawed human being, but if you didn't know, I mean, the book does certainly detail his various crimes, and doesn't sort of skimp on that or portray him in a good light. But the important thing is that it doesn't, it tries to paint a picture of the person that if you had known him, the person you would have encountered, who just comes across as kind of a flawed human being, but at the same time not making sure it stresses that we know the things that we know about him as his crimes that he committed. It's kind of an important reminder just of like what I think the nature of evil, quote unquote, actually is. It's not some sort of like James Bond villain usually. It's a human beings that if you met, you might even at times have some sort of sympathy for, paradoxically.
Because I mean, the name Stalin itself comes from steel man, and there's sort of, I gathered from that he was sort of intentionally building maybe that hard exterior image, and so what you're saying kind of goes against that.
Well, I think it's I think not necessarily, because he does come across as a very gruff, like, tough person to work with. But he comes across as, like, your, like, boss who's not always pleasant, but sometimes is capable of human emotions, and even the people that kind of went through and saw what he was capable of at his death were kind of moved by it. And it's a weird sort of sensation that you have reading the end of the book, where there's no effort to portray him as a decent person, but there's this weird sort of dichotomy of, like, he's somebody's grumpy uncle, basically, is what he kind of seems like in the book. But he's just a grumpy uncle who has control of totalitarian state, basically. But it's it was a really good book. I strongly recommend it. It makes you feel some kind of, like, I wouldn't say sympathy for Stalin, but it makes you kind of changes your perspective a little bit on what historical figures were actually like. So there's, above it, relating to Stalinism, I guess, is the I guess above, so to the left in this picture, the Gulag Archipelago. I might have touched on that in the last video. But this is
much.
Yeah, I think this is actually as far as I can tell, it's a first edition in English. It was printed in, I think, the 1960s and or early 70s in English for the first time. This was if people don't know it, it's Alexander Solzhenitsyn's kind of masterpiece, like semi-fictionalized account of his experience in the Soviet Gulag, basically at the end of World War II and beginning of the post-World War II era, like the high years of Stalinism. I picked that up at a used bookstore, and I don't know how much it's actually worth, but it's a book in addition to having read it. I made sure it's not one that I'm going to get rid of anytime soon. Whether it's the actual first edition or I just think it's a first edition.
Yeah, I was curious about this Heart of Europe book here.
Yeah, so that's by Norman Davies, who's a British historian, primarily of Europe. This is about Poland. So it's history of Poland all the way from basically the dawn of written Polish history and the kind of like middle of the Middle Ages up to the present time. It's not really a narrative history, or it's definitely not a narrative history. It's one of those kind of more thematic histories of the important trends and weaving those into the events as they occurred and the people that were present. It was definitely, I don't remember all that much from it, but it's only one of like 2 books on Poland that I've read. I think it was the first one that I ended up reading. I read it sometime last year. Yeah. So here's a lot more Eastern. I went at the end of grad school. I basically went on a binge of Eastern European history books. That Ukraine book by, I probably will butcher the name, Yaroslav Frzak. He's a Ukrainian historian. This was translated from Ukrainian, and it came out maybe a couple of years ago, and it's kind of a Ukrainian history of Ukraine, not particularly chauvinistic, but kind of portrays the what sort of most Ukrainian scholars think of, or Ukrainian scholars of Ukraine, I should say, think of as like the trajectory of Ukrainian history. And so it's probably not news to a lot of people that in between Russia and Ukrainian history and whose history it really is without taking a side, I should say, controversial. With a lot of Russians basically considering Ukrainian language to be a variation of the Russian dialect, and the Ukrainian history to be basically weaved in with Russia to such an extent that they're really sort of the same kind of people, or same, like, I don't know if you would say ethnicity, or sort of have the same history, and Ukrainians basically saying, no, there's like a split off that happened in like the early modern era where there's really a distinct history and culture there that is separate from Russian history. And so it does like make a good point of illustrating the ways in which history is almost inevitably political to some degree. And sometimes it's more obvious than others, but basically the stories we tell ourselves about the histories of our country and histories of our people, whoever those people happen to be, is heavily tinged by political perspectives as well.
You've got a number of Anne Applebaum books here.
Yeah, so I think I've read every one of her books except for, she has a Polish cookbook, which, because I'm not a big cook, I don't have and haven't read. But I've read, I think, everything else that she's written. Not all of them are in that kind of that cluster there, but yeah, they're all very good, inspiring, or like eye-opening books. I think trying to think which one is probably my favorite. Between East and West was not necessarily, I don't know that I have a favorite of them, but Between East and West is basically, in some ways, the most original of the books. It's about, she starts off, I think, in one of the Baltic states and basically travels diagonally across Eastern Europe. And it's basically weaving in the history of those countries and those peoples with her actual trip. And if, for people who don't know a huge amount about Eastern Europe, it's very, even more than Western Europe, the borders have been very fluid over time. And just there's lots of conflicts between, or disagreements about what land belongs to who kind of takes priority, and even in terms of what names the cities have. So like former Limburg, which I believe is now I think it's pronounced Lviv in Western Ukraine, has had 3 different names: a Polish name, a German name, and a Ukrainian name. It just kind of illustrates like the complex sort of movement of these borders and movement of linguistic groups, and that makes just kind of a very sort of complex cauldron of cultural and sometimes religious and sort of ethnic disagreements that really flared up in particularly the second half or first half of the 20th century. Let's see, there's also here, there's the Romanovs, that big blue book. That's also by Simon Sebag Montefiore, the same person who wrote Stalin, the Court of the Red Tsar. This is also a very good book. Everything that he's written, I've enjoyed. And this one is, of course, about the Romanov dynasty, which is basically modern Russian history up till from, I think, something like 1613 roughly to 1917. It might even say that on the spine there. Yeah, there we go. 1918 was when I think the Romanovs were executed by the Bolsheviks, the last of the Romanovs. So this is basically the modern, in some ways, modern Russian history, in the story of the dynasty that ruled Russia during that time.
Here's Timothy Snyder.
Yeah, this is one of the, like, sometimes his books are very kind of conceptual and almost intellectualized. This is one of the books that's less, it's history, but it's as much philosophy as it is history, I think. This is basically about is at least as I remember it, I read it probably 7 or 8 years ago. But you can think about it as like modern authoritarian, modern populism, and the forms that those movement and strategies, those movements take, and their kind of intersection between the sort of Russian authoritarianism, right-wing authoritarianism as it's risen in the U.S. and the sort of similar sort of sister movements in Western Europe, and I guess Eastern Europe as well. But I think one of the phrases that he used a lot is something like I'm blanking on it, but basically one of his kind of the summary of the point is that this view that countries have this kind of fixed identity and fixed entities that sort of don't change with the time. So like one of the points that he makes is, I'm not sure how convincing I find the argument, but something along the lines of Britain has never existed as anything other than a part of the European Union or an empire. And so Brexit was basically a kind of like a jump off in a new direction. People assume that they're going back to the way things were before Britain was a part of the European Union, but Britain didn't exist in the form that it exists now as a nation state rather than an empire that was not part of, in a time where it's not part of the European Union. Some Richard Pipes books there. Definitely a author that has, they're good books. Definitely an author who's very strongly anti-communist. But not necessarily unfair. but they were, I think might be part of it. I forget if there's only 2 books in this series, or whether there's a 3rd book. Oh, there's Russia Under the Old Regime is a book that I have elsewhere in the library, but that's basically before the Russian Revolution. The Russian Revolution is, of course, about the Russian Revolution, and then immediate aftermath, basically up until the point where, and then died in 1924. In Russia under the Bolsheviks, before it had solidified into the Soviet Union under Stalin.
Okay, so that wraps up bookcase number 8, and we're now moving to a set of photos of stuff that's just stacks of books.
Yeah.
And so we got Harry Potter here and a couple other items.
Yeah, so instantly I have perhaps surprisingly, I've not read beyond the 4th book of Harry Potter. I just kind of I got into about where the time where those came out is the time where I stopped in childhood, like, reading very much. And now I picked the editions of Harry Potter that we had growing up. My brother has at his house. And I had picked these up from basically a garage sale, convincing myself that I was going to go back and read them. And it's kind of something that I feel like I missed out reading completely through the series from start to end. But at the same time, I also feel like I'm maybe a little bit old to be reading the Harry Potter books. So I haven't really made up my mind about, but I figured these were all 1st editions, so those will probably be worth something at some point, at least of sentimental value, and maybe I'll read them eventually. Napoleonic Wars is supposed to be a very good book. I actually brought it with me to Europe here when I moved countries. So it's sitting on my nightstand at my apartment right now. It's next in line of books for me to read. So it's obviously I heard good enough things about it that I wanted to bring it with me as a small number of books that made the trip across the Atlantic.
How many did you bring?
Or
was it like a duffel bag worth or something?
Yeah, it was actually probably by weight the majority of my luggage. But obviously books are denser than clothes. But I had like a large suitcase or it's too large for a carry-on, that I stuffed a lot of books in, and then a smaller suitcase that I could bring on as a carry-on, and then my backpack is my personal item on the so I probably brought something like 100 pounds of books, maybe. So probably somewhere around roughly 20 books, something like that. It definitely is. Maybe a funny thing is, I wish I could show a picture of what the hill that I had to drag my luggage up to my apartment was. It's like at least a 30-degree incline, probably more like a 45-degree incline.
Yeah.
But I think it was worth it in the end. I definitely still, I miss my books back in the States, but maybe if I stay here long enough, I'll gradually shift them over. At least the ones that are valuable enough to not just buy a new copy.
Mm.
And so a bunch of basically biochemistry, biophysical chemistry books. Not too much super interesting here. That green book is part of a methods series on, at least this edition of that series is about a kind of chemical that called flavins that are sort of supplement the chemical capabilities of proteins and enzymes. Basically the ways that you would probably a super boring book for most people. but useful for my profession. Yeah. Similar deal here. That's some bioinorganic chemistry. So, basically using metals as what enzymes will use as their kind of supplement their chemical capabilities. Yeah. So I think two of those, I guess it would be Sigil. Two of them I think are married to each other. I'm not sure where the third one comes from, but it's one of those, I've never seen that before, where you have basically editors of the series appear to all be related to each other.
It's always a bit romantic when a husband and wife write something together. And I would guess that this is like husband and wife and then child.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I wish I didn't bring the book with me, so I wish I could check. But I think at least there's a husband and wife that's part of that trio. So here's a lot more. You're getting into like protein biochemistry. Some bioenergetics, so biological thermodynamics is an example of that. Membrane bioenergetics. These are all subjects that I kind of professionally are very, very interested in. Some enzymology textbooks, enzyme kinetics. That for anyone who is interested in the enzyme kinetics, so the rates of reactions that are catalyzed by enzymes, probably the best book that exists for that subject, as at least as an introduction, is that Cornish-Bowden Fundamentals of Enzyme Kinetics. Just a very discursive and detailed book that certainly the author gives a lot of opinions, but for that reason it's not at all dry, at least in my experience, and it was pretty comprehensive. There's another Cornish-Bowden book on just the analysis of enzyme kinetics data, probably much more dry. I reference it every once in a while, but it's not one that I've read cover to cover. It's more like, here's an equation that you want to fit this data to. So it's not the thing I usually read cover to cover. Some history of science, bacteriology, physiology. Of course, the pasture makes an appearance there. The chemical philosophy is about, I always have a hard time pronouncing his name, but I think it's Helvetius. Or am I misremembering who it's about? It's about Paracelsus, or Paracelsus, who was kind of a spanning somewhere between alchemy and chemistry, where the distinction between those two was not clear. And it's a classic book that was reprinted by Dover. And I don't remember a huge amount about it.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Could you talk about these ruminant books?
Yeah. So a ruminant so the most famous example of a ruminant animal is a cow. Goats count as well, camels, I think. Basically ruminants are, whereas we have a single stomach that has one compartment, it's all one. It's not separated out from each other. It's just one big sac is our stomach. Ruminants have a specialized stomach that has 4 compartments. And we extract nutrition from our food, and we have microbial fermentation that goes on in our intestinal tract. Ruminants, actually, most of their microbial fermentation goes on in their stomach, basically. It's kind of counterintuitive, as in like we have a very acidic stomach, we humans. Ruminants have a very nice habitable stomach for microbes. So it's kind of a fun fact that I tell sometimes when I'll give a talk or something, that whereas we can make mice, for instance, that have no gut microbiota, they're effectively sterile mice, so-called germ-free mice. You can't do the same thing with ruminants or like cows or have you. They will just starve to death because they get something like 90% of their calories from the products of the fermentation in of their microbiota, that they then absorb and use as their nutritional source. So that's how they get these sort of apparently nutrient poor like plants, like just like how will you survive just eating hay or something? And it's basically because you have this cellulose that's in the hay that the microbes love, but then the microbes will just produce the vitamins and amino acids and caloric containing compounds that the cow needs to survive. And so when you remove that microbiota, the cow can no longer live on those foods.
So would that be considered symbiosis?
Yeah, so it's definitely one of the tighter symbioses that you can see in mammals. Most mammalian symbioses I kind of think of as they benefit the mammal, but they're not absolutely necessary for their survival. In most cases, like there are, in some like insects, that's not the case. They have microbes that are much more tightly associated with their physiology. But this would be a kind of what's called a specific kind of symbiosis that's called mutualism, where both like the microbes get something out of the relationship. They get food, they get a nice environment, a safe environment to live in, and the cow gets its nutrition, its ability to actually extract calories from a otherwise inaccessible source of food.
Are there any other animals that are like that where they sort of wouldn't exist without, or is that just actually most animals?
Well, most animals can live, or at least most mammals, and like vertebrates can probably live without a microbiota. Um, they often are kind of sick in some way or other. So, if I'm remembering correctly, mice that don't have a microbiota have a lot of immune problems, problems with an underdeveloped immune system. They tend to be smaller, I think, and weigh less because they don't get the kind of calories that they need from their microbiota, but they're still able to survive. It's kind of I think, a fairly rare thing in vertebrate animals that they would be so dependent on a their microbiota that they just wouldn't live to adulthood without it. I mean, there are, of course, ethical reasons why people don't generate germ-free humans that don't have a microbiota. But I wouldn't think that any researchers in the area would think that that would be something that's in principle impossible to do. It's probably something that could be done, and you would see humans having immune problems, being skinnier, perhaps, less healthy, but probably still could survive. So it's definitely the symbiosis is particularly tight in ruminant animals, at least for vertebrates.
What about these Shams outlines? I don't think we've talked about those before.
Yeah, so there were a couple of them earlier that I think we kind of passed over. Shams is kind of like for somewhere between the college level, from college level up to kind of professional level. There's basically a series of outlines, and what I use them more for is practice problems. So for obviously if you really want to learn a mathematical subject or a subject in physics, then you should probably do some of the practice problems, at least to kind of ingrain in the ideas. And so those are they're nice and fairly cheap books. They're probably like $20-$30 maximum. Could function as a textbook if they needed to, but they're really not. They're more for supplementing textbooks from a course. It's another one of those students' guides up there, probably the most basic one of them, on just Newtonian mechanics, basic Newtonian physics. A couple of chemistry textbooks. That Molecular Orbitals of Transition Metal Complexes is a really good book. Probably a niche book, but it's kind of gives good visual representation of these sort of electron clouds that are present in all atoms, but give metal some very interesting properties that are dependent on the shapes of these electron clouds, basically. All right, so I guess we have a mishmash here of some chemistry and then some like famous philosophy of biology. Nature of Selection is a famous book. I forget what the punchline of it is, but Elliot Sober is he's actually a philosopher, but as I think we might have touched on earlier in this kind of series, it's philosophy of biology is basically theoretical evolutionary theory. The distinction seems like it's kind of immaterial. That orbital interactions in chemistry is another, as I kind of mentioned in the kind of last slide with the orbitals of transition metal complexes. This is about electron clouds and how they affect how chemical reactions happen. They're basically effectively the basis of how chemicals or atoms react with each other. So it's a book that I picked up early in grad school when I was taking a advanced and organic chemistry class. Read, kind of referenced, I haven't read all the way through it though. And so here are a couple of books, those books on modern Germany. I really should have brought those with me, consider that I'm in Germany now, and I picked them up with the reason of like, oh, before I leave, I will read these books. And I think that they just I forgot about them when I was packing my luggage, but they will be high on my list of things to bring when I make a trip back to Philadelphia. But yeah, I don't know very much about that author or the books themselves, but they seem to be relatively well recommended, or at least not unrecommended. There's that Semi-Classical Way book is by Eric Heller, who is a professor at Harvard. I took a class with him once. He's a very kind of like a spacey character, but one of those guys who's just like very clearly brilliant, almost to the point where it's hard to follow what they're saying because they're all kind of off in their own world, you know. But that's a very advanced spectroscopy book that I will not claim to have read. It's an aspirational book that I hope to, when I get better at understanding quantum dynamics, then hopefully I'll tackle that one day. Otherwise, it will just sit on my shelf. some more Shams guides there. The electric circuits ones, electromagnetics. It's the practical electronics book that my brother got me. So my brother's an electrical engineer. So I asked him for if I want to learn electronics, what is the best book to start off reading, and so he got me that for Christmas.
What does this say? Do you know?
That is a good question.
Make great something maybe.
Make great, yeah. I'm not sure where
Make great.
the stuff that sounds like it's probably as close as I'm gonna be able to guess to it. Seems in fitting with the practical electronics for inventors. And some computer science and programming books. That Python Tools for Science was kind of my introduction to Python. And most of those kind of Python books, purely for the sciences, overlap with each other really extensively. But they, at least in my experience, they're kind of good. They reinforce each other in that you encounter the concepts again and again, but not in quite the same form from book to book. You see them in kind of different instances, and they're covered in different ways, and that's one of the reasons why I like just reading through textbooks.
I've had that experience with A-Press books just in general, where they tend to, at least some of them that I've encountered, will have a pretty generic title, but then when you get into it, it's like a bunch of pet projects, seemingly, that the particular author seemed to be interested in.
Right.
So sometimes you get lucky and it's a bunch of stuff that you're really interested in, and then other times it's not really your cup of tea.
Yeah, I mean, I think my experience with learning how to program is that I'm not that great at it. I won't complain or won't claim to be like a computer programmer, but you have to, the books will be on the subject that the author is interested in and it's tailored to that sort of interest. But you have to learn what's actually, you can kind of see some things, that tools that they present that will be useful, but rarely is it really a how-to manual for the application that you want to use the programming language for. You kind of have to just encounter a problem that sometimes is a problem that you just you force yourself to do it by programming rather than just manually typing things in. Sometimes that's the best way to learn, even if it would nominally be faster to, at least at the time, to just type. But eventually it becomes faster to, when you actually are kind of more fluent in the programming language, to just be able to write a program that does it.
So now we're headed over to, maybe we'll just zoom out for a second to orient people. So we've now concluded with this bookcase here and the various books stacks that we looked at. And now we're headed over to the reading nook, which is the opposite wall to the wall we're facing here with the windows. And that's what it looks like from the far view. And so we can start with these books here, and then we'll jump over to the, and we also have, actually, maybe we should talk about if there's anything on the table you want to cover first before we go to the nook.
I don't think so. That red book, the kind of smaller red book that's lying like face down, that's C.V. Wedgwood's history of the 30 Years' War that I finished up right before I left the States, which was, I guess, dry. It's written in this very kind of early 20th century style that is more kind of, seems to be less focused on conveying information and more on, it has a much more florid writing style than I think people use nowadays, which I guess was interesting, but it sometimes made it a little bit hard to read. But that's the only thing I would highlight on the table here.
Okay.
So that modern physical organic chemistry book is, at least amongst chemists, is a pretty famous one that made the trip with me across the Atlantic. And in the process of reading it cover to cover. There's 2 German history books above it that also made the trip with me, are sitting in my apartment right now. That Prelude to Foundation is part of the Foundation series by Isaac Asimov. I've read the main 3 Foundation series books, but I think this one someone had shipped it to me like by mistake. I forget exactly the story of how I got this, but I didn't actually buy this book. I don't know if that means that I technically stole it or not, but it came to me without me having purchased it. It just like arrived on my doorstep or something, and I couldn't identify who the owner of it was. Somebody, because I don't think if I'm remembering correctly, I don't think I would have actually just like, if I could have identified that it was just delivered by accident and it supposed to go to the door next to me. I think at least I have a high enough opinion of my moral standing to think that I would have just delivered it. But I don't remember exactly what the story was behind how I got that book.
What about this tome right here?
Yeah, so that's it's another in the topic of German history. It's I think it's called The German Genius. It's a kind of a cultural history of Germany, particularly focused on from the 18th century to the early 20th century. And so sometimes we forget how dominant German culture and intellectualism was up until really the time of the Third Reich. I mean, that really destroyed a lot of the German kind of as much reputation as like university systems. A lot of the intellectuals that were prominent in Germany left at that time. And so that German Genius is kind of a story of almost what was lost, or at least heavily damaged in the early 20th century.
Yeah, I've been meaning to read that. Peter Watson. I've heard a lot of good things about it. And he's also written several other books. The Modern Mind, Ideas, A History of Thought and Invention, From Fire to Freud, The French Mind, The British Imagination. So he's, I think, also to a certain extent, maybe revived or continued a somewhat more old-fashioned now type of history, or sort of a focus on national character or national differences in thinking. And so it's not easy to find stuff written in our times that explores those differences. And so I don't know if it's technically a trilogy or not, but The British Imagination, The French Mind, and this one, I think, may kind of all go together in some way. And I'm hoping to eventually read all of those.
Yeah, and I have to say I haven't read The German Genius yet. I should have brought it with me to Germany, but that's one of the books I'll pick up on my my trip back home eventually.
All right, so now we're going to the main bookcase here.
Yeah.
Got a few things on the side here first.
Yeah, so that Mathematics of Physics and Chemistry belonged, or technically still belongs, to my dad. It's his book, but it's a fairly famous one, but it's a pretty advanced mathematics book. Let's see what else. There's the Quran there, which I've read parts of, but not the whole thing. I've also read parts of the Bible, but not the whole thing. Babies by Design is kind of, it wasn't a terribly memorable book, but it's a book on ethics of back in like the late 2000s, when the kind of technology was not there for designer babies, but kind of thinking through the ethics of that, whether when the technology becomes available, which it's at least on the cusp of whether it becomes illegal or not, is not potentially that in some form is not that far away, from being a technical possibility.
I think there was an article in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, just in the last couple of months about Elon Musk and using some Silicon Valley startup technology in order to choose amongst embryos or choose amongst something. I forget exactly what it was, but it was a pretty in-depth article, and people interested in this stuff might want to take a look at that, because I think it's one of the more in-depth treatments of some of these issues I've seen in terms of like what's happening in Silicon Valley and how more and more parents are starting to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it's some aspects of it really aren't that ethically straightforward. I mean, if you like, it's the parts that are definitely kind of gross, like I'm trying to find a good example that is really clear cut, but like, I guess maybe the most obvious would be like, I want a baby with blonde hair and blue eyes would probably be the most like historically egregious alarm bell going off of something that like you probably shouldn't be able to make this, or like, I want I was short growing up and I want my son or daughter to be of a similar stature to me. Um, uh, but it feels like it's hard to argue with some of like, someone would have Huntington's disease when they grow up. Like, do you want to inflict that on your children? And if the opportunity arose, would you want to be able to ensure that the child that you have would not inherit an allele that would guarantee them death at an early age? Some of it's in ethical issues that are just, sometimes the ethics are crystal clear and sometimes they're just not. And it's kind of an interesting exploration of where our intuitions seem to stand up and when they seem to fail.
I think it gets into the philosophy of medicine, in terms of defining something that I've been interested in for a long time, and going along with history of science is different classifications of disorders and diseases, and what's considered a disease, what's considered sort of normal diversity, and also into disability studies, what's considered a good thing or a bad thing, or disability or not a disability. So those kind of things flare up in these discussions because it's putting a value judgment on these differences people have.
Right, and I think we talked earlier about, there was a book that I had on ADHD, of kind of some of the concepts around neurodiversity and the extent to which perhaps we don't quite know really. So a lot of cognitive traits, for example, are probably very complex and in genetics terms pleiotropic, meaning that you have an underlying genetic cause that's affecting multiple different observable traits that a person has. And so the degree to which something that, even if you were able to make a strong value judgment about like, this is a positive trait, this is a not positive trait, these things can be tied to each other in a way that, similar to perhaps being tall might be a positive trait. There's evidence that it helps people with a variety of different life outcomes, but also that like you can have back problems when you get older. So it's sometimes the just the things that you would think of as positive have drawbacks and vice versa. And as we get to the possibility of being able to theoretically pick aspects of what our children might be like, keeping in mind some of the fact that you're not necessarily like turning the dial to optimum. Basically, it's a lot of these things probably have trade-offs, and even when you don't account for the fact that you're making value judgments about what are good and bad, sometimes even if you had like fixed that definition, you're sort of playing with a dial that is doesn't have a clear optimal setting. And so series of, I think there's a lot of psychology books here. Books that I read quite a while ago. Hitch 22, people probably may know Christopher Hitchens. Was a complex, but in a lot of ways kind of inspiring character, interesting person to listen to. That was his biography. Or his sorry, at least memoir of his sort of, I think goes through his childhood up until his 60s, where he died in, I think, his late 60s. Almost, he actually found out that he had cancer when he was on tour for this book, which is kind of a not fitting, but like almost ironic, kind of like you write a memoir and then you find out that you have almost unreadable cancer right after that.
Here's his fellow horseman of New Atheism, Sam Harris.
Yes. Yeah, so I read all these books like basically close to after graduating college. I had a very formative experience reading The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, and I still consider a really good book. But I basically read most of Richard Dawkins' books around that time, read a lot of Sam Harris's books, and I think, at least at the time, the only book of Christopher Hitchens that I read was Hitch 22, because I think I came to appreciate his writing later on. But at least at that time, I wasn't able to get as much enjoyment out of his prose as I got when I read things like Letters to a Young Contrarian later on. Steven Pinker's books, I've come, like, I agree with them to a considerable extent, but I've come to find the writing style kind of annoying and repetitive. But I can't say that I disagree with a lot of the premises of, at least in principle, life, human life. In The Better Angels of Our Nature is about basically human life is particularly violence, but other measures of human well-being have increased dramatically over time. But he definitely gets a lot of hate for that thesis, which I think is probably unjustified, but I don't enjoy his books the way I used to enjoy them. I just find that they have a similar writing style and repetitiveness that I no longer really get a kick out of.
It's kind of interesting. The artwork here appears to be Abraham about to sacrifice his son Isaac, and then the angel comes and stays his hand.
Yeah, is a book being about a degree of moral progress of like a modern example of like father sacrificing their son Abraham style, or Abraham and Isaac style, is kind of like, it's almost one of those Bible stories that was kind of underemphasized, at least when I was going to church growing up, because it was so kind of incongruous with modern morality. We have to kind of like reinterpret it in the story in another way, to make it kind of palatable to modernize. I think that's one of the reasons why it appears on the spine there, is it's like a kind of like a Bronze Age story that is, people don't really, even religious people don't really think in those terms so much anymore. The Noonday Demon is one of the best books on, probably the best book I've read about depression. Andrew Solomon basically was, he suffered from depression and still probably suffers from depression for most of his life. But this is kind of his sort of journalistic or writer's exploration of depression as a phenomenon and its treatment. He went through most of the kind of even the extreme treatment, or I should say, or at least like treatments that most people don't get, like electroshock therapy, which is not quite what it sounds like. But it's is a definitely beautifully written.
What do you mean that's not what it sounds like?
So it's when if someone were initially to say electroshock therapy, I would think of some sort of like dodgy, like mid
Hooking
20th
somebody up to like a
century.
car battery.
Yeah, like you're being shocked to like I don't know, as a way of like curing homosexuality or something. Like you can kind of imagine like a psychiatrist and or psychologist
Aversive
like,
therapy.
right, like a kind of like abusive sort of therapy, but it's actually like it's supposed to be extremely helpful for people who not that kind of, that's the parody version of it, but it's basically a kind of almost like cranial stimulation, brain stimulation, that for reasons that as far as I know, are not fully understood, for people that haven't seen haven't had good luck with medication. It's a procedure that you can't get done easily, but a lot of hospitals have access to. That you're essentially just electrically stimulating parts of the brain. Supposedly you don't remember like the day before and after of it very well, but for some people it's actually supposed to be strikingly helpful. But it's not like you're strapped to a chair and you're electrocuted, which is what electroshock therapy sounds like.
What about, I mean, the thing that seems really trendy right now is the psychedelic treatments.
Yeah, I think so. The Noonday Demon, I think, was written in the mid to late 2000s, before I think those kind of use of psychedelics is kind of made or started to have a resurgence, and at least people having openness to researching them as a subject of psychological research. I don't remember if that gets covered in the Noonday Demon. There's a good chance that it gets touched on, but at least the mid 2000 teens, where that kind of research got really gained a lot more credibility and respectability than it had. I feel like at the time the Noonday Demon was written, is probably much more still taboo, as a way of treating psychological conditions. Mortality by Christopher Hitchens is a really beautiful book. This was his final book, that he So as I noted before, he found out that he had esophageal cancer in his like mid to late 60s. And this is his kind of story of, and we're kind of a series of essays about that process. I remember that he was always a very witty person, and one of the witticisms from this book is something like, the thing about stage 4 cancer is there's no stage 5. Is kind of highlighting his sort of humor and sort of stoicism in the face of what at that point was pretty apparent was he was going to kill him, and did kill him. The final chapter of the book, the final essay of the book, is written in sort of a stream of consciousness style, and it kind of just ends because he lost his ability to write and dictate at that point in the last kind of weeks of his life. So it's a very kind of, it was just, I remember it being a very haunting book to read.
You've got a couple books here on PhDs and sort of how that's changing.
Yeah, so I got my PhD a couple of years ago. I got those two books, The PhD is Not Enough, or A PhD is Not Enough, and Next Gen PhD, right when I started graduate school. And for the life of me, I can't find them to be like, it's like career advice being such an individual thing where people will either give you a very rigid outline of how you should structure your career and in which way it's probably going to be wrong, or they'll give it like, oh, whatever, do whatever's best for you. Who am I to judge, in a way that like is not helpful either, because it gives you no guidance basically. But for the life of me, I don't know what better guidance I would give than basically just use your judgment. Don't do obviously stupid things. Kind of try to look into the future. But I remember that those two books were thoroughly unmemorable because it's just, career advice is very rarely generalizable. Darkness Visible, William Stryon, is another very famous book on depression. His severe depressive episode when he I believe is when he stopped drinking, and he had like been invited to a like for won an award. I think he was in Paris at the time, and he had this like catastrophic like collapse into depression. So he's a fiction writer, and this is basically his sort of not exactly memoir, but a shorter version in some ways of Noonday Demon.
What about this Tyranny of Testing one?
Yeah, so I that's by Benesh Hoffman, who was a physicist. It's not a terribly compelling book. I feel like testing is rarely something that people kind of stand up for, because it seems a little bit authoritarian, as standing up. And I think I read it at a time when I was kind of at my most kind of educationally libertarian views. And it's basically giving examples of all the ways that testing doesn't accurately reflect, or purportedly doesn't really accurately, particularly standardized testing doesn't accurately reflect person's learning, person's abilities, in a way that in retrospect seemed a little bit facile to me. It seems a little bit facile to me. It's like you can always, like for a multiple choice test, you can pick apart particular questions. But I think as I've gotten older, I kind of gone against some of the arguments of that book, where it's just testing is not perfect, but it doesn't mean that it's not useful. So it's a book that I kind of was leery about the time I read it, but have kind of soured on as the years have gone by.
Was there
Not to say that I am like totally behind the idea of standardized testing for everything, but just recognizing what its utility actually is and what it actually does is important.
So you've got these two up here also.
Yeah, so the Ancestor's Tale and then the King James Version of the Bible. The Ancestor's Tale is a really good book. That's the second Richard Dawkins book that I read. It's basically modeled on the Canterbury Tales, where you're basically, instead of following like the convergence of different pilgrims on the road to Canterbury, you're following backwards in time from existent species as they kind of follow the tree of life back to the origin of life and whatever we know about the origin of life. So I remember I read that when I was on a trip an extended trip in Mexico at the end of high school. And it was like an ecology trip where we were working with gray whales. And I just remember this was in Baja California, and just have really good memories of reading through that book, even though I got really sick at the time, because famous Montezuma's Revenge, but still had good memories of finishing that book.
Some more Dawkins here, some more Pinker.
Yeah, so this is my early adulthood captured in bookshelf form. To consider, actually a lot of the things on here were things that I read in like my first year or two after graduating high school. So The God Delusion, of course, is a very famous book, probably like the anthem of or the sort of like foremost example of sort of the new atheist writing. A book that I do think some of the arguments in of it are a little bit facile, but I'm hard pressed to really strongly disagree with a lot of the conclusions. But I might not particularly want to read the book anymore or admire its tone or what have you. But like, I think it's still, parts of it still stand up to at least what things I would sort of things scrutiny that I would really dispute. I'd be hard pressed to fundamentally disagree with the book. So it was definitely at a time when I read it at a time when I was moving away from, or it basically become an atheist, and was very new atheisty in my kind of attitude towards religion, as much as anything, because I think I was partly angry that like I feel like I had been misled growing up. And that's definitely a book that can appeal to someone that's recently moved out of religion and has some very strong feelings about how they had spent that life. And so I think it in a lot of ways it made me kind of a more angry person than I really wanted to be. And I think I'm much more sedate in my attitude towards religion, and much more, my views haven't fundamentally changed, but I think I'm much more less intolerant about it.
What about the Red Queen here?
Yeah, so the Red Queen is a reference to it's Alice in Wonderland. It's one of the sort of vignettes in Alice in Wonderland is the Red Queen, that the scenery around her is constant, like this, the land around her is constantly moving. So to stay in one place, she has to run as fast as she can. And so this is used in evolutionary biology as an analogy to competition between organisms. So it says sex and evolution of human nature. The part of the book that I really remember is people think that, or a lot of evolutionary theorists think that sexual reproduction evolved as a way of sort of mixing um, uh, genetic traits in a way that made sexually reproducing organisms more resistant to pathogens. So like the archetypal like red queen example of a red queen phenomenon in evolutionary biology is like the competition between a target of a pathogen and their kind of immune systems evolving to combat the pathogen, and then the pathogens evolving to evade the immune system. So that's kind of an example of, in some sense, things are not moving because you still have this kind of equilibrium between the pathogen, population of pathogens, and population of pathogenized host. And then, but at the
Sort of
same
like if
time,
the mice are getting faster at the same rate the cats are getting faster, there's always going to be a chase that's kind of equal.
right. So yeah, so it's in some sense it's like a dynamic situation, but a dynamic situation that at the same time things don't really change. Or the relationship is remaining the same, but even if the circumstances are changing.
Seems like mosquitoes keep getting better at like avoiding getting slapped away or getting like, I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but I feel like just year to year there's something about that.
Yeah, and I doubt it's the mosquitoes' memories of being slapped or attempted to be slapped before, but it wouldn't surprise me if actually like I mean, certainly on some level that like the urge to like slap a mosquito, that whether you're a cow that's swatting it with your tail or something, that must have been something that factored into the evolution of mosquitoes. I would wonder though, someone must have studied it, whether the advent of humans, mosquitoes are getting better at avoiding human swats at the same time as humans are getting better at detecting whether there's a mosquito biting them. I did read Brief History of Time. I cannot claim to have understood it at all. I mean, I read it right after high school and kind of a period where I was like, I can read anything. I'm smart. But if I'm being honest with myself, I don't think I'm definitely one of the people that can say that they read Brief History of Time, but can't claim to have understood like anything out of it. Maybe there would be a difference if I read it now, having more kind of science knowledge and physics knowledge. But certainly I extracted pretty much nothing from it.
What about this personality one? No.
That's actually quite a good book. I read that at the beginning of grad school. This is kind of so some of the most robust aspects of psychology are sort of heritability of personality and sort of personality traits as grouping into different categories. And I read this at a time when I was kind of thinking through like how to psychologically deal with oneself and psychologically deal with difficult people around you. And I think one of the bottom lines of the book is that people don't get to pick at root what kind of brain and personality they naturally have. And people who have lots of problems with anxiety it's not their fault that they were that way or are that way. And it's probably something that they will always struggle with for an extended period of time. People who have trouble being punctual, or have trouble with conscientiousness, that's a dimension that fundamentally, like you can modify, but Like these are personality traits that have psychological and biological underpinnings that are, I think we all do well to just kind of recognize that both from ourselves, we don't get to pick a lot of aspects that of the ways we are, although we can round off sort of sharp edges. And it's just kind of this role of luck and shaping our personalities. And so personality is about what the science of what we know about human personalities and kind of the dimensions on which psychologists typically break down different personality traits into things like anxiety-ness or like mental stability, or conscientiousness versus, I guess, non-conscientiousness. But I think what the other dimensions are, but it's a pretty...
Sounds like the Big Five model, the ocean.
Yes. Yeah. So it's supposed to be a very kind of robust, at least my understanding is it's supposed to be a very robust model in psychology of
I guess what I got from this image, though, is that there's a focus on like happiness and sadness, which I don't tend to associate as much with personality per se.
Yeah, I guess I don't remember that part of the book if it was in there, but more like I think of like, if you're looking on the dimension of like, so people that it used to be referred to as neuroticism before neuroticism required a pejorative or extremely pejorative like subtext to it.
Yeah.
That dimension of like high anxiety personality versus sort of imperturbable personality, as that's kind of what I see in that that kind of spectrum between like the frowny face, perhaps being a high anxiety person that has a lot of trouble managing their mental states, at least at a base level, and then people who are just kind of naturally sunny and imperturbable. It kind of was a sort of reminder that both for in our interactions with other people, and our sort of evaluation of ourselves, like maybe I want some other aspect of my personality to be like, why am I this way? Like, why can't I be some other way? And can be some other way, but it's like not beating oneself up or too negatively evaluating people for things that were probably at least partially beyond their control. Is just a way of kind of coming to peace with the variations of human psychology. So I found that book kind of inspiring in that way. Some more Richard Dawkins books. I haven't read as much James Baldwin as I would like to. I have a couple of his books I've read, Nothing Personal and A Fire Next Time. But they're both very short books, but he's a really beautiful writer, and someone that I'm somewhat ashamed I haven't read more of his work. So people don't know he was a African American writer in the sort of mid 20th century. Wrote definitely a lot on kind of race issues, race relations, but it definitely is he had a sort of an intellectual life beyond that. In a sense, you get the feeling, and he might have even said this explicitly, that in some ways writing about those issues was something that was almost forced on him by circumstances, and perhaps his intellect and his writing skills were if it were not something that was so prominent in his life for reasons beyond his control, would prefer to have write about other things. But you definitely see when you read him, he's very very sort of florid and beautiful writer. So here's a lot of Middle East stuff. I don't know that. One thing I would highlight, if someone wants an overview of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that doesn't editorialize and is just trying to present like almost the narrative history of the conflict, is just sort of a base level of events that happened and people's interpretations of them. The Arabs and Israelis book that's on kind of, it's like a gray spine. Yeah, that one. That's a textbook that's written by 3 authors, one of whom is Israeli, one of whom is Egyptian, and one of whom is Palestinian. And so they basically, it's structured like a textbook where they give the events, then they give what are the most common kind of interpretations of the events, and from the Arab perspective, from Israeli perspective, and from Palestinian perspective. So you get a nice kind of overview of what has happened and how people have tended to interpret it differently, and doesn't tries to be very neutral about describing events as events, and doesn't tell you everything you might want to know. So if you're any kind of contentious issue, you probably have to read both things where people have a real opinion about what's happened, and then also get a baseline of just what were the events that actually happened and what were people's different interpretations of it. But it's just a nice introduction of how different sides have thought about that, the conflict over the years.
I've got some Thomas Ricks here.
Yeah, so that's his I think there's only 2 volumes in the series, about the Second Iraq War. So Fiasco is about sort of the misadventures and the beginning of the Iraq War, where mistakes that once America had invaded Iraq, what were the missteps that sort of got the civil war that happened in Iraq at that time, that America was embroiled in, what made it as sort of a quagmire as it became. And then The Gamble is about kind of the era of David Petraeus, General David Petraeus, taking over as sort of the commander of U.S. and coalition forces in Iraq, and the strategies that were tried that both military and sort of social, that changed for a considerable degree how that war was going, and kind of at least sort of stopped a lot of the sort of staunched the bleeding of the most chaotic time of the war. Syrian Requiem, I was actually reading, it was written when the Syrian civil war seemed to be basically over. And it seemed that Bashar al-Assad's regime was going to stay in power. And I happened to be reading it at the time when Bashar al-Assad's regime fell from power, as kind of like almost an afterthought of the Syrian civil war. So it's written as like what went wrong, and as kind of a sort of a tragedy, which it in any way you look at it, it has to be considered some sort of tragedy. But I was reading it at a time when there was a sort of renewed hope for what Syria might look like, and that it might have a future after the Assad regime. Series of books on the Arabs and Israel and Palestine. The Israel book is written by an Israeli from one perspective. Palestine 4-year history is very repetitive book, but obviously it's written from the Palestinian perspective, or perspective of a Palestinian scholar. Yeah, let's see what else we have here. A couple of books on ISIS that I read at kind of the height of the Islamic State's power.
Were there any key insights you had about ISIS?
Oh, I mean, they're not that I strongly remember. I mean, one of the points that was kind of unclear coming out of the books was the degree to which there was uniform religious agreement within the Islamic State. How much of the leadership of the Islamic State was really religious fanatics, and how much of it was former Baathists, that is Saddam Hussein's kind of military clique, that found a way of maintaining some sort of power, or to the degree to which they were kind of converted as a kind of convenient change of heart to religious fundamentalism. I didn't really come through with a clear picture of what distinction could be made there. But I don't remember a terribly large amount from either one of those books. Now we're into more kind of European history. See if there's not a lot that I would highlight on this shelf. That biography of Napoleon is pretty good. It was written a couple of years ago. Read a couple of books on the Weimar Republic. The better of them is really the Weimar years, that white spine book. There's another book that I had read that's to the right there a little bit, Weimar Germany, which is really more a history of Weimar Berlin than anything. So it's kind of limited in that respect. And the Weimar years has more of a sort of cultural history across Germany at that time.
Could you say anything about the sort of cultural milieu at that time?
Yeah, so it's I feel like Weimar Germany is kind of viewed as like very promising cultural era, but an era that kind of ended in tragedy. So it was a really creative period in German history. So what is it? I'm forgetting the name of it's like the Bauhaus, or like the
sort of Bauhaus movement.
Yeah, which was took place in Weimar years. It was kind of a period of sort of flourishing avant-garde philosophy and art, and things that eventually were suppressed by the Nazis as being kind of viewed as degenerate, but were just kind of a new dimension of European history, or of German history, that kind of took off and then was kind of crushed by a right-wing reaction. But I just remember it heavily covers a lot of it, delves into the sort of interweaves the politics of the era with the cultural history of the era in a way that was really really appealing to me.
What's this one about from time immemorial?
That's about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict.
Okay.
That book is supposed to be actually pretty valuable. The reviews of it, a lot of the reviews of it are pretty bad, but it got a blurb from Barbara Tuchman. But I haven't read it yet. I picked it up from a used, it was just being given away on basically the side of the street, just in like a box, basically. So I figured, why not? But I haven't read it yet. And some of the reviews of it have kind of discouraged me from reading it. All right. So speaking of Barbara Tuchman, we have the trilogy on the era around the First World War, The Proud Tower, Guns of August, which won the Pulitzer Prize, and then the Zimmerman Telegram. Guns of August is definitely the most famous of those three, but I found all of them to be pretty good. I think it seems like there's a lot of World War I stuff in a cluster here, because Sleepwalkers is about the beginning of World War I as well. Kind of going from the thesis that none of the combatants really wanted the war, which I'm not sure how plausible that really seems to me at the end of the day, but it contrasts with that Black Book by Fisher, I think it's Fritz Fischer. I'm not sure with the first name, but Germany's Aims in the First World War, which was, the book is really kind of takes the position that the First World War was planned and desired by Germany, and that Germany's aims in the First World War were not that different from Germany's aims in the Second World War. So it was written in the aftermath of the Second World War, and somewhat thoroughly discussed and controversial book.
It seems to me that there's an element of, with the ideas you mentioned, of miscommunication between leaders, or lack of trust between leaders, and maybe lack of cultural interaction between between countries. That sort of, there's almost like a dryness that where a small match can light a fire, because the kindling is there.
Right. So I think it's what seems clear is that none of the powers wanted the war that ultimately happened. If they could have gone back and said, maybe they would have handled the politics of it differently. If they knew how it had actually turned out, most of them wanted thought, to the degree they wanted a war, thought there was going to be a short war that was more like the Franco-Prussian War in 1870, where it was a quick victory by one side. But I remember so one of the things that stood out from Sleepwalkers was that you mentioned that, like, the number of documents associated with the First World War, the breakout of the First World War, is just, you could spend your life reading nothing but primary documents from the outbreak of the First World War, memoirs or telegraph dispatches or what have you. You could spend your life reading nothing but those and not read all of them. It is kind of a sort of a humbling conclusion to draw from history that the picture is just very complex, and it's not clear that we're ever going to get a clear resolution of cause and effect and who actually wanted what, because people said different things at different times. And it's just, in some ways, just like almost causes a sense of, for people who want to interpret history, almost a sense of despair of being able to interpret it accurately and get the right picture.
And maybe even just because war is so different from day-to-day life.
Yeah.
So to actually go 10 steps and 100 steps and 1,000 steps ahead in terms of the chess game is sort of, it's so different from your everyday reality that it's kind of difficult to maybe believe that things so extreme could occur, and maybe you don't want to think about that. And so there's a sense in which people sort of protect themselves, or they live in denial because they don't want to imagine what it could be like.
Yeah. I think there's also a component of, we kind of think of historical actors as at least tacitly being rational or consistent in what they think day to day. And so it seems like a lot of those documents, like at one moment, Kaiser Wilhelm seems to be gung-ho about the war. At one moment, he seems to be agonizing about it. And when I look at like my own thinking day to day, like I'm not don't always have the same attitude towards some proposition. Even the beginning or the end of the day can vary by how tired I am or what have you. And so it's complex historical events. It's like the point that's made by Tolstoy and like his philosophical sections of War and Peace, where sometimes history just seems so complicated that intellectual humility requires that we just recognize that we can't get to the bottom of it completely. The German War is pretty good. That's about World War II. The sort of the home front in Germany in World War II. How Germans kind of thought about their role in the war, how they interacted with propaganda, how they, to some degree, resisted propaganda, and the degree to which they were thinking for themselves and not thinking for themselves, and kind of the diversity of the whole gamut of from the resistance to full-on enthusiasts for the Nazi war effort, and how they interacted with Allied bombing campaigns, and just generally the home front of the Germans and the World War II. There's some books on the French Revolution. 12 Who Ruled is about the what is the name of the committee? Committee on Public Safety, I think it was, that was headed by Maximilien Robespierre. It's kind of a weird book in that it paints them as not the kind of murderous monsters as I think is most commonly motivations attributed them in historical literature, but was interesting but kind of dry book.
About the one underneath it here, Spectre of War.
Yeah, so that's about the role of international communism and the lead up to World War II. And part of the thesis is that not just that Nazis were partially motivated by the desire to kind of suppress communism, but also that the fear of communism by Western powers led to them to take a more conciliatory attitude towards Nazi Germany than they might otherwise would. People were not unanimous about whether at least initially, it was kind of a rogue opinion that there was a clear difference that the Nazis were a bigger threat than the Soviet Union. This is kind of something that Churchill took a strong stand on, but was actually not as a lot of people in Europe were much more ambivalent about at the time in a way that kind of facilitated the breakout of World War II. Stopped, future Allied powers from kind of nipping the condition in the bud.
So this is the bottom shelf here of this final bookcase. And I don't know if you have any final thoughts on your library as a whole, anything that maybe draws these things together, or, if you have any thoughts on the future of your reading, the future of your library, and if there's any maybe recommendations you'd like from the audience that they can leave down in the comments, if there's anything in particular you're looking for good books on for the next chapter of your reading journey.
Yeah, so I don't really have a whole lot, and unfortunately I'm starting to feel a little bit sick. So I won't detain people for too long. I would just say that my library is kind of, for a long time, has been kind of my pride and joy, and I definitely miss it a lot and hope to reconstruct it one day, bringing these books either across the Atlantic to Europe or returning to America so I can be reunited with library that I like spending so much time in. Physical books have always been, or at least in my adult life, have been a key component of how I spent my time, and something that I wouldn't, going back on, I wouldn't change.
Cool. All right, so we'll leave it there. Thanks everybody for watching, and definitely let us know down in the comments what you think of Duncan's books, and if you have any recommendations of books that he might enjoy reading next. So Duncan, thanks a lot for giving us a tour of your library. I've definitely learned a lot from this, and it was cool doing our first STEM-infused library. And so, yeah, thanks a lot, and we'll leave it there.
Yeah, thanks for having me.